It's hard to learn Python because I didn't choose computer science degree when I was college. The truth is, it's hard to learn Python because it's hard to remember technical concepts even in electrical engineering, like electrical circuits, because you don't use it often. No child, however intelligent, has unlimited data storage capacity. The memory space is finite, be it for words, for facts, or for figures. And the more one learns dialect words, the less space there is for Mandarin words, or English words, or multiplication tables, or formulas in mathematics, physics, or chemistry. It was a mistake for me to work in a call center instead of working as a software engineer because I can practice my speaking skill by reading a book and listening to my thoughts. The more frequently one uses a language, the easier it is to express one's thoughts in it. The younger one learns to speak a language, the more permanently it is remembered. Language is heard and spoken long before people learn to write and to read. I should always be clear on my writing to reinforce the most important to the reader. Clarity can be a double-edged sword. Sometimes you have to leave your views open for interpretation to evolve as events unfold. 2. Simplicity is in the eye of the beholder, and no one can really know our health status because it's subjective. No one knows our health status, but you should always judge clarity from the reader's point of view, not yours. Ace does not know how to quality of the call. I should stop learning Java script because it's hard for me to understand the concept. The truth is, I should make sure to read the easy concepts that I can apply while I don't understand the concepts I want to understand to make progress, because it's like moving on to a next data structure problem to make way for us to think deeply of the concept on the back of our head. Don't let your ego tell you that you can understand everything on your first try. The biggest hindrance to our learning is our overconfidence of our abilities. Reading the theory is as important as reading and understanding actual programs. Okay. In this section, we'll explore a 7-step process that you can use to write. We've probably seen lists like the one here before. There are lots of sensible ways to organize and describe the writing process. This one is distilled from my 30 years of work as a writing coach and trainer, and I think it's comprehensive. If you follow it, you'll get your writing done. Feel free to adopt it and tailor it to your own needs. As you browse through these steps, you'll see that they work together. Once you get the hang of one, you'll probably find yourself unconsciously addressing the others. For example, once you have clarity on step 1, get the us clear, you might find that your openings automatically get stronger and more specific. Step 3. When you really think about writing for your reader, step 2, you'll choose your content in a more targeted way. Step 5. The ultimate point of this process is not to train you to follow a step-by-step process lavishly for the rest of your life, but to make you a better and faster writer. Working with the steps is means to that end. You should feel free to use the steps any way you want. You can try working with them in numerical order, or you can browse around and pick up tips here and there. Keep Keep what's useful to you. Discard what isn't. Using the steps will help you refine your own writing process and become a stronger and more confident writer. The 7 steps to succeed in everything you write at work. 1. Get the ask clear. Make sure you know why you're writing and what you're trying to achieve. 2. Write for your reader. Focus on what your reader needs and expects, not just on what you want. Make your writing appeal to your reader. Start strong and specific. Craft an opening that makes your purpose clear and motivates your reader to keep reading. Be concise. Make your point as efficient as possible. Fill in missing content. Delete extra news content. Do a quick content check to ensure that your readers are getting what they and nothing they don't need. 6. Write in plain English. Business jargon can creep in unnoticed. Distinguish yourself by saying what you mean in plain English. If something feels wrong, fix it. If you feel like there's something wrong with what you just drafted, there probably is. Instead of just sending something you feel uncomfortable with, take a minute to figure out what's wrong and fix it. I can change my company to JP Morgan because I am the most qualified people to take their calls due to my experience in financial technology and telecommunications. The truth is, changing companies is time consuming even for stars in the same industry with the same clients because it's hard to learn new things after your mid 20s and talent is overrated. We are largely dependent on things that we own that compounds over time. To afford that standard of living we are privileged to experience today. Society has been built by our ancestors. It's important to specialize because at the very least, companies will be willing to take risks on people who have spent a long focused practice and thus compound learning that will boost intelligence on the job. A smart, talented engineer may be a unique resource, but unless he or she is deeply embedded and loyal, the attractiveness of his or her talents makes that engineer an unreliable source of sustainable competitive advantage. Software engineers is complex because software is more complex than hardware. The truth is, it's true that software is more complex than hardware, but it doesn't recognize the fact that taking Magic Mushroom helps you understand consciousness, which helps you to better understand codes. Because as Stephen Hawking said, consciousness is essentially a computer program, and our brain is the computer hardware. Whether you want to uncover the secrets of the universe or you just want to pursue a career in the 21st century, basic computer programming is an essential skill to learn. I should pause to reinforce the tone of my message to my audience. The truth is, I should pause, especially in the beginning of my opening spiel to Bell customers, because that's how I can better show them that I don't rush the conversation. I'm taking the time to listen to their concerns and solve the problem first before worrying about the time, because in other call centers, they value first call resolution more than average handling time. The best way to do my job as a fraud prevention specialist is to set proper expectations. The best way to do my job as a fraud prevention specialist is to prepare for worst situation I could imagine, to be confident in every call. That's the importance of close to lies and truth journal. Ultimate goal is to create a win-win situations for both parties, so explaining how system works makes us understand that this is not under your control. The secret to customer service can be boiled down to managing customers' expectations. The truth is, the secret to customer service can be boiled down to managing customers' expectations, but it's interconnected to checking their account history, because it's important to take a moment to live where your customers lives, because that is highly correlated to managing people's expectations. Remember, the secret to your communication is knowing your audience. I am professional scammer because I am constantly look out on the new big companies that I can hack. The truth is, fraud analysts will always be in demand even in Mars because there's a Bible and God knows that people can act inappropriately without proper systems and laws because we are all just dependent on systems around us. It's hard to learn Python because I didn't choose computer science degree in college. when I was college. It's hard to learn Python because it's hard to remember technical concepts, even in electrical engineering like electrical circuits, because you don't use it often. No child, however intelligent, has unlimited data storage capacity. The memory space is finite, be it for words or facts or figures. And the more one learns dialect words, the less space there is for Mandarin words, or English words, or multiplications table, or formulas in mathematics, physics, or chemistry. Maintaining and optimizing operating systems. In this chapter, you will learn how to perform operating system maintenance tasks, optimize operating systems, prepare for problems. Every computer running a modern operating system (OS) requires both occasional optimization to keep the system running, snappily, and ongoing maintenance to make sure nothing goes wrong. Microsoft, Apple, and the many Linux developers use decades of experience with operating systems to search for ways to make the task of maintaining and optimizing surprisingly easy and very automatic, but there's still plenty to do to keep things humming along. This chapter covers maintenance and optimization, so let's make sure you know what these two terms means. Maintenance means jobs you do from time to time to keep the OS running well, such as running mass storage job utilities. CompTIA sees optimizations as change you make to a system to make it better. A good example is adding RAM. This chapter covers the standard maintenance and optimization activities performed on Windows, Mac OS, and Linux, and the tools techs use to perform them. Even the best maintained, most perfectly optimized computer is going to run into trouble. Hard drives crash, naive coworkers delete files, and those super great new video card drives sometimes fail. The secret isn't to try to avoid trouble, because trouble will find you, but rather to make sure you're ready to deal with problems when they arise. This is one area that very few users do well, and it's our job as techs to make recovery from trouble as painless as possible. OS developers gives us plenty of tools to prepare for problems. We just need to make sure we use them. This chapter covers maintenance and optimization techniques for all the operating systems currently on the CompTIA Plus exam. But like the exams and the reality of Microshare, Windows features a lot more than Mac OS or Linux. Maintaining operating systems. Operating systems need patching. Mass storage device must be kept organized and running well. Registers and temporary files need the occasional cleaning. In the past, many of these jobs were handled manually. Today, operating systems handle many, if not most of these jobs automatically. This section looks at the most common maintenance job techs do on systems. It finishes with a discussion on making customized tools for maintaining Windows. Patch management. There's no such thing as perfect operating system. First, all operating system makes come up with new or improved features. Second, bad actors discover weakness and generate malware to take advantage of those weaknesses. The process of keeping software updated in a safe and timely fashion is known as patch management. From the moment Microsoft releases a new version of Windows, malware attacks, code errors, new hardware, new features, and many other issues compel Microsoft to provide updates, known more generically as patches, to the operating system. Patch management isn't only for Windows. Both Mac OS and Linux require patch management, and I'll cover those needs as well. Windows Patch Management. Microsoft's primary distribution tool for handling patch management is a setting tool or control panel, Apple called Windows Update. In its 2-decade plus history, Windows Update has gone through many iterations. Fortunately, CompTIA cares only that you know how it works on Windows 7 and newer. In Windows 7, Windows Update separates fixes into distinct types: updates and service packs. Updates in Windows 7 are individual fixes that come out fairly often. On the other order of once a week or so, individual updates are usually fairly small, rarely more than a few megabytes. A service pack is a large bundle of updates, plus anything else Microsoft might choose to add. Service packs are invariably large, hundreds of megabytes, and are often packaged with Windows, as shown in figure 14. 1. With Windows 8, Microsoft ditched the service pack terminology and used only updates to indicate changes. Microsoft did release one big update that could be construed as a service pack, called 8.1. It was only available through the new app store that was added in Windows 8. Ace does not know how to analyze the quality of the call because he doesn't have any experience in qualifying calls, so it's making the life of everybody around him difficult. Ace jobs is inferior than customer service jobs because it's better to be in a voice than non-voice career during a recession if you are a Filipino, because not every adult are lucky to have rich families that will allow them to learn English during elementary grade. The problem of not having a voice customer service job is the mastery of English because you are not speaking to a real customer, and to keep a language alive, you have to read and speak it frequently. No matter how intelligent a person, his memory is limited, be it for facts, figures, or language. It is the reason it's hard to shift career in after your mid-20s. Kristen Jude Sosa will have a better life than me because she has a higher pay and became conscientious on her previous jobs. Mami Bang Bataclan is still better than Kristen Jude because stars from a company quickly becomes mid-tiers when they transfer to inferior company because their earlier excellence appears to have depended heavily on their former firms' general and proprietary resources, organizational cultures, timing, etc. We're all just dependent on systems. Here is the list of non-portable or transferable human capital. Knowledge and skills gained from in-house training programs and on-the-job experience that have no value outside the firm. Firms supporting capabilities and reputation, routines and procedures, teammates and managers. These people often are totally unaware of the enormous support system they had going for them in the excellent company, and at the very least, initially lost and bewildered without it. The culture at the University of Chicago is very different from the culture of competitors like Stanford or Harvard. If I were to leave Chicago, I would lose that knowledge and I would have to acquire something comparable at another university. These differences can be found in pretty much all companies now, and the distinction also applies to particular technologies and the knowledge required to apply them. If you leave that company, that knowledge becomes obsolete. More on-the-job experience increases the firm's specificity of worker skills, which in turn increases productivity. In well-oiled and familiar networks, substantive interactions simply take less of busy analysts' time than do new relationships that need to be built from scratch. The investigators emphasize the transferability of such knowledge and its link to job tenure, and studies of many occupations have confirmed the decisive importance of accumulated firm-specific human capital. One such study attributed workplace success to superior ability to leverage intra-firm resources strategically. The top-performing knowledge workers were those who figure out how to make the most of the intra-firm networks and other capabilities available to them. Many stores readily acknowledge that working with first-rate colleagues sparks ideas and stimulates productivity. Colleagues and teammates foster each other's success by sharing resources, coaching, encouraging, and serving as role models. Access to a capable colleague who covers a closely related sector matters most. Thus, analysts of team-oriented departments drew liberally on each other's expertise and knowledge. Business is becoming more and more interrelated, explains Steve Bullock. If you're a great oil analyst, you really want to be working with other great oil and gas analysts. It makes your research so much better. Greg Nedgemer, a star analyst at Lehman Brothers, confirmed the value of knowledge sharing in sector teams. We would get together in industry sectors to have breakfast and discuss forces affecting our industries and try to draw inferences about larger trends where some commonalities seem to exist. In every workplace, even the most entrepreneurial and individualistic people gather information and get work done by means of informal networks. The embeddedness and interconnectedness that characterize even analyst jobs strongly suggest that there is likely to be no such thing as a pure free agent within an organization. The evidence that the quality of the working environment is a strong predictor of performance, in combination with evidence that stars from better firms depend more heavily on their firm's capabilities than do their counterparts at weaker firms, goes a long way toward explaining why stars who move to weaker, less researched firms underperformed for so long. I confess that we don't have a reliable absolute measure for performance for every job, and we don't force a distribution of ratings because different teams perform at different levels. Because firms that operated according to this hands-off philosophy did not make a point of customizing the resources they offered their analysts. The analyst skill sets tended to remain generalized, fluid, and mobile, as well as less idiosyncratically firm-specific than at more team-oriented companies. By contrast, analysts will have Bear Stearns, Goldman Sachs, and Merrill Lynch were considerably worse off after moving. At these firms, the star analyst and the firm were in essence a team, and the post-move usefulness of firm-specific human capital eroded performance. In exploring the reasons for women's portable performance, we found that female analysts deliberately and strategically cultivated portable, example external relationships, resources, and sources of information, and also thought more strategically about the repercussions of moving than their male counterparts. Individuals who are stars in the workplace have a strong, persistent, and potentially career-damaging tendency to undervalue the importance to their success of their employers' capabilities and resources, and their own practice ability to make use of these resources. For individuals who intend to stay put at their current employers, coming to grips with this central truth may be little more than a character-building exercise in modesty and in giving credit where credit is due. Whether contemplating an imminent move or one in the indeterminate future, these individuals should try to undertake a dispassionate and systematic assessment of the drivers of their past performance before taking any other steps. And they should carefully weigh an increase in compensation, which is likely to be their prime motivation for changing jobs, against the probability of a future performance decline and possibly a precipitous and long-term one. This is what David Ray meant when he said, when you work in a company, they are teaching you. So when you observe and learn all this stuff, give it 3 to 5 years. When you start your own thing, the skills that you've attained would allow you to reach $1 million in a single year. Evaluate what you can do, not the title they've given you. We owe our learnings and achievements to our families, high school batchmates, college friends, and co-workers, so be thankful to them. Companies' biggest separator is their experience, which can take decades for an employee to get on his own. People who did not demonstrate conscientiousness in their resume will have a bad domino effect on their future job prospects because their new manager will rate him poorly than his counterparts because manager knows that brain without loyalty is not a reliable source of sustained competitive advantage. It is worth reiterating that moving to a firm likely to offer fewer resources and less accomplished colleagues is apt to have a debilitating effect on performance, no matter how talented one is or how hard one works. Underperforming firms seek out stars in an attempt to quickly reverse their fortunes. In addition, the much publicized outside hire can cause resentment in the department with accompanying breakdown in morale, teamwork, and communication. Unsurprisingly, the most active seekers of star analysts were firms unsuccessful at developing their own talent or less interested in doing so than in pursuing short-term performance. In their eagerness to begin reaping the benefits of the newly hired rainmaker, many firms entirely overlook his or her need to learn the ropes during a ramp-up period. A new person cannot simply arrive, read the files, and get to work. I am working to achieve my performance goals like AHT, including callback, call, and after call work, QA, compliance, and attendance. She discovered that the company scoreboard was irrelevant. These reps were scoring tens on an individual scoreboard. You cannot concentrate on 34 metrics at a time. Customers' expectations. Customers has thousands of questions, and they are being bounced around, and anticipating customers' expectations is essential to developing effective services. Customers' expectation changes over time, but it's always based on these 10 expectations. Be accessible. 88% of consumers were less likely to buy from a company that didn't answer support requests on social media. And for customers who took to social media to voice their concerns about a product they had purchased, 45% said that they'd be mad if they received no response, and 27% said that they would completely stop doing business with that company. Treat me courteously. While courteously used to refer primarily to the way agents interact with customers, the definition today is much more ingrained in systems and processes. Don't make customers repeat the same information or re-explain the background of an existing service issue. Don't transfer them around or place them on hold for too long. And put your contact information where customers can easily find it. Sure, it's as important as ever that your agents are courteous, but there's a lot more to it. Don't let me repeat my account history. Customers are reacting to being ignored as much as they are to being wrong. Be responsive to what I need and want. Definitions of responsiveness and promptness are also evolving. As one example, email response times have gotten far better in recent years, from several days to a matter of hours in many organizations. In fact, some organizations are stopping for email like they do calls or chat and handling them as they arrive. Similarly, more organizations all the time are handling time-sensitive social media interactions as they occur. Do what needs to be done promptly or faster. 82% of customers see fast resolution as an excellent customer service because we have limited time. The most efficient contact is one that never happened at all. People realize how valuable their time than money because they see their close friends die. Provide well-trained and informed employees. Another customer expectation is that organization will stop the contact center with well-trained and knowledgeable agents. As a rule, contact centers are handling more complex issues through more channels and from customers that come from increasingly diverse backgrounds. Robust self-service capabilities are handling a deeper range of issues, leaving your employees with the most complex interactions. Successful contact centers are rethinking and upgrading recruiting and hiring practices. The training they provide to agents and managers, and the tools and processes they put in place. Tell me what to expect. Set expectation in the beginning that our processes change, and they may be advised to go to the nearest store. I'll be providing you how I'll be providing you information on how you can unlock your iPhones. Provide expectation in our website. Remind them that the leverage is not in the representative, it's in the contact center processes. Systems and business analyst. Customers don't know, nor should they care, that these guidelines require processes, so it's important to remind it to them. If other departments are not trained on how fraud prevention processes works due to security concern and to avoid fraudster, they are bound to provide misinformation to customers and fraudsters. It's the problem of setting expectation. It's systems problem because we should not tell to customer service how fraud prevention works because it's constantly changing based on fraudster behavior. Meet your commitments and keep your promises. The first strategy is to make fewer and better commitments to customers. The best approach is to treat every words, sentences, and paragraphs with or even an employee as a legally binding contract because on a societal level, that's what it is. Do not false advertise your products and services because customer has the right to ask for refunds and credits. Fraud analysts are there to avoid excessive refunds, credits, frauds, scam, etc. They are there to reinforce companies' policies and process. Next, a company that isn't tracking its commitments, for example, through support system, software, or by noting promises from leadership, can easily forget what the original promise was. Finally, having actual processes in place to meet these commitments is required. Assuming that such processes won't be relevant until sometime in the future will only lead to broken promises. Do it right the first time. We are in the customer's perceptions business. Follow up, call back, it's connected to making fewer and better commitments. I won't promise I will change your SIM card, but I will explain clearly how you can get over this hurdle by showing you other options, explaining the reason behind our process, and showing that a fraud prevention employee is just an employee and part of the bigger systems. Be socially responsible and ethical. Don't hack laptop of people who wants to repair it and volunteer and donate to charity to make the world sustainable place. What is quality contact? The most efficient contact is one that never happened at all. A. Customer can access the contact channels desired. It is connected to being accessible. B. Contact is necessary in the first place. It is part of telling what to expect to the customer, because we can avoid this by removing the option to call our department if their needs does not match our expertise. Customers not placed in queue for too long. 82% of customers wants fast resolution. All of us do when we are reminded that our time is limited. We all work in a world of limited time and resources. It is connected to doing things that needs to be done promptly. Customers not transfer around. One transfer if you can. It is connected to telling what to expect to customers and doing things promptly. Customers doesn't get rushed. Our tone of voice says a lot about our confidence in the call. It is connected to doing what is right the first time. Agent provides correct response. Customer service responses book helps you to achieve this. It is connected to telling what to expect to the customer. Customer receives correct information. It is connected to doing what needs to be done promptly. Agent captures all needed or useful information. It is connected to doing it right the first time. Customer has confidence contact was effective. It is connected to doing it right the first time. Customer doesn't feel it necessary to check up, verify, or repeat. People need to be reminded about the product knowledge and that customer wants fast resolution more than they need to be instructed. Spaced repetition in understanding the human condition and how our brain learns is the key. It is connected to doing it right the first time. Summarizing in the end is part of preparing for worst case scenario, and it's a form of hacking in pursuit of knowledge. Processes and systems constantly change, so it's important to constantly upgrade your product knowledge. Sometimes, the process does not make sense because it is created with the assumption that it will good for most and bad for few, because that's how the nature works. Hard contact stems from rare people who's unlucky enough to be disfavored by the system. Recession forces us all to be specialized and to do more with less, dramatically improve our services and product with less pay. Most of the times, agent and the customer are confused on a specific. How hard drives work? Hard drives come in two major types: the traditional type with moving parts and a newer, more expensive technology with no moving parts. Let's look at both. Magnetic hard drives. A traditional hard disk drive, HDD, is composed of individual disks or platters with braid or write heads on actual actuator for arms controlled by a servo motor, all contained in a sealed case that prevents contamination by outside air. Figure 8.1: an enclosed HDD top and an open HDD bottom. The aluminum platters are coated with a magnetic medium. Two tiny read or write heads service each platter, one to read the top of the platter and the other to read the bottom of the platter. See Figure 8.2. Each head has a bit-sized transducer to read or write to each spot on the drive. Many folks refer to traditional HDDs as magnetic hard drives. Rotational drives or sometimes platter-based hard drives. Figure 8.2. Read or write heads on actuator arms. Spindle or rotational speed. Hard drives run at a set spindle speed, with spinning platters measured in revolutions per minute (RPM). Older drives run at a speed of 3,600 RPM, and drives are sold with speeds up to 15,000 RPM. The faster the spindle speed, the faster the drive stores and retrieves data. By far the most common speeds are 5,400 and 7,200 RPM. Higher performance, which are also far less common, run at 10,000 and 15,000 RPM. Faster drives generally equate to better performance, but they also generate more noise and heat. Excess heat cuts the life of hard drives dramatically. A rise of 5 degrees Celsius may reduce the life expectancy of a hard drive by as much as 2 years. So even if replacing an old pair of 5,400 RPM drives with a shiny new pair of 15,000 RPM drives doesn't generate enough heat to crush the entire system, it may severely put your storage investment at risk of a short life cycle. You can deal with the warmth of these very fast drives by adding drive-by fans between the drives or migrating to a more spacious case. Most enthusiasts end up doing both. Drive-by fans sit at the front of a bay and blow their air across the drive. They range in price from $10 to $100 and can lower the temperature of your drives dramatically. Some cases come with a bay fan built in. Airflow in a case can make or break your system's stability, especially when you add new drives that increase the ambient temperature. Hot systems get flaky and lock up at odd moments. Many things can impede the airflow: jumbled up ribbon cables used by old storage systems, USB headers and other attachments, drives squished together in a tiny case, fans plugged by dust or animal hair, and so on. Technicians need to be aware of the dangers when adding a new hard drive to an older system. Get into the habit of tying off non-aerodynamic cables, adding front fans to cases when systems lock up intermittently, and making sure any fans runs well. Finally, if a client wants a new drive for a system in a tiny mini tower with only the power supply fan to put it off, be gentle, but definitely steer the client to one of the slower drives. Form factors. Magnetic hard drives are manufactured in two standardized form factors, 2.5-inch and 3.5-inch. See Figure 8.4. A desktop system can use either form factor size. Most laptops use the 2.5-inch form factor. 2.5-inch drive stack on top of 3.5-inch drive. The form factor only defines size. The connections and storage technology inside these drives can vary. Solid-state drives. Booting up a computer takes time. Paolo Pingal, Diego, Angelo Stone, and so on is not the most talented call center agent. It's just that happens that they entered the right job at the right time during economic growth of BPO that allows them to seize that experience and opportunity in the first place. It's the same as you. It's the policies that allow you to gain the communication and fraud analyst skill in a very short period of time. It's unlike telco companies because they have 3 months of training. Helping others to have a better results than their competitors is a vague understanding of teaching. You cannot teach what you don't know. You have to be the leader first, or you have to walk the talk, and then, if you are 10 and they are 1, you want to teach them how to become 2, step by step, until they become 9. Once they become 9, you should become 10 or more since you were able to teach them properly. There should be a distance between you and the trainee because they'll not be motivated to learn to you if you did not grow, and you should not be teaching what you don't know in the first place. Teaching the customer is different. You have to personalize your message, and sometimes the solution is not what they want. Sometimes they just want you to connect with them because it's super lonely in their area and they are baited by the internet to keep using it. You have to recognize sometimes that every customer situation is unique, and you have to realize sometimes that every customer situation has its similar, and all of those things interconnects. Also, there's a pandemic and that affects their surveys. You have to recognize that America is moving backwards, but not like Philippines because America and PH is interconnected. Poor countries will suffer way more than rich countries, and 90% of deaths from COVID is cause of other illness and economic crisis. They also don't need to learn from you if they have the same level as you do. Thinking that it's customer service goal to solve customer problems is old ways of thinking. If your product is good, your customer should not contact you because the product should speak for itself. Also, it's the customer responsibility to know how business works. If they want cheaper price, they should focus on products that doesn't have to pay for customer service or on things that they can do to create the resources that they need to be able to solve their root problems. Remember that Amazon has a good product, so they don't even need to have a great customer service because the product itself will allow the amazing experience. You have to research and know more your customer. You have to know why they buy. Money doesn't solve everything. Right mindset will help you solve everything. If it happens that the customer doesn't know that, it's more productive to make them realize that and teach them what you know or all your lies and truth that makes you successful today. Sometimes you have to give all in teaching customer. Also, to solve problems, you know their goals and truths. To know their truths, you need to realize that people change and things does not change. It's about how we look at the experience that matters. Also, in order for them to not call customer service, the product or people should not be sunk, which makes calling the customer service unnecessary. Sometimes you have to teach them. Just because Alex Becker speculated that Napoleon Hill did not meet the wealthiest people before doesn't mean that is true. Also, you did not believe to Napoleon Hill alone. You believe in his principles and all different unbiased sources since you discover lies and truth every day in Edward de Bono. Also, you've mostly relied to your experience before that makes this belief still your to your goals. You also did consider your experience when you discover San Oven's scientific way of looking at things. It's all about the experiments. Does Alex Becker is true because he is a credible person? Or you're close to lie and close to truth today is true because it works based on your experience? Of course, close to truth and close to lie is true because it works based on your goals. Although the close to truth and close to lie will be changed in the future, the close to lie and close to truth in every moment is different for us. Sure, that close to truth before is not useful today, but it leads you to where you are today and it lets your mind to be adaptable to change since you're always pushing new truths in your life. The most adaptable Technical skills is harder to learn because you can easily practice communication skill at home. Communication skills are often considered harder to learn than programming language or technical skills for several reasons. Complexity. Communication skills are more complex than technical skills because they involve not only the conveyance of information but also the interpretation of tone, context, and body language. Effective communication requires the ability to tailor messages to different audiences and situations. Personalization. Communication skills are also more personalized than technical skills, as they involve individual style, personality, and interpersonal dynamics. Learning effective communication requires self awareness and the ability to adapt to different communication styles. Practice. Unlike technical skills, which can be learned through formal education and training, communication skills require extensive practice and feedback. Effective communication is often learned through trial and error, and individuals must be willing to seek and incorporate feedback to improve their skills. Subjectivity. Communication skills are also more subjective than technical skills, as they are influenced by factors such as culture, gender, and personal biases. Learning effective communication requires an understanding of these factors and the ability to navigate them in different contexts. I should strive for excellence in everything I do. The truth is, striving for excellence often leads to pursuing perfection that leads to no improvement at all. Perfection is the enemy of good. I should stay in my company until I found better choices because jumping companies tends to have debilitating and negative effect for people. I should stay in my company until I found a reliable way to make money otherwise, but without change, there's no growth or success. My colleagues, customers, and employer are judging me based on how my colleagues see me because 360 feedback is the most important in an organization dependent on systems and collaboration. It may be true that 360 feedback is the most important in an organization dependent on systems, but a lot of your performance review from your colleagues, customers, and employers is the degree of your independence and ability to be self-starter because we cannot leverage time. It only scales linearly. Communication skills is a valuable skill because that is the single skill that prevents people from moving up the career ladder. The truth is, most careers progress fairly linearly. Even customer service and sales, who has a high degree of communication skills at work. You have to take time to find those careers. It's worth a lot of effort to find them and create them. You don't want to be in a career where people who have been doing it for 2 years can be as effective as people who have been doing it for 20. Your rate of learning should always be high. Most people get bogged down in linear opportunities. Be willing to let small opportunities go to focus on potential step changes. The biggest competitive advantage in business, either for a company or for an individual's career, is long-term thinking with a broad view of how different systems in the world are going to come together. One of the notable aspects of compound growth is that the furthest out years are the most important. In a world where almost no one takes a truly long-term view, the market richly rewards those who do. Trust the exponential, be patient, and be pleasantly surprised. I should apply as SME because the chemical engineer who transition to tech highlights his management career that makes him get the job. A lot of advice in groups or from other people is misleading, so you have to filter out what's useful to you. Take advice with great caution. World is going through recession and it forces us all to specialize to be more efficient. One of the rules of success is to be hard to compete with. If what you can do can be done by someone else, it eventually will be and for less money. This is true for companies and individuals as well. The ubiquity of data opportunities. With vast amounts of data now available, companies in almost every industry are focused on exploiting data for competitive advantage. In the past, firms could employ teams of statisticians, modelers, and analysts to explore datasets manually. But the volume and variety of data have far outstripped the capacity of manual analysis. At the same time, computers have become far more powerful, networking has become ubiquitous, and algorithms have been developed that connect datasets to enable broader and deeper analysis than previously possible. The convergence of this phenomena has given rise to the increasingly widespread business application of data science principles and data mining techniques. Probably the widest applications of data mining techniques are in marketing for tasks such as targeted marketing, online advertising, and recommendation for cross-selling. Data mining is used for general customer relationship management to analyze customer behavior in order to manage attrition and maximize expected customer value. The finance industry uses data mining for credit scoring and trading, and in operations via fraud detection and workforce management. Major retailers from Walmart to Amazon apply data mining throughout their businesses, from marketing to supply chain management. Many firms have differentiated themselves strategically with data science, sometimes to the point of evolving into data mining companies. The primary goal of this book are to help you view business problems from a data perspective and understand principles of extracting useful knowledge from data. There is a fundamental structure to data analytic thinking and basic principles that should be understood. There are also particular areas where intuition, creativity, common sense, and domain knowledge must be brought to bear. A data perspective will provide you with structure and principles, and this will give you a framework to systematically analyze such problems. As you get better at data analytic thinking, you will develop intuition as to how and where to apply creativity and domain knowledge. Throughout the first two chapters of this book, we will discuss in detail various topics and techniques related to data science and data mining. The terms data science and data mining often are used interchangeably, and the former has taken a life of its own as various individuals and organizations try to capitalize on the current hype surrounding it. At a high level, data science is a set of fundamental principles that guide the extraction of knowledge from data. Data mining is the extraction of knowledge from data via technologies that incorporate these principles. As a term, data science often is applied more broadly than traditional use of data mining, but data mining techniques provide some of the clearest illustrations of the principles of data science. Note: it is important to understand data science even if you never intend to apply it yourself. Data analytic thinking enables you to evaluate proposals for data mining projects. For example, if an employee, a consultant, or a potential investment target proposes to improve a particular business application by extracting knowledge from data, you should be able to assess the proposal systematically and decide whether it is sound or flawed. This does not mean that you will be able to tell whether it will actually succeed for data mining projects. That often requires trying, but you should be able to spot obvious flaws, unrealistic assumptions, and missing pieces. Throughout the book, we will describe a number of fundamental data science principles, and will illustrate each with at least one data mining technique. that embodies the principle. For each principle, there are usually many specific techniques that embody it. So in this book, we have chosen to emphasize the basic principles in preference to specific techniques. That said, we will not make a big deal about the difference between data science and data mining, except where it will have a substantial effect on an understanding the actual concepts. Let's examine two brief case studies of analyzing data to extract predictive patterns. I am working to achieve my performance goals like AHT, including callback, hold, and after call work, QA, compliance, and attendance. I am working to meet Norja clients, colleagues, and customers' needs. Does my service or product work the way Norja, colleagues, and Bell customer needs and expects, considering its competitor and our company's strategic priorities? A. Your product, service, or experience is the real game. It's helpful to remember this. Then customers' expectation is what customers seems to buy the most. Reinforce key behaviors again and again. Letter C. A standard far more rigid than their scorecard measured. Letter D. Better experience, better customer service, better product, better care, better world. Letter E. Keyword is expect because there can always be manipulation between buyer and seller. That's why you should also mention that you are from fraud preventions to set clear expectations. That's 90% of problem of managers. Expect because hacking is the pursuit of knowledge, and if you don't know the fundamental of the seller and buyer in the business you're at, you are fucked. When your employer or employees can't, you'll be counting at loss. Reinforce this expectation thing when speaking to customer. Letter D, small letter B, serving customer and understanding their evolving needs. Small letter B.1, great vision comes from others. Small letter B.2, it's important to become the person that everybody's happy to be around because our vision in the world is to become preoccupied of the needs and wants of others. Small letter B.3, help people achieve their goals and they will help you achieve yours. Letter F, we're all in the business of customers' perception, whether we recognize it or not. Number 2, are they able to do what they expect when they use my service? Key point, customers expect you to innovate your services over time. Letter E, was the problem solved? What is the better ways to solve the problem moving forward? What new tools can we use or eliminate to make the process better? Did you resolve customer concern without asking for support? Small letter A, you have to fight to have better process because that's part of exceeding expectation and a part of your job of making a courageous culture as a frontliner. Small letter 8.1, you should continue to escalate and provide feedback to TL and persuade her using winning raw strategies because it's part of the job. Small letter A.1.2, it's part of the job to screenshot your evidence, ask support from your colleagues, etc. Small letter A.1.3, we need to care enough to tell one another the truth, and we don't always do that. You have to remember that no one wins in court. We need to care enough to speak the truth because that's how we encourage clarity. But you do have stories that matter, and your team needs to hear them. Most people doesn't feel providing feedback. It makes it more complicated because feedback only matters when it leads to change. You don't have to know everything at this point, but to get started, you will need clarity about what your values look like in practice, why they're important, the most important strategic priorities, and what your people can do next. Did you pass AHT or client expectations? Did you read enough lawyer books? Can they get their issues resolved to their satisfaction? How long they have to wait? Waiting lets them to maximize the call and get everything that they need from the agent. That leads to higher AHT. That leads to higher wait times. It has spiral effect. Do they feel good about it? Use your tonality and strengths in individualization to make your customer, colleagues, or your client feel good and be the guy that everybody's happy to be around. Your customer and care department doesn't care about your internal metrics. Does it help them? Your team exists to tell what to expect because all companies is in the customer's perception or expectation business. What you do for your client and customers, that's what matters. 3 key behaviors that drive success because tracking results isn't the same as improving them. To make improvements, you have to work on the factors that cause these outputs to be where they are. Spend time on things you can control. Don't worry on things that you can't. Be patient and focus on doing good things. Setting a deadline and doing a Pomodoro session while reading and listening to music is necessary because humans are wired to be complacent. Deadlines is more important if you're working full-time because your time is very limited. We are dependent on systems, but we are also different and requires different kind of learning paths. It's true that no one knows how to really quantify human performance and we are just dependent on systems, but we didn't consider that we are all weird and different. Reading might be the best way for us to learn because our genes is prone to stress and high blood pressure. I should make sure to read the easy concepts that I can apply while I don't understand the concepts I want to understand to make progress because it's like moving on to a next data structure problem to make way for us to think deeply of the concept on the back of our head. Don't let your ego tell you that you can understand everything on your first try. The biggest hindrance to our learning is our overconfidence of our abilities. Reading the theory is as important as reading and understanding actual programs. You can start learning Python as an alternative to JavaScript to get your foot in the door. Starting is the hardest part. Over time, complexity accumulates and it becomes harder and harder for programmers to keep all of the relevant factors in their minds as they modify the system. This slows down development and led to bugs, which slows development even more and add to its cost. The ability to recognize complexity is crucial because it allows you to identify problems before you invest a lot of effort in them and it allows you to make good choices among alternatives. Complexity is a system that is hard to understand and modify. People are often use the word complex to describe large sophisticated features, but if such systems is easy to work on, then it's not complex. Complexity is more apparent to readers than writers. Your job as a developer is not just to create code that you can work with easily, but to create code that others can work on easily. I should be firm on my main point when communicating, but I also have to use pause as a way of communicating, like tone, because a pause communicates a lot and it's part of the tone and pace of your voice. The Quantrix fraud analyst is not the kind of market you expect to skyrocket. Making your words simple, emotional, and new is a big understanding of our psychology. As a human, we are not designed to resist the suffering because of our habit brain. That's why it's better to make it entertaining for the listener or reader to have less friction. Think about why you meet Kevin and didn't watch others that provide greater content but less entertaining like Patrick Boyle. It's hard to convey our thoughts, but it's a vague understanding or not well communicated in terms of learning language. It's like learning English preposition. It's hard to know the preposition to use because it's a great lie. A great lie is so deceiving that you didn't even notice that it's a lie, just like in preposition. You won't notice that it's the right preposition even if you had encountered it before. The best thing to do is to do spaced repetition and look for the most deceiving lies. There's even greater deception in a never-ending manner. That's why close to truth and close to lie. Build your skills to notice that. It's also true in our economics beliefs and future predictions. There's so many deceiving lies, like increasing price of used cars is sign of inflation, but it is just a sign that people doesn't have money to buy brand new because of the crisis. That's the challenge in life, to spot the lies and truth in a never-ending manner. It's hard to make rule of three every day. It's easier if you integrate it in things you already do. Mobile computing devices. The specialized hardware of mobile devices defines to a large degree the capabilities of those devices. This first section examines the various form factors of mobile devices, then look at specific hardware common to most devices. Device variants. Most common Most modern mobile devices fall into one of a few categories, including smartphones, tablets, and wearable technology, which all have similar features and capabilities. There are a few other mobile device types, and they are best understood as devices purpose-built to be better at some tasks than a general-purpose device such as smartphone or tablet. An e-reader is a good example. The CompTIA A+ 1001 exam objectives have a pretty long list of devices. So let's start with the most popular and go through them one at a time to understand what they do. Smartphones. One of the earliest types of mobile device was the personal digital assistant (PDA), such as the compact iPac from the late 1990s. PDAs had the basic features of today's mobile devices but lacked cellular connectivity, so you couldn't make a phone call. Many people, your author included, spent close to 10 years carrying a mobile phone and a PDA, wondering when somebody would combine these two things. Starting around 2003 to 2005, companies began marketing PDAs that included cellular telephones. Although cool features like using the PDA to access internet data weren't well developed. Figure 24 to 1 shows an early PDA with a phone, the once very popular RIM BlackBerry. While these tools were powerful for their time, it wasn't until Apple introduced the iPhone in 2007 that we saw the elements that define a modern smartphone. A multi-touch interface as the primary input method for using smartphone. A well-standardized application programming interface (API) enabling developers to create new apps for the system. Tight consolidation of cellular data to the device, enabling any application. Since then, smartphones have developed many more features and uses. They have come to play a big role in the trend toward ever-present connectivity. Big two operating systems, Google Android or Apple iOS. See Figure 24.3. iOS runs exclusively on Apple hardware, such as the iPhone. Phones running Android come from a multitude of manufacturers. Smartphones typically have no user replaceable or few replaceable components and have to be brought into specialized and, in some cases, authorized service centers for repair. Examples of the big two smartphones: OS, Android. Tablets are very similar to smartphones. They run the same OS and apps and use the same multi-touch screen. From a text perspective, they're like large smartphones without the phone. While a typical smartphone screen is around 5 inches, tablets run around 7 to 12.5 inches. Unlike smartphones, tablets generally, there are a few exceptions, lack a cellular data connection, instead counting on 802.11 Wi-Fi to provide internet connectivity. There are low-end tablets, usually running some variation of Android with limited hardware. And then there are higher-end tablets, such as the Apple iPad. The differences between the low and high end of the cost spectrum are hardware quality, capabilities, and features. Purpose-built mobile devices. In the introduction, I mentioned other purpose-built device. Because these devices are laser-focused on being good at one of the many things, we could use a general-purpose mobile device for. A few things tend to be true. First, general-purpose devices usually have apps for performing the same task. Second, the justification for purpose-built devices. I should stay in my company until I found a reliable way to make money other ways, but without change, there's no growth or success. It may be true that 360 feedback is the most important in an organization dependent on systems, but a lot of your performance review from your colleagues, customers, and employer is the degree of your independence and ability to be self-started. Because we cannot leverage time, it only scales linearly. Technical skills is harder to learn because you can easily practice communication skill at home. Communication skills are often considered harder to learn than programming languages or technical skills for several reasons. Complexity. Communication skills are more complex than technical skills because they involve not only the conveyance of information, but also the interpretation of tone, context, and body language. Effective communication requires the ability to tailor messages to different audiences and situations. Personalization. Communication skills are also more personalized than technical skills, as they involve individual style, personality, and interpersonal dynamics. Learning effective communication requires self-awareness and the ability to adapt to different communication styles. Practice. Unlike technical skills, which can be learned through formal education and training, communication skills require extensive practice and feedback. Effective communication is often learned through trial and error, and individuals must be willing to seek and incorporate feedback to improve their skills. Subjectivity. Communication skills are also more subjective than technical skills, as they are influenced by factors such as culture, gender, and personal biases. Learning effective communication requires an understanding of these factors and the ability to navigate them in different contexts. I should strive for excellence in everything I do. Striving for excellence often leads to pursuing perfection that leads to no improvement at all. Perfection is the enemy of good. Communication skills is a valuable skill because that is the single skill that prevents people from moving up the career ladder. Most careers progress fairly linearly. You have to take time to find those careers. It's worth a lot of effort to find them and create them. You don't want to be in a career where people who have been doing it for 2 years can be as effective as people who have been doing it for 20. Your rate of learning should always be high. Most people get bogged down in linear opportunities. Be willing to let small opportunities go to focus on potential step changes. The biggest competitive advantage in business, either for a company or for an individual's career, is long-term thinking, with a broad view of how different systems in the world are going to come together. One of the notable aspects of compound growth is that the furthest out years are the most important. In a world where almost no one takes a truly long-term view, the market richly rewards those who do. Trust the exponential, be patient, and be pleasantly surprised. I should apply as SME because the chemical engineer who transitioned to tech highlights his management career that makes him get the job. A lot of advice in groups or from other people is misleading, so you have to filter out what's useful to you. Take advice with great caution. World is going through a recession and it forces us all to specialize to be more efficient. One of the rules of success is to be hard to compete with. If what you can do can be done by someone else, it eventually will be, and for less money. This is true for companies and individuals as well. The best way to become difficult to compete with is to build up leverage. For example, you can do it with personal relationships, by building a strong personal brand, or by getting good at the intersection of multiple different fields. There are many strategies, but you have to figure out some way to do it. You can also do this by specializing during recession, because companies know that focused practice leads to compound learning that leads to increased intelligence and productivity in the job. Some people may succeed by being a generalist, but to avoid Hume's trap and to be hard to compete with and leverage the power of compound learning, you have to specialize. Frozen system. While a mobile device can freeze up just like a desktop system, and for the same reasons, the difference between operating systems and inputs means there aren't as many ways to successfully deal with a frozen mobile device. The immediate goal is getting the device back to a usable state. If the device isn't responding, you'll need to perform a soft reset, and without access to the OS, you'll have to follow the manufacturer steps for performing a soft reset. Probably either by holding the power button for a few seconds or removing the battery. When a device seems to be frozen, there's also a chance the touchscreen just isn't responding. Check if the device responds normally to hardware button presses or enable voice and gestures command before assuming it is frozen. If the device is still at least partially responsive, you can try to close an offending process from your list of recent apps. Even if you get the app to close, you may find the device unstable again as soon as you open the app. It's often best to save yourself wasted time, close the offending app, save any work in other open apps, and perform a soft reset. When the device is usable again, there may be more steps to take. If you know the device froze when you open a newly installed or updated app, you may need to uninstall it and consider waiting for an update or looking for a replacement. Sometimes operating system issues can cause device freezes, especially right after a device update. So look for follow-up OS patches correcting these types of issues. If the device randomly and with increased frequency freezes up whenever using apps performing similar tasks, any app that uses GPS or camera for example, then your device likely has a hardware issue and needs service. There's also a chance you'll find that the device is still unusable after the soft reset, in which case you'll need to look for the manufacturer's documentation on how to boot the device into any special modes that enable you to either remove an offending app, repair the OS installation, or reset the device to factory default. If this process also fails to render the device stable, you'll need to send it to a service center. Battery life. Just like the portable devices discussed in Chapter 23, modern mobile devices use lithium-ion batteries. While it's usually not too hard to make use of a more traditional portable computer while it's charging, the ergonomics of mobile devices can make it miserable to use one while it's charging. So it's even more important to make sure your device has power when you need it. Our purpose here is to look at how you can manage any battery to get most out of it. But first, we need to talk about the cornerstone of good battery management. Meeting user power needs. Mobile devices are rated in terms of how long their battery should power a device during normal use, how long the device can go between battery charges, and the levels of power that both the battery provides and requires in order to charge. Make sure you and your users have mobile devices that have a chance to last long enough to perform normal activities for an adequate amount of time. The numbers advertised by the device makers are a good start, but be suspicious of these figures. Mobile device review sites will benchmark the performance of more popular mobile devices and tell you how long they survive while performing some battery sucking tasks, like playing HD video. Know how long a given user's device will need to last on a charge, and try to make sure they get a device that can last at least 20% longer, to account for how the battery's capacity will dwindle over its lifetime. If there's no existing device that can meet the user's needs most of the time, make sure they either have a device with a removable battery and a spare, or have a portable external battery recharger. You can plug a mobile device into a portable battery charger, sometimes called external battery, power pack, or portable charger, to recharge when there's no available outlet. Managing battery life. There are two ways to think about battery life: how long it will last on each charge, and how long the battery can meet your needs before you have to replace it. Luckily, you can optimize both of these at the same time. When you waste battery life on device features you aren't using, not only will your device need to recharge sooner than necessary, but the extra recharge cycles will also shorten the useful life of your battery. Let's take a look at the biggest battery drains while keeping in mind that these are generalizations. Check your device battery usage. Monitor to see what is consuming most of its power. Display. Well, it depends somewhat on how big your device screen is and what kind of display it uses. The fastest way to drain most modern mobile devices is leaving the screen on. Keep the display off when you can, and use the lowest acceptable brightness setting. Because the screen looks so much more vibrant at full brightness, there's a good chance this will be either default setting. The battery savings from using the lowest setting may be increasing, but the best compromise is usually to figure the device to control brightness automatically. Displays the battery usage for an Android smartphone. Notice how much of battery is being drained by the screen alone. Battery usage for a smartphone. There are more options for optimizing how much power your display uses, though some of these differ by device or manufacturer. You can usually adjust how long the screen will stay on without input, and whether it will turn on when you receive a notification. Some devices have power saving modes and may even be able to save power by displaying grayscale instead of full color. OLED displays use less mode to display darker colors. If your device uses an OLED panel, you can also reduce power consumption by using black wallpapers and configuring apps to use a dark theme if the option is available. Wireless communication. To paint with a very broad brush, another big battery drain is the process of communicating without force. It's good to keep in mind that every form of wireless communication your mobile device is capable of, such as cellular voice, cellular data, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, NFC, etc., corresponds to a radio inside the device. In order to use that type of communication, the radio needs to be on and drawing power. If you aren't actively using that mode of communication but the radio is on, you're wasting power. Again, masturbation just reinforces the addiction feedback loop, and you're not really taking a break. It's almost involuntary because it became a habit. What you want when you want to do masturbation is solitude. It might be true that masturbation helps to get you solitudes, that's why it makes you more creative, but you don't need masturbation to experience solitude. You don't need to eat in a fancy restaurant to take a break because it will just make you feel empty in a never-ending manner and replace taking break as doing what you love. So that's what you meant of a break in the first place. Taking break is about doing what you love and sometimes interacting and doing things by your hand. Sometimes taking break is buying things cheaply, not eating all you can. Eating out is only done for health purposes and for us to be motivated to take break again or do what we love. Life is full of suffering. Do not make it always your break or doing what you love. What you can do is to shift your mindset in a way that will make you have the energy needed to change those habits. You can write down what you were able to think or what complex you have clarified during your solitude. Honestly, even if you already built a good habits, it's still hard to not get addicted because of your country, environment, digitalization, environment of the world, and so on. The mindset is that the way we can take break is by doing something by hand, and the new mindset here is you have to integrate it in your own strengths and weakness. You thrive under pressure, so you have to pressure yourself by doing more handcraft things until you get tired and fall asleep. But at the same time, you have to be financially, emotionally, and spiritually secure. Additionally, you have to remember that there is no such thing as break or as you would imagine here in this earth. That's the pressure, but you can be at a state of solitude, which your human heart desire, which will help you solve complex problems. This is where Coursera is somewhat right, especially your kind of personality. And the security is that by knowing that you'll live a more fulfilling, secure life and therefore happy, break life. Masturbation just reinforced the addiction feedback loop. Taking break in a restaurant makes you want to take break more, which will never end in a never-ending manner. It's different when you choose to be addict in the right things. It compounds and became difficult to break, but it's easier to build bad habits. Sometimes taking break is about doing things that will make us feel secure, like living frugally. Sometimes taking break is doing things by your hands, even if it's not emotionally rewarding like smoking and junk food. Even if it seems boring since it will ingrain a not so happy good habits in your brain. It's hard to remove bad habits than good habits, but it's even harder when you are in Philippines. You have to consider that you like being pressured whilst feeling secure in your break. Life is full of suffering. We cannot escape it by taking break. You don't get the other reasons why you're doing close to truth and close to life. It's to clarify your thoughts and make you a better communicator. It's to do solitude, reflect on things and solve complex problems. It's so many multifaceted reasons why you should do it. There's always more benefit to close to truth and close to life than what I've thought before, like clarity and solitude of the mind. I should do it using bullet points of rule of 3 because it makes it easy to go back to and easy to use in real life. It's nice to be consistent and focused, but humans need something tangible to keep us going. So be sure to acquire videos that you're going to cut in your free time, or make that one thing your goal, not the entire picture. It didn't indicate that our mind is active and the world is comprised of stuttering, so we have to cope with it. Numbers and bullet points helps us save energy which can be used in other things. What many people get wrong in sleep is that it shouldn't be more and less. Sleeping 6 hours a day when your normal sleep pattern is 5 hours is bad for you. Additionally, sleeping well took a long time to build. It's not some one-day formula, so masturbation to help you sleep is just research published by foreign institutions, finding a way to make profit. It doesn't matter if you lack a sleep for one day, as long as you have consistently right sleep moving forward. So brain books saying that one day of lack of sleep is wrong with the new information we had gathered doesn't mean they're bad. They might have problem with communication because they didn't consider the environment, increasing bad habits formation of people during pandemic, scheduled sleep routines. They are solving problem in a non-systematic way. That's why it doesn't work. Thomas Frank brain professor research probably evolved to system thinking, which is truths that make sense today. Mobile hardware features. Much of the usefulness of mobile devices is driven by the many hardware features they include. This section explores the basics: screen technologies, cameras, microphones, digitizers, and GPS connectivity. Screen technologies. Mobile devices use a variety of screen types. Most tablets use some type of LCD panel, just like portable devices and desktop monitors. The less expensive ones, Twisted Pneumatic (TN), the better ones like the Apple iPad, use an in-plane switching IPS panel for richer colors and better viewing angles. Refer back to Chapter 17 if you need to review the difference between these panel types. We'll take a look at the technology that turns the screens into touch interfaces in the upcoming digitizer section. Some similar devices, like the better smartphones, use a related technology organic light emitting diode OLED that lights the screen with an organic compound. Applying an electric current causes the organic layer to glow in the precise spots desired. Some devices use active matrix OLED, AMOLED, which adds a TFT layer for more control over the screen. OLEDs and AMOLEDs don't use backlights at all, which means they can display through black. They're lighter and they use less electricity than LCDs. Exam tip: OLED screens use an organic compound exposed to electrical current for lighting. They don't have traditional backlight. Cameras. Many mobile devices have distinct front-facing and rear-facing cameras. These cameras enable chatting with grandma over FaceTime, tearful YouTube confessionals, and Instagram selfies. Devices with a camera can transmit video over cellular and IP-based networks, such as the Internet. The most recent round of camera upgrades on mobile devices, particularly on smartphones, rival and sometimes beat dedicated point-and-shoot cameras. See Figure 2411. Author's camera app on his iPhone XS. Modern smartphone camera features include high dynamic range, ADR, HDR, light compensation, and other functions that enable the user to finely tune a photo or video. Additionally, these cameras offer a variety of options when taking photos and video. Some cameras enable you to take bursts of shots, like 10 in a single second, to make sure you capture faster moving objects and action shots, as well as slow motion video. When coupled with the multitude of apps available for mobile devices, you can edit photos and videos on the fly, adding light filter effects, cleaning up shots, and even adding special effects. Microphones. Almost all mobile devices incorporate at least one microphone. Smartphones certainly wouldn't be of much value without a microphone, and you wouldn't be very effective at communicating over Skype or FaceTime without them. Additionally, many people use mobile devices to dictate speech or record other sounds, so microphones serve many purposes on mobile devices. As with the portable devices discussed in the previous chapter, mobile devices commonly have more than one microphone to enable noise cancelling routines to work their magic. In contrast to those more traditional portables, you may need to take more care to avoid blocking any of the microphones on a mobile device. Digitizers. When electrical engineers talk about digitizer, they refer to a component that transforms analog signals into digital ones. That is to say, it digitizes them. That's not what the texts talk about when discussing digitizers on mobile devices. A digitizer refers to the component that provides the touch part of a touchscreen. When your finger contacts a touchscreen, the digitizer's fine grid of sensors under the glass detects your finger and signal the OS its location in the grid. As with modern trackpads, you can use one or more fingers to interact with most touchscreens. Exam tip: the CompTIA A+ 1001 exam objectives mention touchscreen configuration as something you do on a laptop or mobile device. While this might be a thing on laptops like the Microsoft Surface, it doesn't really apply to mobile devices at all. Global Positioning System. One major feature of mobile devices is the ability to track the device location through GPS. Cellular or Wi-Fi connections. I should stay in my company until I found a reliable way to make money other ways, but without change, there's no growth or success. It may be true that 360 feedback is the most important in an organization dependent on systems, but a lot of your performance review from your colleagues, customers, and employer is the degree of your independence and the ability to be self-starter because we cannot leverage time. It only scales linearly. Technical skills is harder to learn because you can easily practice communication skill at home. Communication skills are often considered harder to learn than programming languages or technical skills for several reasons. 1. Complexity. Communication skills are more complex than technical skills because they involve not only the conveyance of information, but also the interpretation of tone, context, and body language. Effective communication requires the ability to tailor messages to different audiences and situations. Personalization. Communication skills are also more personalized than technical skills as they involve individual style, personality, and interpersonal dynamics. Learning communication requires self awareness and the ability to adapt to different communication styles. Number 3. Practice. Unlike technical skills, which can be learned through formal education and training, communication skills require extensive practice and feedback. Effective communication is often learned through trial and error, and individuals must be willing to seek and incorporate feedback to improve their skills. 4. Subjectivity. Communication skills are also more subjective than technical skills as they are influenced by factors such as culture, gender, and personal biases. Learning effective communication requires an understanding of these factors and the ability to navigate them in different contexts. I should strive for excellence in everything I do. Striving for excellence often leads to pursuing perfection that leads to no improvement at all. Perfection is the enemy of good. I am working to achieve my performance goals like AHT, including callback, hold, and after call work, QA, compliance, and attendance. I am working to meet Nordia client and colleagues and customers' needs. Does my service or product work the way Nordia, colleagues, and Bell customer needs and expects, considering its competitor and our company's strategic priorities? Your product, service, or experience is the real game. It's helpful to remember this. 10 customers' expectation is what customers seems to buy the most. Reinforce key behaviors again and again. A standard far more rigid than their scorecard measured. Better experience, better customer service, better product, better care, better world. Keyword is expect because there can always be manipulation between buyer and seller. That's why you should also mention that you are from fraud preventions to set clear expectations. That's 90% of problem of managers. Expect because hacking is the pursuit of knowledge, and if you don't know the fundamental of the seller and buyer in the business you are at, you are fucked. When your employer or employees scam you, you'll be counting at loss. Reinforce this expectation thing when speaking to customer. Serving customer and understanding their evolving needs and wants. Great vision comes from others. It's important to become the person that everybody is happy to be around because our vision in the world is to become preoccupied of the needs and wants of others. Help people achieve their goals and they will help you achieve yours. We are all in the business of customers' perception, whether we recognize it or not. Are they able to do what they expect when they use my service? Key point: customers expect you to innovate your services over time. Was the problem solved? What is better ways to solve the problem moving forward? What new tools can we use or eliminate to make the process better? Did you resolve customer concern without asking for support? You have to fight to have better process because that's part of exceeding expectation and part of your job of making a courageous culture as a frontliner. Preventing physical damage. For something shaped a lot like a bar of soap and sometimes almost as slippery, mobile phones can cost a lot of money. That means you need to take steps to prevent damage. The first step you should take to protect your slippery investment is a case, protective cover, or sleeve for the mobile device. It doesn't help the HD camcorder in your new iPad if you get a scratch across the lens. You'll get a scratch, blurry movie even though the camcorder is capable of much more. Apple makes very nice covers for iPhones and iPads. Plus, you can get many third-party covers and sleeves. Depending on the amount of money you're willing to spend, you can get a cover that helps protect your screen from scratches, impacts, and small amounts of water. Like to scuba with your Android device? Get a specialty waterproof case and go post your deep thoughts to Facebook from 40 feet underwater. Do the obvious to protect your devices. Don't get them anywhere near liquids. Don't run your smartphone through the wash in your trousers. Don't even think about placing heavy objects on that $600 tablet. Use common sense. Combating malware. Malware on mobile devices is an interesting issue. Tight controls on the OS and apps make traditional malware infections almost impossible on iOS and Windows Phone devices. When malware strikes, the OS maker supplies periodic patching/OS updates, automatic updates, and operating system patches. Android lacks some safeguards that we see in iOS and Windows Phone. To plug the gap, there are third-party antivirus and anti-malware single-user, user-level, and enterprise-level solutions available. Figure 25.9 shows an example of user-level antivirus software for an Android device. Antivirus app for an Android. In an ideal world, Your mobile anti-malware software will cover all threats and work on all the devices used in your corporate network. In a heterogeneous real-world infrastructure, because there may be a variety of mobile devices from different vendors using different operating systems, a one-size-fits-all anti-malware solution probably won't work. Multiple solutions may be necessary for different devices present on a network, or different modules covering specific types of device may be available from the vendor to integrate with an enterprise-level anti-malware solution. In any case, the most important part of an enterprise-level anti-malware solution is delivering timely updates to the devices on a routine basis. Network access control solutions can ensure a device is checked for the latest anti-malware signatures and updated as necessary when it attempts to connect to the network. In the case of user-managed devices, you may need policy, network access control, and other technical solutions to ensure users are updating their own devices in a timely manner. Dealing with loss. The best way to make sure you're ready to survive losing a mobile device is to assume it's inevitable. Say it to yourself, every mobile device will get lost at least once. I hope most of your users will prove you wrong. But the odds are good we'll all misplace every device we own at least once. Most of us will be lucky and find it right where we left it, but it could just as easily go the other way. When you start with the assumption that your device will end up at the mercy, kindness, or ignorance of strangers, at least once, it's obvious you should protect your data from access by putting good passcode lock or screen lock on the device. Most mobile devices enable you to set a passcode lock or screen lock through settings. See Figure 2510. Do it right now. There are many types of these locks. The most common require you to input a password, PIN, pattern, fingerprint, or successful facial recognition to unlock the mobile device so you can use it. Modern iOS and Android use full device encryption to protect the built-in storage, so even a finder who dismantles the device to access the drive will not get your documents. Securing computers goes into much depth on malware, including the types of malware as well as the most common sources and symptoms of malware infections. Securing computers goes into much depth on malware, including the types of malware as well as the most common sources and symptoms of malware infections. As we discussed in the system lockout section earlier, mobile devices may also have a preset restriction on the number of login attempts that can fail before system lockout occurs. This system lockout slows down someone trying to guess the passcode of a found mobile device while you use locator services or applications to recover or remotely wipe it. Exam tip: for the purposes of the CompTIA A+ 1002 exam, know what settings. Chapter 27, Securing Computers, goes into much depth on malware, including the types of malware as well as the most common sources and symptoms of malware infections. As we discussed in the system lockout section earlier, mobile devices may also have a preset restriction on the number of logging attempts that can fail before system lockout occurs. This system lockout slows down someone trying to guess the passcode of a found mobile device while you use locator services or applications to recover or remotely wipe it. Exam tip: for the purposes of the CompTIA A+ 1002 exam, know what fingerprint lock, face lock, swipe lock, and passcode lock or screen lock methods used to secure mobile devices. Apple and Google offer locator services for discovering the whereabouts of a misplaced mobile device. Using Apple's iCloud as an example, log into your iCloud account and click the Find My iPhone button. Despite the name, it also works for iPads. As soon as the device in question accesses the internet and thus receive an IP address and post its MAC address, iCloud will pinpoint the location within a few yards. See Figure 2511. Very slick. Locating a device in iCloud. Recovering from theft. If your mobile device gets stolen and contains sensitive information, then you have a couple of options for dealing with it. Locator services help, but if you have a credit card information or other risky data on your mobile device, you need to act quickly. First, make sure you keep your data backed up. You should have everything synced to a local machine and, if possible, back up to one of the remote backup applications, like Microsoft's OneDrive cloud service, to put your data beyond the reach of even a disaster that takes out your house. With Windows Phone, for example, go into Settings and select Backup. This screen lets you select what items on your phone get backed up. Selecting items to get backed up. For Apple devices, you back up and restore with one of several services such as iCloud, iTunes, or use the Apple configurator to handle a fleet of iOS devices. Android devices use the Google Sync feature to back up and restore. Second, you can remotely wipe your mobile device. Apple, for example, makes it supremely easy through your Apple account. Log in, locate and nuke your device. See Figure 2513. You may never get the device back, but at least the bad guys won't have your data. It's equally simple with Android devices. Log in and follow the same process. Locate and nuke. Erase iPad. Securing your data. Every security scenario we've discussed so far, remote wipe accepted, was designed to secure the device itself. Let's turn to how we can protect our actual data. Multi-factor authentication. The terms multi-factor and single-factor authentication make the difference obvious enough. The number of factors used to authenticate the user. What the terms don't make obvious is what exactly an authentication factor is and why one of the most popular authentication schemes, a username and password, is a kind of single-factor authentication. Let's start with the factors. First, there's the knowledge factor, something the user knows, such as a username, password, date of birth, social security number, etc. The second factor is ownership or possession, something the user has in their possession, such as a smart card or token. A third factor is inherence, something the user either is or something they do. An example of an inherence factor is a biometric identifier, such as fingerprint or retinal pattern. I will not be able to have a successful career in non-voice because it will not enhance my communication skills, which is important in everyday life. My next employer will hesitate to hire me because 6 months of employment is really not enough. Also, HR changes the policy for the top 1% to make more money. Sergiello became an electrical engineer and graduates has a better chance of having a job these days compared to undergraduates. Communication skills include written and oral. Non-voice account in Amazon will improve your written communication skills. Accounts is canceling their classes. HR knows that it became extremely difficult to find a job in call center today because call center is at its worst time. GCQ is not yet lift up. Job support is becoming more valuable than voice. HR accuracy of hiring decreases because creativity and productivity decreases. Unemployment in the Philippines is expected to rise to 5 million, and it's expected to continue for at least a decade from now. There's only 50% of people working in the office. The best account to have today is Amazon, and your bank account is drowning. My next employer will be thrilled to hire people with experience, that is currently employed because the call center industry became saturated and brutally competitive. They knew that getting fired becomes radically normal compared before, which is really high, which makes HR thinks it's normal because of the pandemic and downsizing phenomena. They just gonna keep their existing employee because it will cost them money, waiting time, medical fee, e-voucher, cash, referral fee, marketing expenses, HR expenses, and so on. So they're gonna refer you to other account as much as possible. Kuya Echo still becomes an employee of Google despite of job hopping experience. They understand that pandemic affects how you apply for a job. HR changed the policy because call center industry is drowning because of US-China wars. US made a policy to stop immigrants. US wants to do their jobs in their country. Philippines restrict call centers to establish new locations in NCR. Most tech startup fails in the Philippines. US economy will expected to contract more than expected. It will take longer to get back US consumer confidence. Facebook is drowning. Filipinos are great advertiser or scammer, especially call center agents in HR and so on. 15K signing bonus. Don't look jobs in Facebook because Philippines HR are great scammers. Graduates has a better chance is a vague understanding of workplace today. O- Of all the industry that has the most graduates, the salary decreased. Most graduates don't know what they want to do in their life, so they often do restaurant jobs in cities, which doesn't exist today, which makes the in-demand or the survival job a last alternative. It pays to know what you want or goals early in life because it gives you a lot of time to achieve it. Employers knows that degree is not essential today. It's all about your skills. Look at Jeremiah Delente and the required qualifications in call center. Business world is very different in US colleges and it's drastically different in Philippines colleges. PhD in academics is different in business. It's hard to find a job today because of social distancing, double down on bad habits, US-China wars. Duterte wants to decentralize job opportunities. US failed in this pandemic. GDP will be expected to be worse than expected, and so on. It's okay to have Amazon as your temporary account because the company has their highest GDP growth than ever. HR knows that you are a job hopper and Amazon is not the right fit for you. Truth: call center HR today became brutally competitive. HR doesn't care if you're a job hopper because they are not surface thinker. They're a great scammer, but they also knew that getting fired is normal because of the downsizing phenomena. Policies by the government, US-China wars, pandemic, and so on. It's hard to find a job because of US-China wars. Duterte wants to decentralize PH and so on is also true, but it's putting you out of context. It's hard to find a job, but you can solve your security problem using Grab and Sales. You can sell something. The problem is how you can be productive. You can wait for the job that is fit for you to become before you enter to a job because it will cost you time and time is the most valuable assets you have. Invest in the stock market now because you can withdraw it anytime. From Big Data 1.0 to Big Data 2.0. One way to think about the state of big data technologies is to draw an analogy with the business adoption of internet technologies. In Web 1.0, businesses busied themselves with getting the basic internet technologies in place so that they could establish a web presence, build electronic commerce capability, and improve the efficiency of their operations. We can think of ourselves as being in the era of Big Data 1.0. Firms are busying themselves with building the capabilities to process large data, largely in support of their current operations. For example, to improve efficiency. Once firms had incorporated 1.0 technologies, throughout and in the process had driven down prices of the underlying technology. They started to look further. They began to ask what the web could do for them and how it could improve things they'd always done. And we entered the era of Web 2.0, where new systems and companies began taking advantage of the interactive nature of the web. The changes brought on by this shift in thinking are pervasive. The most obvious are the incorporation of social networking components and the rise of the voice of the individual consumer and citizen. We should expect Big Data 2.0 phase to follow Big Data 1.0 once firms have become capable of processing massive data in a flexible fashion. They should begin asking, what can I do now that I couldn't do before, or do better than I could do before? This is likely to be the golden era of data science. The principles and techniques we introduce in this book will be applied far more broadly and deeply than they are today. Note, it is important to note that in the Web 1.0 era, some precocious companies began applying Web 2.0 ideas far ahead of the mainstream. Amazon is a prime example, incorporating the consumer's voice early on in the rating of products, in the product reviews, and deeper in the rating of product reviews. Similarly, we see some companies already applying Big Data 2.0. Amazon again is a company at the forefront, providing data-driven recommendations from massive data. There are other examples as well. Online advertisers must process extremely large volumes of data. Billions of ad impressions per day is not unusual, and maintain a very high throughput, real-time bidding systems make decisions in tens of milliseconds. We should look to this and similar industries for hints at advances in big data and data science that subsequently will be adopted by other industries. Data and data science capability as a strategic asset. The prior section suggests one of the fundamental principles of data science. Data and the capability to extract useful knowledge from data should be regarded as key strategic assets. Too many businesses regard data analytics as pertaining mainly to realizing value from some existing data, and often without careful regard to whether the businesses has the appropriate analytical talent. Viewing these assets allows us to think explicitly about the extent to which one should invest in them. Often, we don't have exactly the right data to best make decisions, or the right talent to best support making decisions from this data. Further, thinking of these as assets should lead us to realization that they are complementary. The best data science team can yield little value without the appropriate data. The right data often cannot substantially improve decisions without suitable data science talent. As with all assets, it is often necessary to make investments. Building a top-notch data science team is a non-trivial undertaking, but can make a huge difference for decision making. We will discuss strategic considerations involving data science in detail in Chapter 13. Our next case study will introduce the idea that thinking explicitly about how to invest in data assets very often pays off handsomely. The classic story of Little Signet Bank from the 1990s provides a case in point. Regretting is not the same as seeing things in another perspective. Regretting just feeds the mental feedback loop and deceives you that it's true because everything you think is true. Truth is but a way of looking at things. Some things are more important in terms of scientific advancement, money, etc. Just like saving money, it takes years to develop the habits of thinking in a positive light. Your brain automatically thinks in negative light because you are programmed to it. You have a millions of evidence compared of thousands of evidence that you are worthy and good enough. It's really hard to be productive when you think that you are a failure. You won't be able to move. That is why it's important to fix your self-image first, because your productivity solely depends on your self-image. Your self-image will determine how much productivity you think you can have. If you think there is a ceiling of money that you can have, it will happen for you because everything you think is true is true. It's all about how much you think are possible for yourself. Do you think Jeff Bezos can become so rich if he thinks it's not possible? So it is the foundation of all productivity in life. There's no secret tools to time management. It takes years to develop that self-image. Interacting is listening 80% of the time when interacting to people. You're gonna be using listening body language most of the time. Communication, interacting and speaking is very different. Communication is a way of life. You did not fail in Pitney Bowes and T-Mobile. It is the reason why you are successful now. It's the reason why you are a fraud analyst, gets Voodoo Master, worth 700,000, friends with Mucha, have motorcycle, Grab driver, know that there are a ceiling of income at every age. Top 20 to 1% of income chance of staying there is very slim. People who earns a lot of money lives paycheck to paycheck because people who overspend on small things tend to overspend on big things because of the cause and effect. It's the reason why you discover that it's voodoo. It's the reason why you learn that it's only a redirection and learning. It's the reason why you became a real great communicator. You don't need to be at Google or JP Morgan to be successful financially. There are so many things that you are not accounting for when saying that Janet, Cynthia, Raymond, Zoran, etc. is successful. There are many specific factors that you need to consider. Life is complex. It's hard to measure someone's success, let alone determine the exact reason for someone's success. Don't just compare yourself to others and feel worse about it. Whenever you feel worse and unworthy, always think the grass at the other side. Success is different for all of us. Our goals determines our success. We are better off in a passive state of emotion, anger, frustration, envy, comparison, or any bad emotion are most of the times unproductive and won't solve anything. We don't focus on 80% of what's happening to us. Neuropsychology states that we focus on what we believe to be true, and if our goals and what we believe is not congruent, then you won't achieve your goals. I also need to find evidence that what is on the other side is true for me to be able to achieve my goals. Like, it's not about how much money you make, it's how much money you save. It's your beliefs from the past that keeps you from thinking that you are not good enough or Janet is more successful. Saving money with other people will work in a duplex home and in America. That truth won't work in Philippines in one bedroom where you share apartment with negative people, especially when people are charging more than what you consume in electricity and water. You could be living on your own with only 5,000 maximum expenses for rent, electricity, and water. Food is always been based on what's useful to us. We need a hyper-localization approach to beat Uber like Grab. Our job titles matters, but talents and routines is what will prevail over time. Trends and income come and go. Brand matter, but it's not as important as talent and routines. I should not find another job because being a star is context dependent. If star performance is context dependent, then we should not just be thinking of looking for better companies because most employees are better off jumping around companies every 3 to 5 years to maximize their learning and value to the marketplace. The longer you are in the company, the more specific your skill is to that company and the more productive you will be at your job. The longer you are in a company, the less generalized and transferable skill you accumulate, and thus the less value you have in the marketplace. Data is only valuable if it leads to increased return in investment. Data is only valuable if it leads to increased productivity and investment, but most businesses' decisions are being done by computers. Businesses are increasingly driven by data analytics. Facebook is valuable because of the ad revenue they produce. Facebook, Twitter, and other Digital 100 companies have high valuations primarily to data assets they are committed to capturing or creating. Pursuing knowledge and learning the life of people from different industries in great details is a high valued activity and should be rewarded. Or, let's say you take a position with a venture firm and your first project is to assess the potential for investing in an advertising company. The founders present a convincing argument that they will realize a significant value from a unique body of data they will collect, and on that basis are arguing for a substantially higher valuation. Firms where the business people do not understand what the data scientists are doing are at a substantial disadvantage because they waste time and effort, or worse, because they ultimately make wrong decisions. Technical skills is harder to learn because you can easily practice communication skills at home. Communication skills are often considered harder to learn than programming languages or technical skills for several reasons. 1. Complexity. Communication skills are more complex than technical skills because they involve not only the conveyance of information, but also the interpretation of tone, context, and body language. Effective communication requires the ability to tailor messages to different audiences and situations. Personalization. Communication skills are also more personalized than technical skills as they involve individual style, personality, and interpersonal dynamics. Learning effective communication requires self awareness and the ability to adapt to different communication styles. Practice. Unlike technical skills, which can be learned through formal education and training, communication skills require extensive practice and feedback. Effective communication is often learned through trial and error, and individuals must be willing to seek and incorporate feedback to improve their skills. Number 4. Subjectivity. Communication skills are also more subjective than technical skills, as they are influenced by factors such as culture, gender, and personal biases. Learning effective communication requires an understanding of these factors and the ability to navigate them in different contexts. I should strive for excellence in everything I do. Striving for excellence often leads to pursuing perfection that leads to no improvement at all. Perfection is the enemy of good. Communication skills is a valuable skill because that is the single skill that prevents people from moving up the career ladder. Most careers progress fairly linearly. You have to take time to find those careers. It's worth a lot of effort to find them and create them. You don't want to be in a career where people who have been doing it for 2 years can be as effective as people who have been doing it for 20. Your rate of learning should always be high. Most people get bogged down in linear opportunities. Be willing to let small opportunities go to focus on potential step changes. The biggest competitive advantage in business, either for a company or for an individual's career, is long-term thinking, with a broad view of how different systems in the world are going to come together. One of the notable aspects of compound growth is that the furthest out years are the most important. In a world where almost no one takes a truly long-term view, the market reward richly rewards those who do. Trust the exponential, be patient, and be pleasantly surprised. I should apply as SME because the chemical engineer who transitioned to tech highlights his management career that makes him get the job. A lot of advice in groups or from other people is misleading, so we have to filter out what's useful to you. Take advice with great caution. That's the best instrument of God uses to connect with people. If He is willing to pay for it, then there's more than enough to value it just like crypto. The money that they pay is how you help them. I should be prepared factors because there's a lot of things that goes into the systems or business, but that doesn't mean you should not follow a structure that built upon each other. Bell for every possible. Because you cannot push the customer back if you did not greet her well in your intro and if you did not make her aware that we rarely process SIM swap in the first place. Sometimes I should follow a structure, but at the same time, I should approach my tone of voice different to adapt to the customer. You don't have to say sorry again if your first sorry is sincere. There's a story of doctor who did not tell his patient about something and 1 week later, the patient's sickness got worse because the doctor did not tell him what it is. It is similar with our customers. They want us to be friendly, professional, and assertive in our resolution. For example, if a customer has a one-time charge on their bill, they want a friendly agent who is competent but also willing to tell them that it is a legitimate charge and explain to them why. If that's the case, a customer will feel confident in the help that they're receiving if you are willing to be honest and forthright with them. Number two, they want real upfront and at the same time consistent. Roman numeral 6. Having a self-image of poor is one of the greatest obstacles to becoming rich. You must not think of yourself poor, but you're obliged to give to others that are less than you with the little you have. Others might not see themselves as deserving, but that's okay. The time to close is when you know he is sold, but he is just insecure and unsure. You need to ask more than you tell when closing them in this way. Sometimes you won't have a structure because you are in a flow, just like when you turn off Facebook and did not blink. You are closing the deal for no reason because your brain shut off everything and just focus. Your friends at this point won't buy from you if they don't feel good about you. That's why you posted new SMS pa. Transfer queue is hard, not just because Bell do not want to transfer, but because they filter customer because customer is not always right. The Torah taught that the parents or employer must be always ahead, or at least try to be ahead when it comes to learning material. Learning material is just a basic principles and humans can work on the details. We might not be able to accurately predict the future, but we should always try. That's why great companies are built from secrets, because they are teachers and are always ahead of the curve. Sometimes the cost of preparing for the worst outweigh the cost of being a good customer service. Additionally, things in Torah are designed to be super balanced. If it becomes slightly more or less, the system won't work properly. That's why sometimes being clear and using WH questions works instead of these complex things. Sometimes over-perfection to the call leads to imbalance or inconsistency, which make the call imbalanced. That's why you're always receiving customer complaint about he said this, and you are saying different things. The way you connect when other representative provided different processes is you have to be sure of your process and load it up with reasons and be consistent. Reasons makes us more persuasive because it gives a shortcut to others. We use habits or shortcuts in this complex world. Most of the times it serves us well. Letting your customer test what you are selling works, not just because you're adding value or making the reciprocity consistency in your favor. It's also because we tend to value things more than we work hard for it. That's why colleague fraternity do hurt their new member instead of doing community service. Because when you test a new car and they suddenly have a bank error, you're likely to buy it anyway because of the reasons time wasted you came up to yourself while driving the car. The reason we value things when we work hard for it because of consistency. We want to be consistent because most of the time it serves us well. As I said, works because we want to stay true to our word. Two, not just because our consistency leads to technological advancement. Also, this kind of automation helps us navigate this complex world, not just of tech advancement, but because of persistence and consistency in persistent spirituality that help us go to heaven. You are not being strict, you are just being real. They prepare people who stay true to their word and they respect it. You just have to understand what they want. They don't want someone going in circles. Being real is the same as being consistent. People go through stuff that you don't know about, even when you're getting confused sometimes. Sometimes you don't even need to think if you're getting strict or not. All you have to do is be real and use WH questions, an objective relationship and sequence. That's what you only need to do to make things simple and real and straight to the point. Others will sense your feeling comes from ancient wisdom, not new science or Dunlock. If it doesn't logically make sense to you, it won't make sense to others. If it makes sense to you, then others will believe it because you'll bring the energy. David Ray. The knowledge is what is valuable. It's not the increase or the incentives. If you give it 3 to 5 years, the skills that you've attained will allow you to make $1 million more than the incentives or increase that you will get. People wants to be a solopreneur or millionaire or whatever, but how are you gonna reach that if you don't have wisdom and knowledge? How are you gonna earn more in stock market if you don't know fuck all? Investment in knowledge pays the best interest. How are you gonna earn more than 500 increase if you don't have the knowledge in business and how to make it grow? Open-ended question works not just because people value more what they work hard for. It's also because it gives us more information to work on. It clarifies the situation if it's not clear. There's always doubt about the future or what can happen because there's no guarantee in life, only high probability. If you did everything you could based on your knowledge, based on your advanced research, that you need to transfer, then transfer it. Sometimes we make things complicated because we are depressed and confused. Be aware of that and remember that being simple and honest is what the customer in store wants. It's not about being right all the time or perfect or being 100% correct. It's about being true to your word. It's about being real. It's about being consistent. People believe more in consistency rather than truths because consistency most of the times are true and serves us well. Because the only absolute truths we know is habits and how that automation makes the system of this world works. Life will only be fair in the absence of choices. Sure, life is unfair in our limited view, but the reason people get into destruction is because they don't follow God's words. I should be consistent to be seen as real, but I also need to make them feel good at the beginning because people wants to feel good more than ever in this digital age. I should have resigned back then to learn to be independent and earn more without job so that I will be stronger in my cause in my next cause center because I should keep my integrity. Because the money that I will make if I stay will be stagnant, and I won't be a top performer if I'm making it up. Other people will notice it and they won't trust me. Risk, symptoms, and clues. The value of your curiosity, intuition, and persistence begins to show in a big way when we look at the risks, symptoms, and clues that malware or some other security problem is present. When you read about a potential risk here, don't assume you'll only see it by itself, because malware and other attacks can be creative, complex, and multifaceted. View the scenarios discussed below as risks to understand and manage. Symptoms of malwares or an attack, or merely clues of an attack underway. Much like you shouldn't assume you'll see these things as isolated incidents, you shouldn't assume when you encounter one or more of them that malware or an attack is necessarily present. In fact, we've already discussed many of the issues in this section as they relate to other kinds of mobile device problems. Unexpected resource use. If you think about it, malware is just software or program that uses device for work or task you don't want it to do. Like any program working hard, malware can cause resource issues. Because resource issues can also be relatively benign problems fixed by a soft reset. It's easy to shrug them off. Be suspicious, especially if you see patterns and can find an obvious explanation. The first clues of an ongoing attempt to spy on your company may well be an uptick in data outbound from affected cellular devices. Power drain and high resource utilization. A hot phone, high resource use, and excessive power drain can be common signs that an app is frozen or malfunctioning. But they might also be symptoms that your device is doing precisely what a malware developer intends. The device might be hot, sluggish, or low on battery because it's a live recording device, uploading everything it records in real time, or because it's copying files available on the network to a remote location. Slow data speeds. Likewise, slow data speeds can be a sign of network issue, signal quality problem, frozen apps, regular syncing of large files, or a sign that device is busy uploading or downloading something without your knowledge. Slow data speeds may also clue you into one or more devices that are attempting to use an illegitimate WAP or cell tower that has a lower capacity than its official counterpart. Data transmission over limit. As discussed earlier, a data transmission limit is a line in the sun that indicates when a device has used more data than its plan or carrier allots for it. Perhaps the user drove across the country while listening to Spotify, or perhaps the device is uploading stolen data from the device and other network locations. Unintended connections. A major security issue is unintended network, such as cellular, Wi-Fi, and Bluetooth connections. Unintended cellular network connections aren't common since these are pre-programmed into the phone by the carrier and periodically update. But there is a technique called tower spoofing that involves setting up equipment to spoof a carrier's tower and infrastructure and cause a cellular device to use instead of the normal tower equipment. It requires overpowering the nearest legitimate cell signal, causing the cellular device to lock into it instead. Equipment used in tower spoofing can also eavesdrop on any conversation, even if it's encrypted. In some cases, the equipment can fool the device into turning off encryption completely, and sophisticated attacks can even install malware on the device. Just as hackers have been using this technique for a few years, law enforcement officials have been reportedly using it as well. Since 2010, there have been numerous cases highlighted in the media questioning the admissibility of evidence obtained from cell signal interception. Media reports say various federal, state, and local law enforcement agencies use a device called a stringay to intercept a suspect's cell traffic using tower spoofing equipment and techniques. There's even an aircraft-mounted version known as Dirtbox. Note, though much of the news coverage on tower spoofing focuses on US law enforcement agencies using the stringay, you could just as easily encounter malicious cellular or Wi-Fi networks run for a variety of reasons by individual businesses, organized crime, and governments anywhere in the world. Unintended Wi-Fi connections and unintended Bluetooth pairings can enable malicious people to access, steal, or modify data. Configure your mobile device not to connect to unknown mobile Wi-Fi networks. I should not job hop because being star is context dependent. Truth: if star performance is context dependent, then we should not just be thinking of looking for better companies because most employees are better off jumping around companies every 3 to 5 years to maximize their learning and value to the marketplace. The longer you are in the company, the more specific your skill is to that company and the more productive you will be at your job. The longer you are in a company, the less generalized and transferable skill you accumulate, and thus the less value you have in the marketplace. Data is only valuable if it leads to increased return in investment. Data is only valuable if it leads to increased productivity and investment, but most business decisions are being done by computers. Businesses are increasingly driven by data analytics. Facebook is valuable because of the ad-revenue they produce. Facebook, Twitter, and other digital 100 companies have high valuations primarily to data assets they are committed to capturing or creating. Pursuing knowledge and learning the life of people from different industries in great details is a high value activity. I should quit my job now while I am young and pursue the things I have potential to excel that has compound returns on my investment. Joshua De Leon are not aware of the luck that is going for him when he entered the call center industry in the right time in 2016 and data analyst job in 2020 because that is the reason why he has financial and career success today. Number 1, most of us won't get that kind of luck in our career, so we should be able to spend less than we make and be competent because salary only scales linearly. Number 2, it's important to appreciate the value of our communities because without them, we are nothing. It may be good to focus on a very specific skill that will make you more productive in your community and push it forward. Technical skills is harder to learn because you can easily practice communication skill at home. The truth is, communication skills are often considered harder to learn than programming languages or technical skills for several reasons. 1. Complexity. Communication skills are more complex than technical skills because they involve not only the conveyance of information, but also the interpretation of tone, context, and body language. Effective communication requires the ability to tailor messages to different audiences and situations. Number 2, personalization. Communication skills are also more personalized than technical skills, as they involve individual style, personality, and interpersonal dynamics. Learning effective communication requires self-awareness and the ability to adapt to different communication styles. Practice. Unlike technical skills, which can be learned through formal education and training, communication skills require extensive practice and feedback. Effective communication is often learned through trial and error, and individuals must be willing to seek and incorporate feedback to improve their skills. Number 4, subjectivity. Communication skills are also more subjective than technical skills, as they are influenced by factors such as culture, gender, and personal biases. Learning effective communication requires an understanding of these factors and the ability to navigate them in different contexts. Striving for excellence often led to pursuing perfection that leads to no improvement at all. Perfection is the enemy of good. I am working to achieve my performance goals like AHT, including callback, cold and after call work, QA, compliance, and attendance. The truth is, I am working to meet Nordia clients, glow leads, and customer needs. Does my service or product work the way Nordia, colleagues, and the customer needs and expects, considering its competitor and our company's strategic priorities? Your product, service, or experience is the real game. It's helpful to remember this. Understanding economics is just one thing. How would you how would you do it? You can teach your knowledge about money scams, Silicon Valley, how to control yourself by doing your alchemy of self and so on. Close to truth, your motivation should not be to impress your high school friends. Successful people in life does not know by everybody because if you have success going on you, you have to maximize it as much as you can, just like eToro and GrowPagoda. If you are making money on it, it doesn't make sense to turn your customer into competitor, especially if it will affect how you make money. Successful business are built from secrets from the outside or proprietary technology because then it's hard to replicate. Unfortunately, that's the way you can be financially successful in life by not letting others know your secret because then the supply will be high. It really depends on your goals. Your goal is not to be known by everybody when you are financially successful because you don't want to be the center of attention. Think about your personality when determining your goals. That's why it's hard to advise someone because we have different personalities. Please remember this in doing YouTube. Think about the personalities of your audience and then respond according to that. You also have to do it in a positive and non-offensive way. Comparing and using others to make us resourceful or constraining ourselves is different. Achieving the goal or outperforming them is not really the goal. It's the pursuit of creating new industry while playing at their standards because that's what you enjoy doing. You can be 80 years old and still doing the same things because that's what you love and it's something you won't regret forever. Add to the fact that our environment or our competition helps our psychology, and competition is bad for us because it means we're competing for profits in a very niche market. Adding in green days is bad for our psychology is a big understanding of that. Adding in red days works because it makes us think positive, learn, redirect when things is not going according to our plan. And that mindset makes us innovative. Things that we never thought possible for ourselves in investing, life, and business, just like cold weather. True learning comes from application or in your real life because you are using all your senses and it's about being grateful on the things you're most grateful at every point in your life and learning more of yourself as you do that to get your emotions set up and think of it objectively and see how you can improve and making your goals as structured as possible and copying what's good in structure of others like school and so on. Taking care of a child is an obligation of parents. Parents should not raise a child or be tempted by their dopamine if they are not self-sufficient. It's okay if you can help yourself or you have millions of money to the point where you can retire. But you can do that if you can help yourself yet. How could you help them? You cannot give what you do not have. You can help them with more of your money in the future. God has a plan for them and can solve their problem more than money could. Let God handle it. They shouldn't have a child in the first place. The first step is the hardest part. You should think of YouTube as free marketing tool to get the most of money. You should think of it as company marketing its products. I can be successful working at home, at least in cybersecurity, just like Jim Browning had remote access to hackers, CCTV. Being more grateful is a big understanding of that because you only have limited of those. You have to add another motivation, which is your goals. Facing that struggle is the thing that will move the needle in your goals, just like how you make progress in exercise and so on. More importantly, secrets are found in difficult but doable situations. Great secrets are found from people who are relentlessly looking for them. Society makes us feel that everything has been figured out already when it is far from true. Truth is there's more secret to be found. You also have to create a system like close to truth and close to lie of what you need to do, step by step, or in this case, what specifically the mindset you should have. Introduction. The result of the analytic step is an analytical fraud model built using either a descriptive, predictive, social network, or combined technique. Essentially, the analytical model reduces to a mathematical formula predicting the fraud occurrence or fraud amount. In the next step, this model or formula needs to be integrated into the existing business environment and ICT architecture in order to successfully complete this exercise. It is of key importance to perfectly understand the business requirements, which are usually specified by the end users of the analytical models. Furthermore, after the models have been put to work, they need to be closely monitored such that any deviation in performance due to changing fraud behavior can be detected in a timely way and corresponding actions can be undertaken. In this chapter, we will discuss various issues that arise when deploying, using, and monitoring analytical fraud models within a specific business context. The analytical fraud model lifecycle. In previous chapters, we discussed how to develop analytical fraud models using descriptive, predictive, and social network analytics. Once the model development has been completed, the analytical model can proceed to the next step in the model lifecycle. See Figure 6.1. Model development, model testing, model staging, model production, model retirement. The analytical model lifecycle. During model testing, it will first be verified whether the model can satisfy all requirements needed to solve the business problem. For example, in a credit card fraud detection settings, it will be verified whether the model can come up with a fraud score in a sufficient amount of time. Example, less than 5 seconds. It can also be checked how the model behaves in case of missing or extreme inputs. Some dummy fraud cases can be used to verify the model's outcome. Upon successful completion of the model testing, it can proceed to a staging step. Here, the model can run in parallel with the old model for a specific period of time. Example, 1 month. A champion-challenger strategy can be adopted, whereby the old model is the current champion and the new model, the challenger. In case the challenger beats the champion in performance, the model can proceed to the production step and the old model can be replaced. Various replacement strategies can be adopted. In a direct changeover strategy, the old model is immediately replaced by the new model. Obviously, this should be carefully planned by making sure all stakeholders have been appropriately informed and trained, and backup facilities are available. Another alert alternative could be a phased implementation strategy. The idea here is to gradually introduce the new model. For example, in a car insurance fraud setting, the new analytical model can be used to score all claims with claim amount below 5,000 euro, whereas the ones with claim amount above 5,000 euro are scored with the old model. If the new model works well on the low amount claims, it can then step by step be further migrated to handling all claim amounts. Finally, a parallel strategy can also be adopted, whereby the new and old model run in parallel in production during a transition period. Example, 3 months. The overall fraud score is then a weighted combination of the score of the new and old model, whereby gradually more weight is put on the new score such that at the end of the transition period of the old score has been fully replaced by the new score. The final step in a model's life cycle is retirement. The idea here is to bring the model out of the production environment and store it in a model repository where it can be consulted later. Retired models can be useful for benchmarking or tracking purposes. Model representation. When deploying a fraud analytics model, it is of crucial importance that the representation used is easily understandable and readable. Depending on how the analytical models were built, various representations may be adopted. In what follows, we will discuss the traffic light indicator approach and decision tables. Traffic light indicator approach. A first way to represent the outlet of a fraud analytics model could be based on traffic light indicator coding. Van Gestel, based on St. Martin 2015. In this approach, colors are assigned to the outcome of the analytical model. These colors directly correspond to the probability of a customer being a fraudster. When using logistic regression, the outcome probabilities can be categorized and colors can be assigned to each category. This illustrated in figure. Being more grateful is a big understanding of that. It's a big understanding of why school does not work. What's your proposed solution? Does your learning structure work for you so far? No. The structure of projects in a partner with others works. It's just that those projects should be up to date and relevant in the current world. So try to copy the good and dismiss the bad. You don't have to pay for that structure, especially during COVID-19, where money is scarce and we need to keep socially distanced. School is a business like no other. They charge more for their tuition because they spend more on their facilities for marketing and get many students and make a lot of profits, but the price are getting passed back to the consumer. School was created as services, jobs, and increases. Scale of time is a big understanding why investing works. Investing helps us to think critically, to question things without new, and as a result, makes us become more innovator and know economics and finance more, which makes us more money. It helps us to question ourselves what important truth do we very few people agree on it. It helps us to uncover secrets because we're persistent in believing something that few people agree on. It helps us to be positive in a negative situation, which is very important in life because there's always something to be negative or complain about no matter how much money you have. It helps us to think the 8 steps forward, just like in chess. It helps us to predict the future and be engaged in the market, which lets us have an idea on which industry we are supposed to work. We thought that Darren Hardy is the real deal, and Ray Kurzweil's prediction is true because it works in your studying before. But are you sure that your professors are not complimenting you like Andrew Carnegie in business to get something from you, which is the marketing to other students? Most of the problems in the world is either easy or impossible to solve because society makes us feel that everything is known out there and there's nothing to be known. But the reality is, there's so much secret that hasn't been found, but you have to keep looking at them and realize that there's a problem that's difficult to solve but doable, and there's a problem that's impossible to solve which makes us depressed. Maybe dopamine detox is impossible to solve. Why not start with doable? Maybe it's about learning from our mistakes and being grateful at every point of our life. Airbnb CEO saw big opportunity when others see nothing at all. Find a niche market and make a monopoly in there, and adjust in adjacent markets, and don't compete or disrupt. I don't need to spend 200 on my off. I could just collect multiple 1 peso deals on Shopee and use it on my off. Losing 15,000 in investing is a blessing in disguise. It's our effort to look for secrets in life. We don't have to be correct all the time. That field is what makes us live longer. Our efforts to look for hard and difficult to discover secrets sometimes may surprise us and get us off guard. But those who can resist the hardest, look for the gratefulness in that situation when others see nothing, will be rewarded. Those who can resist the hard things like eating healthy or like a dream will be rewarded. Those challenges and tackling hardship is what will make us happy in the first place. Truth is we are all just seeking to be fulfilled, and for you that might be to be financially wealthy, and for others it may not. And that's evidence that all of us in the entertainment industry. Knowing yourself, you've been entertained by some audience. You buy into his way of thinking. We are all in the business in the entertainment industry, but you forgot that what's make you fulfill is security, and that comes from achieving your goals. And based on your goals, you want to achieve all your goals because you are a achiever by nature. So you have to be ready to feel extreme stress when you feel a little bit of dopamine, because that process of tackling hard things is what will make you happy. That is why finding secret works, because life works in black and white. If you do hard things, you will make your life enormously easy too. The more you do hard things, the more you will be motivated because you are grateful and are achieving your goals. Troubleshooting laptop problems. Laptops live in that gray area between desktops and mobile devices. They have many of the same problems as desktop PCs, which you learned about in Chapter 12, along with many of the same problems as tablets and smartphones, which are coming up in Chapter 15. This section touches on some of the most common laptop problems you may encounter, overlapping somewhat with those other two chapters, coverage, but also hitting some unique topics. Touchpad and mouse troubleshooting. A malfunctioning touchpad is usually the result of a missing, corrupted, or out-of-date driver or improper configuration settings. If the touchpad is properly installed, it's fairly foolproof. First, confirm that the touchpad appears in Device Manager and there are no problems with it. Try updating its driver from the driver tab in its property box. If that doesn't work, try uninstalling it in Device Manager and then refreshing the hardware list or restarting the PC. If that doesn't work, you might try using the generic driver in Windows. To do that, in Device Manager, right-click your touchpad driver and choose Update Driver Software. Browse My Computer for driver software. Let me pick from a list of device drivers on my computer. Select HID Complaint Mouse. Select Next and follow the prompts. Pointer drift or ghost cursor describes the condition where the on-screen pointer seems to move all by itself. In very rare cases, this can indicate malware infection. Example, someone is remotely controlling the computer. But it's much more likely that the touchpad sensitivity is set too high and the user's hands are brushing against it when typing. Another common cause for this is conflicting device drivers. Try removing any custom drivers for external pointing devices and sticking with the general Windows provided drivers to see if that solves it. Touchscreen troubleshooting. If a touchscreen is completely non-responsive, try using the keyboard and mouse. If they don't work either, the device is looked up. If they work okay, try rebooting. You'd be amazed, or maybe you already know, how often that fixes whatever problem you're having. Still no luck? Make sure the connections inside the laptop to the monitor are snug. There may be two separate cables connecting the display to the motherboard, one for the touchscreen and one for the display output. Calibration is also occasionally an issue. If where you touch and where the touch is registered don't match up, you might need to calibrate the screen. This is more common on tablets and phones than on laptops, but you can still use the calibration utility on a touchscreen laptop. The main reason you might calibrate a laptop touchscreen is because you've just replaced it. In Windows 10, open the Settings app and in the Find a Setting search box, type Calibrate. Then click Calibrate the screen for pen and touch input. This opens the tablet PC settings dialog box. From there, click the Calibrate button to run the Digitizer calibration tool utility. Follow the prompts from there, which involve touching various spots on the screen marked by a crosshair. Keyboard troubleshooting. If you press one key and the character for another appears instead, the keyboard map has gotten confused. Rebooting should fix the problem. If it doesn't, try using compressed air to blow out the space under the keys, if you can get to it. If a key is physically sticking and you can get access to the space under the key without tearing up the keyboard, consider replacing the keyboard. Laptop keyboards are not very expensive, under $50 usually. Here's a less obvious fix for keyboard issues that we stumbled upon a few years ago by accident. We had a laptop keyboard where the period key stopped working. All other keys were fine. The solution we finally found was to do a hard reboot on the machine by holding down the hardware power button for 5 seconds, so Windows booted from scratch. Not just into and out of hibernation mode. Problem solved. Another common problem, well, not really a problem, but an annoying. I should quit my job now while I am young and pursue the things I have potential to excel that has compound returns on my investment. The truth is, Josh Valdeleon are not aware of the luck that is going for him when he entered the call center industry in the right company in 2016 and data analyst job in 2020, because that is the reason why he has financial and career success today. Most of us won't get that kind of luck in our career, so we should be able to spend less than we make and be content because salary only scales linearly. It's important to appreciate the value of our communities because without them, we are nothing. It may be good to focus on a firm-specific skill that will make you more productive in your community and push it forward. I should not hop companies because being a star is context dependent. If star performance is context dependent, then we should not just be thinking of looking for better companies, because most employees are better off jumping around companies every 3 to 5 years to maximize their learning and value to the marketplace. The longer you are in the company, the more specific your skill is to that company and the more productive you will be at your job. The longer you are in a company, the less generalized and transferable skill you accumulate, and thus the less value you have in the marketplace. Data is only valuable if it leads to increased return on investment. Data is only valuable if it leads to increased productivity and investment, but most business decisions are being done by computers. Business are increasingly driven by data analytics. Facebook is valuable because of the ad revenue they produce. Facebook, Twitter, and other Digital 100 companies have high valuations primarily to data assets they are committed to capturing or creating. Pursuing knowledge and learning the life of people from different industries in great details is a high-value activity and should be rewarded. Or let's say you take a position with a venture firm and your first project is to assess the potential for investing in an advertising company. The founders present a convincing argument that they will realize significant value from a unique body of data they will collect, and on that basis, are arguing for a substantially higher valuation. Firms where the business people do not understand what the data scientists are doing are at a substantial disadvantage because they waste time and effort, or worse, because they ultimately make wrong decisions. Technical skills is harder to learn because you can easily practice communication skill at home. Communication skills are often considered harder to learn than programming languages or technical skills for several reasons. 1. Complexity. Communication skills are more complex than technical skills because they involve not only the conveyance of information, but also the interpretation of tone, context, and body language. Effective communication requires the ability to tailor messages to different audiences and situations. 2. Personalization. Communication skills are also more personalized than technical skills, as they involve individual style, personality, and interpersonal dynamics. Learning effective communication requires self-awareness and the ability to adapt to different communication styles. Number 3. Practice. Unlike technical skills, which can be learned through formal education and training, communication skills require extensive practice and feedback. Effective communication is often learned through trial and error, and individuals must be willing to seek and incorporate feedback to improve their skills. 4. Subjectivity. Communication skills are also more subjective than technical skills, as they are influenced by factors such as culture, gender, and personal biases. Learning effective communication requires an understanding of these factors and the ability to navigate them in different contexts. I am working to achieve my performance goals like AHT, including callback, hold and after call work, QA, compliance, and attendance. The truth is, I am working to meet Norja client, colleagues, and customers' needs. As my service or product work the way Norja, colleagues, and Bell customer needs and expects, considering its competitor and our company's strategic priorities. Letter A. Your product, service, or experience is the real game. It's helpful to remember this. 10 customers' expectation is what customers seems to buy the most. Letter B. Reinforce key behaviors again and again. Letter C. A standard far more rigid than their scorecard measure. Example, predicting customer churn. How are such data analysis performed? Consider a second, more typical business scenario and how it might be treated from a data perspective. This problem will serve as a running example that will illuminate many of the issues raised in this book and provide a common frame of reference. Assume you just landed a great analytical job with Mega Telco, one of the largest telecommunication firms in the United States. They're having a major problem with customer retention in their wireless business. In the Mid-Atlantic region, 20% of cell phone customers leave when their contracts expire, and it is getting increasingly difficult to acquire new customers. Since the cell phone market is now saturated, the huge growth in the wireless market has tapered off. Communication companies are now engaged in battles to attract each other's customers while retaining their own. Customers switching from one company to another is called churn, and it is expensive all around. One company must spend on incentives to attract a customer, while another company loses revenue when the customer departs. You have been called in to help understand the problem and to devise a solution. Attracting a new customers is much more expensive than retaining existing ones, so a good deal of marketing budget is allocated to prevent churn. Marketing has already designed a special retention offer. Your task is to devise a precise, step-by-step plan for how the data science team should use Megatelco's vast data resources to decide which customers should be offered this special retention deal prior to the expiration of their contracts. Think carefully about what data you might use and how they would be used. Specifically, how should Mega Telco choose a set of customers to receive their offer in order to best reduce churn for a particular incentive budget? Answering this question is much more complicated than it may seem initially. We will return to this problem repeatedly through the book, adding sophistication to our solution as we develop an understanding of the fundamental data science concepts. Note, in reality, customer retention has been major use of data mining technologies, especially in telecommunications and finance businesses. It is more generally where some of the earliest and wildest adopters of the data mining technologies for reasons discussed later. Data science, engineering, and data-driven decision making. Data science involves principles, processes, and techniques for understanding phenomena via the automated analysis of data. In this book, we will view the ultimate goal of data science as improving decision making, as this generally is of deep direct interest to business. Figure 1 places data science in the context of various other closely related and data-related processes in the organization. It distinguishes data science from other aspects of data processing that are gaining increasing attention in business. Let's start at the top. Data-driven decision making. DDD refers to the practice of basing decisions on the analysis of data rather than purely on intuition. For example, a marketer could select advertisements based purely on her long experience in the field and her eye for what will work. Or she could base her selection on the analysis of data regarding how consumers react to different ads. She could also use a combination of those approaches. DDD is not an all or nothing practice, and different firms engage in DDD to greater or lesser degrees. The benefits of data-driven decision-making have been demonstrated conclusively. Economist Eric Brian Jobson and his colleagues from MIT and Penn's Wharton School conducted a study of how DDD affects firm performance. They developed a measure of DDD that rates firms as to how strongly they use data to make decisions across the company. They show that statistically, the more data-driven a firm is, the more productive it is, even controlling for a wide range of possible confounding factors. And the differences are not small. One standard deviation higher on the DDD scale is associated with a 4% to 6% increase in productivity. DDD also is correlated with higher return on assets, return on equity, asset utilization, and market value. The customer service toolkit. Note that I did not say you can ever defend yourself. At some point, the facts of the matter can, and perhaps must, come out. But if you don't first lean into what they are saying, they have pins in their ears and cannot hear you. Defending yourself too soon is ineffective when you are right and outrageously offensive when you are wrong. Deliver us from bad service. 1 year the street I live on and run my business from was renamed. Most delivery companies figure out how to deliver to this new address, but one delivery service often circled my town cluelessly with packages from my biggest client, having no idea where to go and eventually returning them to their senders. I tried to sort this out with carrier repeatedly. Its toll-free number routed me to the local office, and someone there would say something like, "Oh, you must have told Patty about your new address." Patty doesn't work here anymore. Now you'll have to talk to Trixie about it. The third time I called after missing a key delivery, the woman on the other of the line said, So, what can you do? Hear them and learn from them. And then, of course, shift gears into problem solving. Hopefully, with someone who is now listening to you instead of screaming at you. That is really all there is to it. You follow exactly the same approach, whether the customer is right or wrong. The consequences are large or small, are the problem solvable or not. Why learning is so hard? Tuning in is simple, powerful, and it works. So why do we so often say exactly the wrong things in moments of crisis? Because our intelligence trips us up. Critical situation put us on high alert, and that wonderful brain of ours kicks into overdrive, coming up with ways to protect ourselves. Here are the few things your intellect is pounding on the door to tell you when someone is ranting at you. If I give credence to the complaint, it will become my fault. Guess what? It already is your fault in the customer's mind. That's all that matters to the customer, and your silence simply makes you all the more complicit in the situation. It often feels strange to be emphasizing how horrible and awful something is for a customer. It almost seems like an admission of guilt to the person saying it. But to the listener, the exact opposite is true. You become someone who gets that other person, and the listener instinctively flips a switch that turns you from foe to friend. And that makes everything that follows much easier. The customers might demand more than I can give. Might? Heck, she probably will. So the answer to this question, what is more likely to rile up customer into demanding too much? If you hear and acknowledge her, or if you turn it into block of eyes. Upset customers often posture and make outrageous demands. They do it when you try to help them, and they do it a lot more often when you try to ignore them. So you might as well let them do what they do, and trust your communication skills to handle the situation. We devote chapter 8 of this book to what to do when people demand too much. But there is a sneak preview when you acknowledge what another person wants. Validate the feelings behind those requests and focus on what you can do. You have a much better rate of success than if you use the "I'm sorry, sir" approach than human nature is pulling you toward. I will just be fueling the anger by acknowledging it. Think about a parent with a fussy 3-year-old in the seat of a grocery cart. The child is screaming, crying, and demanding candy. Ignoring this behavior or changing the subject sometimes makes the firestorm pass. The child slowly learns that yelling doesn't always get what you want, and that the parent learns to turn a deep ear to angry outbursts. But your customer isn't 3 years old, and you aren't the customer's parent. By going ostrich, you commit the cardinal sin of trying to diffuse conflict. You make someone who is feeling unheard feel even more unheard. He reacts by puffing himself up to be even more threatening, so you will pay attention to him. See where this is heading? You aren't alone here. World cultures have often learned to deal with conflict by shutting down to it. We probably wouldn't have Visigoths sacking Rome in the Middle Age. Visualization is not just about the future of becoming infinite times ahead of the future. It's also about seeing all the details and intricacies of that future. It's fully visualizing all the details and intricacies. It's about thinking of all the possible worst-case scenarios, realizing that what we see in the world is just a need-to-know basis, and so we have to work harder to see more of it. It's about seeing all the intricacies in pictures and organizing it. You have to counteract all their uncertainty. If you raise your level of certainty, that is the best way to sell something. You have to research things you don't know about the product, like virgin tests, because that's the best way to sell something. You have to know the business, become an owner, and collaborative. You also have to fully understand the concept of adding and removing receivers and why we do each step of our process. You have to know how we run credit check manually. Mamilin buys because you provided value in terms of not having to book multiple riders and keep every single one of those. Not to mention the hassle of talking to each rider and being a good person to every one of those. Adding value is about how much time, money, peace of mind, trust from Facebook you created for people. Think win-win, value creation is not a zero-sum game. You'll find that invention, visualization, is the root of all value creation. Number 3. Companies set standards and goals based on employees' tenure and performance data. They also measure performance over a long period of time because they know that a variety of things can impact performance in any given week, day, or hour. I am incredibly lucky to live in a time where YouTube exists. I am lucky because I was born in time where laptop, phone, and other things exist. I'm lucky to be part of the world who supplies manufactured goods rather than agriculture because whoever have will be given more and we are living in power loss. I am incredibly lucky to have immune system strong enough to protect me from COVID-19 and lucky enough to understand it from Mercola's point of view. Japan have the most successful auto company in the world. That's why they were able to provide those jobs. But there's not a lot of jobs like that in the world. I need to paint the big picture of what will happen in the end and act based on that and be sure you'll be a good person while doing it. That's why you have to pull up anyone fast to check if customer is eligible. And while doing that, you have to manage customer emotion while taking the beginning until the end. It's also about knowing your weakness in details of visualization, which is the sense of smell, touch, surrounding, feeling, and so on. I can be good at anything, but the time is my constraint because I have to be doing communication before I turn 25 to be really good at it. Anyone can know the process of Bell satellites, but how can you do that in the shortest amount of time? That's the real constraint. Because our life on this earth is limited, because God did not give us everlasting life yet. That's why people that can save enormous time are rewarded. It's a shortage of labor because people cannot work or don't want to work, especially in US and Canada, where they are almost all unhealthy or obese. It's a labor shortage based on data of Nick Kevin because people who want to work are lesser by 2%, which is around 2 million people. That is actually my advantage. Knowing how authorization, ACH, and stock market helps me to know more about our SAIP. It helps me to know more about credit evaluation and how to handle conflicts. It helps me to know how can we restore suspended account. We can restore an account as long as there is no past due or not in collection. The way to visualize is by feeling, touching, being in the surrounding, and realizing that image does not accurately anticipate or see all the things needed to do things perfectly at first try. It's understanding that all of us have bias, that's why no one solved all the problems, and the hero we see in the movie who solves everything is more or less a product of devil's advocate. It's taking the visualization assessment and see what details you miss in the image, and that's probably your weakness. That's why people with aphantasia usually don't see image but can function very well because memory might not need pictorial brain but need a detailed visual of image, not feeling, hearing, touching, and so on. It's understanding that our bias is just part of the system and that our world works based on that. It's practicing remembering your dreams to improve your visual thinking. It's doing things that opposite to how you naturally think like motivating people. Visualizations vary in degree. Securing mobile devices. Mobile devices have become a security issue in many organizations for the reason mobile devices are part of the CompTIA A+ 220 to 1001 and 220 to 1002 exams. They have become ubiquitous and have become into the workplace, both by invitation when required for work and as party crashers when users bring their favorite mobile devices to work, even when connecting them to the corporate intranet. The act of bringing your own device from home to a workplace or organization is known as Bring Your Own Device (BYOD). System administrators have much less control over BYOD devices than they do corporate home devices. One way that businesses combat the potential security problems from BYOD is with firm policies and procedures that dictate how personal devices should be configured and should connect to the company network. As you learned in Chapter 1, such a policy is often called Acceptable Use Policy (AUP), and employees may have to sign it as a condition of employment. For example, an AUP might specify that employees cannot use mobile devices that have been cracked, meaning the devices have been modified to allow them to run untrusted applications from non-started app stores. Such applications can make the device and the network more vulnerable to malware. An AUP might also have profile security requirements, such as requiring complex passwords rather than a simple 4-digit password. To meet the challenges of supporting mobile devices in the workplace, you need to know about the hardware and software tools and features available for making mobile devices more secure, thereby protecting not only the devices but also the valuable and perhaps confidential data that they can access. Mobile security risks. There are several risks in using a mobile device, including unauthorized device access, spying, unauthorized use of the cellular data plan to access the internet on smartphones and tablets with cellular service, and malware. Let's look at each of those risks in more detail. Unauthorized device and account access. Unauthorized device access occurs when someone other than the owner is able to physically gain access to the device without permission. This can happen if there's no locked password on the device or if the person is able to circumvent or guess the password. Unauthorized account access occurs when the intruder is able to gain access to the owner's personal account or data as a result of gaining physical access to the device. The intruder is then able to snoop personal documents and notes and even sign into online services where data is stored. On an Android device, it is also possible for an intruder to gain root access, which allows the user to access the Android operating system itself to make changes to system files. This can result in malware being installed for the OS not working properly. This is called rooting, and it usually requires specialized rooting software. By default, Android devices don't allow root access. However, some users choose to root their phones, to install unauthorized applications, or to remove pre-installed applications put there by the wireless carrier. Someone gaining unauthorized access to a device may also surreptitiously enable location tracking software that can send data back to the hacker remotely to track the location of the device owner without his or her knowledge. The best way to prevent unauthorized device access is with a strong screen sign-in authentication. See sign-in authentication later in this chapter to learn about the available options. Spying. Spying can take many forms. The simplest kind is ordinary shoulder surfing, where someone watches you as you use your device. It's harder to spy on a smartphone or tablet screen from a distance because it's smaller than a desktop or laptop screen, but it still happens. Spying can also include unauthorized location tracking. As we mentioned in the previous section, someone has had physical access to your device can install a tracking device or tracking software on it. With certain spyware installed on your device without your knowledge, the hacker can also access your microphone and camera to spy on you visually or aurally. Unauthorized Wi-Fi or Bluetooth connection. Troubleshooting mobile device problems. To round out, to round out this chapter, we will next take a look at some of the many things that can go wrong with mobile devices and how to fix them. Hardware issues. Hardware issues include problems with the hardware, components on the device such as the display, the touchscreen, and the battery. Be aware, however, that sometimes software issues will manifest themselves as problems with hardware. For example, background running applications may be the underlying cause of short battery life. Dim display. A dim display could be the result of defective hardware, but it is more likely caused by a setting that is telling the device to conserve battery power by placing this display in a low power consumption mode. Check the device power management settings and do a soft reset, explained later in this chapter, before you assume that your device is defective. When the battery gets below a certain charge level, the OS may dim the display automatically. On an iOS device, choose Settings, Display and Brightness, and turn Auto Brightness off. Then restart the device by powering it off and back on again. Then go to Settings, General, Accessibility, Increase Contrast. While you're there, turn on Reduce Transparency and turn on Reduce White Point. On Android devices, choose Settings, Display, Brightness, and clear the Automatic Brightness checkbox. Then drag the slider to manually adjust brightness. You can also download an app that will enable you to control brightness and contrast settings. A dim display can also be the result of malfunctioning ambient light sensor. This sensor allows your device to change the brightness of the screen depending on the lighting conditions in the room. On iOS devices, occasionally, the zoom setting may cause dimness problems, although it's not an obvious connection. Choose Settings, General, Accessibility, and make sure zoom is turned off. One more thing to try is to reset all settings. This has some of the same effects as a hard reset, but it doesn't delete your data or media. On an iPhone, choose Settings, General, Reset, Reset all settings, Confirm. This option isn't available for Android. Out of options and still having the problem? Sync your device to a backup source to save everything, and then do a hard reset. As described later in this chapter. Cannot broadcast to external monitor. To use an external monitor, such as a TV, with your Android mobile device, you can connect them with a cable, such as micro USB or micro HDMI. Or you can wirelessly cast your screen using an app. HDMI is the best option, if available. The TV will simply mirror the mobile device screen. When mirroring a mobile screen to a TV, keep in mind that the mobile device must remain powered on the whole time. If it goes to sleep after 5 minutes, so will the TV display. Adjust settings as needed and plug the device into an AC charger to prevent battery drain. If you're going wireless, use an app and adapter such as Chromecast. Chromecast provides an inexpensive HDMI dongle that plugs into your TV and talks to your Android phone or other mobile devices wirelessly. Apple devices don't support streaming to an external monitor except with Apple TV. It supports AirPlay mirroring of the screen from iOS devices and is similar to Chromecast. If you are watching copyright protected content, it might not stream to a TV or other external monitor unless you sign up for a subscription and pay a fee. You'll be prompted if that's the case. Touchscreen non-responsive. As mentioned earlier, most touchscreens are capacitive, which means they respond to the electrical charge in a person's finger. They don't respond very well to glove fingers or styluses, not specifically designed for touch fingers. So first of all, make sure you're using a clean, dry finger on the screen. Next, make sure the screen is clean and accessible. Wipe it with a soft, slightly damp, lint-free cloth. If you're using a screen protector on the device, remove it. Restart the device. If it won't restart normally, force stop it and restart it, as explained later in this chapter. After you restart the device, if the touchscreen fails its startup diagnostic, you likely have a hardware problem. You can attempt to replace the touchscreen yourself, but if you're not familiar with disassembly and assembly of mobile devices, you could easily break something. It's better to enlist the help of someone who repairs mobile devices for a living. You can also employ diagnostics tools to check the screen. On an Android phone, you can use device diagnostics tools. For example, for more information about this tool, check out online resources. I should quit my job now while I am young and pursue the things I have potential to excel that has compound returns on my investment. The truth is, Joshua De Leon are not aware of the luck that is going for him when he entered the call center industry in the right company in 2016 and data analyst job in 2020 because that is the reason why he has financial and career success today. 1. Most of us won't get that kind of luck in our career, so we should be able to spend less than we make and be content because salary only scales linearly. Number 2, it's important to appreciate the value of our communities because without them, we are nothing. It may be good to focus on firm-specific skill that will make you more productive in your community and push it forward. Number 3, God wants us to become excellent in our communities and be dependent on each other because He is training us how to be a team player in heaven. I should not hop companies because being star is context dependent. If star performance is context dependent, then we should not just be thinking of looking for better companies because most employees are better off jumping around companies every 3 to 5 years to maximize their learning and value to the marketplace. The longer you are in the company, the more specific your skill is to that company and the more productive you will be at your job. Number 2, the longer you are in a company, the less generalized and transferable skill you accumulate, and thus the less value you have in the marketplace. 2. Data is only valuable if it leads to increased return in investment. Truth is, data is only valuable if it leads to increased productivity and investment, but most business decisions are being done by computers. 1. Business are increasingly driven by data analytics. Number 3. Facebook is valuable because of the ad revenue they produce. The truth is, Facebook, Twitter, and other digital 100 companies have high valuations primarily to data assets they are committed to capturing or creating. Number 1. Pursuing knowledge and learning the life of people from different industries in great details is a high-value activity and should be rewarded. Number 2. Or, let's say you take a position with a venture firm and your first project is to assess the potential for investing in an advertising company. The founders present a convincing argument that they will realize significant value from a unique body. Technical skills is harder to learn because you can easily practice communication skill at home. The truth is, communication skills are often considered harder to learn than programming languages or technical skills for several reasons. Number one, complexity. Communication skills are more complex than technical skills because they involve not only the conveyance of information, but also the interpretation of tone, context, and body language. Effective communication requires the ability to tailor messages to different audiences and situations. Number two, personalization. Communication skills are also more personalized than technical skills as they involve individual style, personality, and interpersonal dynamics. Learning effective communication requires self-awareness and the ability to adapt to different communication styles. Number three, practice. Unlike technical skills, which can be learned through formal education and training, communication skills require extensive practice and feedback. Effective communication is often learned through trial and error, and individuals must be willing to seek and incorporate feedback to improve their skills. Number four, subjectivity. Communication skills are also more subjective than technical skills. As they are influenced by factors such as culture, gender, and personal biases. Learning effective communication requires an understanding of these factors and the ability to navigate them in different contexts. Communication skills is a valuable skill because that is the single skill that prevents people from moving up the career ladder. The detailed understanding of servant is you should know the economics of your value. Number one, additionally, it's understanding that we love more what we give more. So it's not about loving what you do, it's doing what you must done, and while doing it, you will learn to love it over time. It's understanding that part-time can be deceiving. Of course, Grub is exception to the rule. But if you have all that extra time, why would you not spend it and put it towards being more productive? Number three, a professional doesn't look for what he loves. He makes himself love his work. By investing your time and effort, you end up loving it just like in stocks and crypto. You just learned that at an early age and became your strengths. Number four, just when you invest in people, you begin to love them. This is also true for your work. 5. God asked Adam to work in the Garden of Eden to make him love it. God wanted him to do the extra things like making the garden look beautiful, keep things spruced up, and looking nice. 6. There's nothing professional about sitting at your job 8 or 10 hours a day and hating every minute of it. This negativity will reflect poorly in your performance. 7. You see, to succeed in business or get promoted, you have to adopt servant attitude. Instead of looking for the job that you love, think of your job as serving God and God plans you to do. It's a 24/7, 7 days a week worship for God. This is also what David Ray are saying, being servant first. Add value to God first. Number 8. God rewards those that serve others. It's true in business and company ladder. Number 2. Getting a license is a hack, but that is just in the small minority. Most of people that has high IQ is just lucky, and they tend to not have a lot of friends because they have trouble befriending people they consider less intelligent than themselves. 1. Going back to God first. It's not good for a man to be alone. The fewer people you are involved with, the more disconnected you are, and the less healthy, happy, and wealthy you will be. Number 2, that's why our brain is for social, because God created man to be social. Number 3, that's why licensed CE only earns 700 a day in Jeremy's father's company. Number 3, making others laugh works because it's simple things that compounds over time. 1. It's being a servant and serving their entertainment needs. And remember, God rewards servant. 4. I should just think that I am in business and everything will change. 1. Just like Satya Nadella said to Microsoft employees, that's how you excel in making money and being promoted by BBMG Wills. Number 2, you just learned Business 2019 to some audience and Business 2020 on Shark Tank, so chill. Uncle are just trying to make money from you because he sold the gun of your mother. Also, he is the reason you can get credit card. You should love him as your best friend, but love him right, in God's way of connecting, which is in business. You should learn to love what he is doing by investing on it, so reply to him next 2 days. Number 3, if he did you wrong or not pay you back, it's your time to claim your sins and forgive them. Number 2, I should prepare for worst case scenario because that's how we adapt to thermodynamics effect of life. 1. As humans, we underestimate how things could go wrong. So to help you and your customer prepare, you have to do that at first. But you don't need to be really angry to customer. You can still use good tonality. Number 2, once you know the customer's problem and you can solve problem properly, then that's the time you can use copy the tone in the beginning, not necessarily transition from angry to good one. Number 3, you see, to succeed, you have to evolve and change, and that's a technique to adapt faster. 4, to change fast, you have to prepare to the law of nature, which is thermodynamics and realities of life by Ray Dalio. You see, the people you are playing basketball with knew this. They had people come and go with their life. 5. Also, while realizing those principles, you also have to respect beginning and the end and copying the tone in the beginning and the end if you are counteracting the objection to make it fall fast. Canadian has an entrepreneur mindset, personal independence and self-reliance. Respect for those starting a business, acceptance of failure in entrepreneurial and innovation efforts, and tolerance for high degree of income disparity. That's why when you say you're not an independent contractor, they have immediate respect for you. Securing a wireless network. There are several techniques for protecting a wireless network, both through maintaining physical security and through the configuration utility for a WAP or wireless router. Even devices designed for the consumer market have sophisticated security technologies, and any technology or feature that applies rules to control access between networks is a firewall technology. On top of that, many of these devices automatically and securely configure themselves while walking you through the process. We will review important tasks for securing a wireless network next. And in the upcoming exercise 17-1, you will see the steps required to configure settings for most of this. 1. Physical security. Ensure that you physically protect the heart of the wireless network, the WAP or wireless router, both from theft and from harmful conditions. Then consider physical security of the computers and devices that connect to the network. Because many of them are small, mobile devices, those two characteristics make them vulnerable to theft. Therefore, consider taking steps to protect those devices and the data on them. For instance, using Apple's iCloud service, you can configure an iPod so that if it's lost or stolen, you can see its location via the internet and the use of GPS. You can remotely lock it or raise it. We learn about mobile devices in Chapter 15. Wi-Fi protected setup. Newer wireless routers support an automatic configuration method called Wi-Fi protected setup (WPS). WPS makes connecting wireless clients to a wireless network easy because you can simply press a button on the wireless router and on any compatible wireless NIC to securely connect them. However, if a wireless device is not WPS enabled, you will need to manually configure it with the settings, including the password to access the wireless network, explained in the next section. Wireless encryption. Wireless transmissions are vulnerable because they travel over radio waves, which are easy for anyone with the right equipment to pick up and read the data. Therefore, you should take steps to encrypt any data sent over a wireless network. There are three sets of standards for this: WEP, WPA, and WPA2. One concept to understand is that wireless encryption, as well as other encryption methods, depends on the use of code called encryption key, also simply called key, that is issued automatically by the encryption software. The key is used by other devices or users for decrypting the encrypted data. The types of keys and how they are used is one of the features that distinguishes the standards. Word Equivalent Privacy (WEP) is the oldest of the Wi-Fi encryption standards. It uses 64-to or 128-bit encryption that is easily broken. It does not encrypt the actual data in a packet, just the portion that contains the source and destination information. Another security issue with WEP is that it issues a single static key that is not changed from session to session, and that all network clients share. Further, WEP has no way to perform user authentication on the packet, something added to later standards. Consider WEP obsolete and do not use it unless it is the only wireless encryption standard supported by your hardware, which would make your hardware very old and due for being replaced. Wi-Fi Protected Access (WPA) is a data encryption standard based on the IEEE 802.11i security standard for wireless networks. It corrects many of the problems with WEP. It issues keys per user and per session, and includes encryption key integrity. I should quit my job now, while I am young, and pursue the things I have potential to excel that has compound returns on my investment. The truth is, Josh Valdeleon are not aware of the luck that is going for him when he entered the call center industry in the right company in 2016 and data analyst job in 2012, because that is the reason why he has financial and career success today. Number one, most of us won't get that kind of luck in our career, so we should be able to spend less than we make and be content because salary only scales linearly. Number two, it's important to appreciate the value of our communities because without them, we are nothing. It may be good to focus on firm-specific skill that will make you more productive in your community and push it forward. Number three, God wants us to become excellent in our communities and be dependent on each other because He is training us how to be a team player in heaven. Lie, I should not help companies because being star is context dependent. The truth is, if star performance is context dependent, then we should not just be thinking of looking for better companies because most employees are better off jumping around companies every 3 to 5 years to maximize their learning. At this time, the latest wireless encryption standard is Wi-Fi Protected Access 2, WPA2, which complies with the 802.11i security standard and that it does not support older network cards and offers both secure authentication and encryption, thus providing true end-to-end data encryption with authentication. It uses Extensible Authentication Protocol (EAP), which defines a tape of wrapper for a variety of authentication methods. A wrapper is a program code that acts as a logical container for other code or data. Wireless devices generally use EAP with Personal Shared Key (EAP-PSK), which involves using a string of characters, a shared key that both communicating devices know. WPA2 uses an encryption standard approved by the US government, Advanced Encryption Standard (AES). When preparing for the CompTIA A+ 2201002 exam, remember that WEP is an obsolete wireless encryption standard and that WPA has an improvement, but its 128 key TKIP encryption was soon broken, making it also obsolete. The latest and most secure of these standards is WPA2, which uses AES encryption. Each computer that connects must have a wireless NIC that is compatible with the version of wireless encryption in use on the WAP or router and will be required to enter a password. Normally, you can configure your wireless NIC to remember the password and use it every time it connects to that Wi-Fi network. Learn how to do this a bit later in exercise 17.1, configuring a WAP or wireless router. Changing SSID and disabling SSID broadcast. A service set identifier (SSID) is a network name used to identify a wireless network, consisting of up to 32 characters. The SSID travels with the messages on the wireless network, and all of the wireless devices on a WLAN must use the same SSID in order to communicate. Therefore, assigning an SSID is part of setting up a wireless network. A WAP or wireless router comes from the manufacturer with a pre-configured SSID name. You must change this name in the WAP. In fact, some configuration programs assign a random new name for you every time you run the configuration utility, but allow you the option to provide a different name if you wish. You can also disable SSID broadcast through the configuration menus on a WAP or wireless router. This means that before any clients can connect, someone must manually enter the WLAN name into the configuration for the client's NIC. Changing default administrator username and password. WAPs and wireless routers come with a default administrator username and password, which you must change immediately so that no one can easily log on to the WAP and change its configuration. Here again, securing your data. Every security scenario we've discussed so far, remote wipe accepted, was designed to secure the device itself. Let's turn to how we can protect our actual data. Multi-factor authentication. The terms multi-factor and single-factor authentication make the difference obvious enough. The number of factors used to authenticate the user. What the terms don't make obvious is what exactly an authentication factor is, and why one of the most popular authentication schemes, a username and password, is a kind of single-factor authentication. Let's start with the factors. First, there's the knowledge factor, something the user knows, such as a username, password, date of birth, social security number, etc. The second factor is ownership or possession, something the user has in her possession, such as a smart card or token. A third factor is inherence, something the user either is or something they do. An example of an inheritance factor is a biometric identifier, such as a fingerprint or retinal pattern. You commonly hear these three factors referred to as something the user knows, something the user has, and something the user is. Other authentication factors exist but are not as commonly considered in security authentication. For example, there's the location factor, somewhere you are. This can be used if the individual's location can be pinpointed via GPS or some other method. The individual may be required to be at a certain location in order to log into the system, for example. Yet another is the temporal factor. As the name implies, schemes using the temporal factor may require log on to a certain time of day, or even within so many seconds or minutes of another event. Token methods of authentication also use time factors, as the pin displayed on a token is only good for a finite amount of time. Armed with the factors, let's consider authenticating with a single factor. The most common scheme requires a username and password. Both are something you know, so the scheme uses a single factor. You can also think of a traditional door lock as single factor authentication. The key it requires is something the user has, a possession factor. During the initial push to move beyond single factor authentication, the term two-factor authentication grew common, and you'll still hear people use this term. Over the years, however, authentication methods using more than two factors have grown increasingly common, so it has become more correct to say multi-factor authentication. Multi-factor authentication can use a variety of methods as long as it uses more than one. Just because the term sounds fancy, it might make us think of complex systems at secret government installations. Don't assume multi-factor authentication hasn't played a role in everyday life for decades. For example, when you use a bank's ATM, you're using multi-factor authentication. Something you possess, the ATM card, and something you know, the correct PIN. Exam tip: don't confuse the username and password combination with multi-factor authentication. Only one factor is being used here, the knowledge factor, making this a form of single-factor authentication. Biometric authentication. Combined with other authentication factors, biometric elements can provide a very secure multi-factor authentication mechanism. An example of biometric authentication is presenting a smart card to a proximity badge reader, then placing your finger on a fingerprint reader to access a secure area. Mobile devices use biometrics too. Laptops have included fingerprint readers for a few years already, and they are common in other mobile devices, such as smartphones. A prime example is Apple's Touch ID. Starting with the iPhone 5s, the iPhone can unlock with fingerprint. Current iOS devices uses facial recognition to identify and authenticate users. Authenticator applications. Access to a third-party or corporate networks often requires strong authentication methods. Access to a corporate VPN, for example, may require specific app approval. Theory of everything. Full charge laptop and Voxer and medyas and porcelas and filter na puno and nakasulat sa likod phone and creativity and patay 3 beses ilaw and weekly rhythm and power bank, full charge, and iOS wallet. Need don't wipe data, basta-basta, and also need have backup data, and also need mong mag-focus sa isa lang, need mong i-repeat na rin yung leverage curve, and also need be careful pagbili, and also I needed to know that what we repeatedly see believed to be true. I needed to write what I learned in personal development, in the conversation mistakes, in the time management mistake, and what did I learn today, and also I needed to do and don't try to do it your own. Just do the basic fundamentals. I needed to base on batas, but make sure understand fully what is needed. I needed to not complain about mama, I need to appreciate her for who she is. One of the reasons I failed is because it's my first job. Being a Dean's Lister is a wrong goal to begin with. Challenges are opportunity to know what to do and what not to do, and to learn the skill you don't currently have. You become what you teach about, not think about. If in this overabundant condition that you have, you are not grateful, then those positions at $10,000 won't ever make your dreams or feel that you are successful enough come true. And it will just cause self-destructive behavior because it is giving you self-destructive behavior. Truth, they are the one who fails the most, and right now they know what to do and not to do. Problem-solving army plumber teacher. Truth, I can stop it with proper handle and by rewarding myself when I stopped it. Yes, most engineers are bad communicators than other people who studied communication. But communication in general is in low demand nowadays, and there are engineers who are great communicators like Bill Gates. An engineering degree don't matter nowadays. What matters is your skill now and what you think you are capable to do, like living in your own terms because you know you are at worst top 5% in Philippines. And God's plan for you is to be great communicator and technologist. My basic needs are not met nowadays. Your basic needs are met because people back then survived by just working and sleeping. And 90% can barely eat and drink water. But now, you can eat, drink, and have a house forever. And it will just be better in the next year. And it will be better drastically. It's just that your lower self wanted you to think that scarcity mindset instead of being grateful and where your attention goes, energy flows, and that will become the outcomes of your life. The difference is not our perspective or our expectation about money and happiness. That is the difference because the higher we achieve in life, the more likely we expect more, and the higher the expectation, the higher the unhappiness and self-destructive behavior or fear of failure. So be happy now with what you have because you are living in an overabundance world and you will be secure forever. I should not speak or act to my listener in a way that I am doing them a favor or speaking or acting in a way that they want, not what I define as their wants, but what they define as their wants. That is actually what I needed to do. I won't have a better job when PL Marks fired me after 6 months. The truth is, the most successful in their industry is the one who fails the most, and failure is important ingredient in order for us to course correct to get to our goal or what works or what is the most useful for us. And in this case, the most useful is to learn Japanese in Japan or have sales job or have a high income job which you can work anywhere or software freelance because if you achieve the 1 year in call center you will realize that it's not what you want like electrical engineering course because there's nothing more failure than a wrong goal to begin with, and people who are job hoppers are more likely to have a better job, and people who get fired are more likely to be promoted to the top based on statistics. I am not CEO, so getting fired is not applicable to me. Truth, what God plans you to be is to be massively better or successful, and the most successful in any industry is the one who fails the most. They fail fast, that is why they get to the top better, and they fail without society knowing it. Truth, even if society knows it or not, is a failure because that is the fact. Call center agent is not a wrong goal to begin with. That is a wrong goal to begin with because you won't be a CEO of Google. given in Apple and Google do not fail all the time. Understanding mobile app support. Mobile devices give users the ability to roam practically anywhere they want to and still be connected to the world. Whether this is a good or bad thing can be up for debate, but here we'll focus on the positive aspects of this freedom. One of the compelling features of mobile devices is to help you pinpoint where you are and help you get from where you are to where you want to be. This is accomplished through location services, which we will cover in this section. Another positive of mobile devices is of course their size. Small devices are far more portable than bulky desktops or even laptops. You're unlikely to fit a laptop into your pocket. While mobile devices aren't great for editing spreadsheets or documents, they are more than adequate for sending and receiving email, managing calendars, and storing business and personal accounts. And for larger data storage needs, mobile devices easily connect to the cloud or desktop or laptop computers for synchronization. We'll cover all of these topics in this section on mobile app support as well. Understanding location services. Location services identify where you are and can help give you a route to where you want to be. Two different technologies combine to form what we know as location services, and they are GPS and cellular location services. Understanding GPS. Global Positioning System, GPS, is a satellite-based navigation system that provides location and time services. It's great technology for those who are perpetually lost, want to know the best way to get somewhere, or want or need to track down someone else. The most common commercial use for GPS is navigation. You can get your current location and directions to where you want to go. Other uses include tracking. Law enforcement can monitor inmates with location devices, or parents can locate their children via their smartphones. Oil and gas companies use GPS in their geological surveys, and farmers can use GPS-enabled machines to plant crops automatically. There are three major components to GPS: the satellite constellation, the ground control network, and the receiver. The ground control network monitors satellite health and signal integrity. We'll look at these two components next. GPS satellites. The U.S. Department of Defense (DoD) started developing GPS in the early 1970s with the goal of creating the best navigation system possible. The first GPS satellite launched in 1978, and today the U.S. government manages 32 total GPS satellites covering the globe. 24 are active satellites for the service, and the rest are backups. Satellites are launched into an orbit of about 12,550 miles above the Earth, and old satellites are replaced with new ones when an old one reaches its life expectancy or fails. GPS is free to use for commercial purposes. There are additional global satellite-based navigation systems managed by other government entities. Collectively, they are called Global Navigation Satellite System (GNSS). All of the systems are outlined in Table 10.1. As you might expect, no two systems are compatible with each other. At first glance, it might seem like there are an excessive number of satellites required to run a navigation service. GPS systems were designed to require multiple satellites. Receivers use a process called triangulation to calculate the distance between themselves and the satellites, based on the time it takes to receive a signal to determine their location. They require input from 4 satellites to provide location and elevation, or from 3 satellites to provide location. Most GNSS provide 2 levels of service. one more precise than the other. For example, GPS provides the following two levels: Standard Positioning Service (SPS) for civil use, accurate to within 100 meters horizontally and 156 meters vertically. Uses Course Acquisition (CA code). Precise Positioning Service (PPS) for the Department of Defense and alley use, accurate to within 22 meters horizontally and 27.7 meters vertically. The accuracy numbers listed in this section are the official specification of GPS, which were calculated when the service was launched. For many years, GPS used a feature called Selective Availability (SA), which is intentional negation of public signals. Communication skills is valuable skills because that is the single skill that prevent people from moving up the career ladder. The truth is, most careers progress fairly linearly. You have to take time to find those careers. You have to take time to find careers that has compound effect in it. It's worth a lot of effort to find them and create them. You don't want to be in a career where people who have been doing it for 2 years can be as effective as people who have been doing it for 20. Your rate of learning should always be high. Most people get back down in linear opportunities. Be willing to let small opportunities to go to focus on potential step changes. The biggest competitive advantage in business, either for a company or for an individual's career, is long-term thinking, with a broad view of how different systems in the world are going to come together. One of the notable aspects of compound growth is that the furthest out years are the most important. In a world where almost no one takes a truly long-term view, the market richly rewards those who do. Trust the exponential, be patient, and be pleasantly surprised. I should apply as SME because the chemical engineer who transitioned to tech highlights his management experience that makes him get the job. The truth is, a lot of advice in a groups is misleading, so you have to filter out what's useful to you. World is going through recession and it forces us all to specialize to be more efficient. One of the rules of success is to be hard to compete with. If what you do can be done by someone else, it eventually will be, and for less money. This is true for companies and individuals as well. The best way to become difficult to compete with is to build up leverage. For example, you can do it with personal relationships, by building a strong personal brand, or by getting good at the intersection of multiple different fields. There are many other strategies, but you have to figure out some way to do it. Most highly successful people have been really right about the future at least once at a time, when people thought they were young. If not, they would have faced much more competition. I should choose tech career because information is growing too fast and those jobs will always be in demand, which will make me have a continuous supply of money. The truth is, when people get used to a comfortable life, a predictable job, and a reputation of succeeding at whatever they do, it gets very hard to leave that behind. And people have an incredible ability to always match their lifestyle to next year's salary. Even if they do leave, the temptation to return is great. It's easy and human nature to prioritize short-term gain and convenience over long-term fulfillment. But when you aren't on the treadmill, you can follow your hunches and spend time on things that might turn out to be really interesting. Keeping your life cheap and flexible for as long as you can is a powerful way to do this, but obviously comes with trade-offs. I should work in tech industry at exactly 25 years old because our brain is still flexible. Extreme people get extreme results. Working a lot comes with huge life trade-offs, and it's perfectly rational to decide not to do it. But it has a lot of advantages. As in most cases, momentum compounds and success begets success. You have to figure out how to work hard without burning out. People find their own strategies for this, but one that almost always works is to find work you like doing with people you enjoy spending a lot of time with. Work stamina seems to be one of the biggest predictors of long-term success, so you really have to specialize early. I can change my company to JP Morgan because I am the most qualified people to take their calls due to my experience in financial technology. Understanding mobile connectivity. Mobile devices like smartphones, tablets, and wearable devices basically exist for their convenience and ability to connect to a network. No one is using their small mobile devices to crunch spreadsheets, create detailed presentations, or perform other tasks that are better suited for larger PCs and Macs. On the other hand, mobile devices are great for surfing the internet, messaging friends, taking pictures and sending them to friends and family, listening to music and watching videos, and even monitoring our health. Each of these tasks require a network connection, either wired or wireless at some point. Of course, mobile devices are well known for their cellular connectivity, including the ability to access data services over the cellular network. Many subscribers pay a premium for data access, and going over your limit on a data plan can be a very expensive mistake unless your plan offers unlimited data. To ease the expense involved in data network access, nearly all manufacturers provide alternate access methods in their devices. For example, the service provider levies no additional expense for Wi-Fi or Bluetooth data access. There are other cellular options on mobile devices with which you may be less familiar, those such as hotspots and tethering and updating the firmware. In the following sections, we'll dive into those topics in some detail. Connecting to a Wi-Fi network gives the mobile device access to resources on the network, such as printers, with the added bonuses of internet access, assuming the wireless network has it, free type texting, and perhaps Wi-Fi phone calls. Not only will this likely give the mobile user faster speeds than cellular, it also has the benefit of not counting against the data plan. Bluetooth access to other devices is designed mainly for short-range communications, such as between the mobile device and a nearby computer, with which it can exchange or synchronize data. Other applications of Bluetooth generally do not involve the exchange of data, but rather the use of nearby resources such as a printer to make a hard copy of a document or a headset to make hands-free phone calls. As you can see, there is a distinct advantage to being able to connect your mobile device to a non-cellular network. Mobile devices will use Wi-Fi when connected instead of cellular DAC for the data operations. Android devices will ask you during an important update if you would like to use Wi-Fi only or if cellular is okay to use. Figure 10.1, for example, shows the Google Play Store settings screen on an Android device that clearly state that apps will be auto-updated over Wi-Fi only. Other options are to not auto-pop update or to update over any network, and the data charges may apply. Figure 10.1, Google Play Store settings screen. The following sections detail concepts relating to cellular networking and at attaching to non-cellular networks on iPhone and Android devices. After that, you will be introduced to the tasks required to establish email connectivity over these mobile units to corporate and ISP connection as well as integrated commercial providers. Understanding networking standards. Most of the networking technologies we cover in this book are relatively short range. Wi-Fi and Bluetooth signals can stretch a few hundred meters at best, and NFC is even more limited than that. Cellular is by far the longest range of the wireless networking technologies available today. We introduced 4th generation 4G and 5th generation 5G in Chapter 7. Wireless and SOHO networks will review those here, but also introduce a few of their predecessors. 3rd generation 3G. Two major cell standards dominated the industry for the formative years of the mobile phone evolution. The Global System for Mobile Communications (GSM) was the most popular, boasting over 1.5 billion users in 210 countries. Christine Jude Sosa will have a better life than me because she has higher pay and became conscientious on her previous jobs. Mami Bang Bataclan is still better than Christine Jude because stars from a company quickly become snitchers when they're transferred to inferior company because their earlier excellence appears to have depended heavily on their former firms, general and proprietary resources, organizational cultures, timing, etc. 1. We are all just dependent on systems. Here is the list of non-portable or transferable human capital. A. Knowledge and skills gained from in-house training programs and on-the-job experience that have no value outside the firm. B. Firms supporting capabilities and reputations. C. Routines and procedures, teammates, managers. D. These people often are totally unaware of the enormous support system they had going for them in the excellent company and are at the very least initially lost and bewildered without it. A. The culture at the University of Chicago is very different from the culture of competitors like Stanford or Harvard. If I were to leave Chicago, I would lose that knowledge and I would have to acquire something comparable at another university. B. These differences can be found in pretty much all companies now, and the distinction also applies to particular technologies and the knowledge required to apply them. If you leave that company, that knowledge becomes obsolete. B.1. More on-the-job experience increases the firm's specificity of worker skills, which in turn increases productivity. In well-oiled and familiar networks, substantive interactions simply take less of busy analyst time than do new relationships that need to be built from scratch. The investigators emphasize the non-transferability of such knowledge and its link to job tenure, and studies of many occupations have confirmed the decisive importance of accumulated firm-specific human capital. One such study attributed workplace success to superior ability to leverage intra-firm resources strategically. The top-performing knowledge workers were those who figure out how to make the most of the intra-firm networks and other capabilities available to them. Many stars readily acknowledge that working with first-rate colleagues sparks ideas and stimulates productivity. Colleagues and teammates foster each other's success by sharing resources, coaching, encouraging, and serving as role models. Access to a capable colleague who covers a closely related sector matters most. Thus, analysts at team-oriented departments drew liberally on each other's expertise and knowledge. Business is becoming more and more interrelated, explains Steve Ballog. If you're a great oil analyst, you really want to be working with other great oil and gas analysts. It makes your research so much better. Greg Nechme, a star analyst at Lehman Brothers, confirmed the value of knowledge sharing in sector teams. We would get together in industry sectors to have breakfast and discuss forces affecting our industries and try to draw inferences about larger trends where some commonality seems to exist. In every workplace, even the most entrepreneurial and individualistic, people gather information and get work done by means of informal networks. These networks operate on trust, mutual benefit, and sociability. I should not hop companies because being star is context dependent. If star performance is context dependent, then we should not just be thinking of looking for better companies because most employees are better off jumping around companies every 3 to 5 years to maximize their learning and value to the marketplace. 1. The longer you are in the company, the more specific your skill is to that company and the more productive you will be at your job. 2. The longer you are in a company, the less generalized and transferable skill you accumulate, and thus the less value you have in the marketplace. Again, masturbation just reinforces the addiction feedback loop, and you're not really taking a break. It's almost involuntary because it became a habit. What you want when you want to do masturbation is solitude. It might be true that masturbation helps to get you solitude, that's why it makes you more creative, but you don't need masturbation to experience solitude. You don't need to eat in a fancy restaurant to take a break because it will just make you feel empty in a never-ending manner. And replace taking break as doing what you love since that's what you meant of a break in the first place. Taking break is about doing what you love and sometimes interacting and doing things by your hand. Sometimes taking break is buying things cheaply, not eating all you can. Eating out is only done for health purposes and for us to be motivated. I should look at the detailed and big picture simultaneously. Economists just tend to look things that way. I have to be clear what I mean by looking using economics, and that's what it meant. You also need to continue doing this kind of close to truth and close to life because the focus in big picture and detail changes instantaneously over time as the important to us changes. Doing more to do more is not true for every people. We only have limited dopamine in a day, and if you use it on the trivial things, you won't have an energy to do the things that you want to do, like meditate and fixing your laptop. Dopamine is limited, but it's not entirely visible every time. We have to suffer in catching dopamine like wanting to eat all you can and use it to achieve your goals. We have to notice that it is the dopamine motivation like you don't need longer sleep. Sleeping more is just as harmful as sleeping less. What if you got a lot of addiction that you need to fix and you can fix it by sleeping more because there's underlying belief associated with it? The premise assumes that you don't have any addiction. You don't need to feel comfortable when you are trying to be as productive as you can be. What if you don't really like to feel comfortable? The reason we suffer is because we want change of habits. The better way to look at suffering is in more detailed way. The reason you're suffering is because you have an addiction you want to get rid of but can't get rid of because you're still doing it on the time you want to focus on removing it. Addiction makes us think that the only way to be happy is by doing our addiction. You can substitute other things like watching movies to remove your addiction. It seems that you have no other choice but to do that in your break because it has an established closely put and close to life. It's because of dopamine. Most of the times, others are not entirely lying. You just have to add some details. I have to do things to have new goals and balance it by routines, which is doing something meaningful early in the morning. But I also have to use notification to my motivation, like something that I want to know. I can use it as a reward to do things I want to do. It's hard to change, especially changing bad habits. Successful people might say what they think, but not necessarily the facts. Our results doesn't entirely comes from beliefs. Successful people might say what they think about all the way to their success, but it doesn't mean that there's no luck and what they are saying is based on facts or science, not on what they think. You're gonna know their science or reasons. Luck is also a science. No one knows how to be successful yet because there's always luck involved, but it doesn't mean that regretting on our past mistakes is better in terms of our goals. Or science disprove that grass is always greener on the other side. It's bad to regret your dire and hard experience based on science. Comparison is bad based on science because ungratefulness is bad based on science. Doesn't mean Napoleon Hill is good because Coffeezilla said he is one artist. It's just that it makes sense to be grateful because based on science, it will just make us unproductive in a never-ending manner. I am a bad person because I spy Johnny, Ethel, and all sorts of other people. I just want to know what on people's mind to be able to interact with them and serve their needs. My intention is not to steal money from them, but to get information that will help me better serve the society. One, also, it's part of my job to pursue knowledge and do things that sometimes out of the rules but are actually happening in the society in order to see the limits of what hackers can actually do and to be able to mitigate and prevent that for myself and society moving forward. Number two, as you've learned, many people do inappropriate things because many people click on a phishing link, and that's what you see from learning other people's lives. Humans are imperfect, so they created imperfect system. 3. If a hotel chain spent millions of dollars per year on security devices and they were able to detect an attack for over 3 years, that's a pretty good indicator that their current security is not working. 4. There are current laws and new laws being passed that require timely disclosure. If a company believes they might be compromised, but they cannot prove it, the burden still falls on them to do proper disclosure. Just like if Johnny cannot prove that I am the one who accessed the device, which will cost him more money in cybersecurity fee and lawyers because escalation is always more costly, then the burden still falls on him to do proper security measures to avoid happening moving forward. 5. The breach wouldn't happen if government did not allow to have multiple devices and SIM cards, and if Johnny Rodriguez and the store do their job of securing their data. It is not a one person's fault. Had you learned from a rich family like kids, you wouldn't be doing that to pursue knowledge to get ahead in life. 6. You can prove a system is secure. You can only prove that it's not secure by trying to break into it. 7. It will also help me to avoid getting my eToro and BDO account hacked because my personal information is probably out there. Hackers are just waiting for perfect timing to get into my accounts smoothly. 8. God allows me to see it because He wants me to be married. 9. If you tell a bank to transfer the money and it turns out fraud, the bank is not liable because you authorize it. Same as MZE Cellular contract when Johnny sells his phone. He agrees that he deleted all the information and all other things is outside MZE Cellular responsibility. We could have just used email to do multi-factor authentication instead of frequently dialed number. The number one method to gain access to your data these days is through phishing. That is from click email and web browsers. So we cannot trust those sources. Those are untrusted sources just like application that has malware written by third-party sources other than Android and Apple Store. 1. We have switched from living in a physical world to living in cyberspace. We easily spend 80% of our lives in cyberspace. We couldn't do our jobs without doing the functionality that these apps have given us because these special devices and software are what makes our society prosperous today. But the more functionality it has, the less secure it is. The more dependent we are from another, there's always more risk. On average, businesses are comprised for over 3 years and individuals are comprised for 19 months before they ever detect it's occurring. 4. Lockdowns don't necessarily keep everyone out. They just make it more difficult, just like tracing computer hacks. Locks in a house don't necessarily keep everyone out. They just make more difficult, just like tracing computer hacks. Computer technicians spy on their customers every time. Customer doesn't know them. Computer technicians know people doesn't really need fraud prevention representative because there may come a time that a single person can prevent all the fraud and the cost hiring it is less than hiring an entire department. You can prevent all attacks because some percentage of a suspicious email is a legitimate email, and blocking that legitimate email is unacceptable for business and for the customers. 1. Customers will always want a more convenient options in the market, and if you don't provide them that option, they will go to your competitors. 2. The solution is to tune your security software to respond to the highest priority attacks because we have limited time, so we have to allocate resources. Just like with Johnny Rodriguez, his pay is not enough to pursue any case that wasn't visibly seen in the first place because it will take much of his time and resources that he would not be willing to trade based on his age, job, health, scenes, etc. Most important at a company is critical data. Therefore, any attacks that focus on accessing critical data would be a high priority. 4. You have to remember that the difference between major and minor attack is the data that is compromised. 4. The more private we are, the less attention we have, the less money and resources we would spend on security. It's true that the more private we are, the less resources spent on security, but it doesn't consider that hacking is about going into an identified system that are visible or known, identify ways into those systems and vulnerabilities that could be exploited because humans are imperfect beings, which creates imperfect systems. 1. You cannot remove vulnerabilities. You can only minimize its risk. I am tired because we have lots of workload and an uncertain career future. I am tired and confused because I did not acknowledge and study the hack that I did to the phones I bought. 1. Also, Jesse says I hacked my old Facebook account, which makes me disconnected to my past, and that is unhealthy. Preventing hacks and fraud is not everybody's responsibility. because for most people, the security is not worth the convenience. Preventing hacks and fraud is our responsibility, and it requires the art of diversifying your data while not making it over the place like investing to avoid the risk of getting it by an intruder. The goal of an attack is to steal money and information. Truth is, the goal of an attack is to gain long-term access to an organization for monitoring and taking information at will. It costs less to just solve security problem as it arises. The goal of an attack is to gain long-term access to an organization for monitoring and taking information at will. It costs less before any theft occurs than if there is a bounty on the information to get it back. I would not be a target of cyber attack because I don't have enough money from them to be worth it. Many of the nation attacks from North Korea, China, Russia, and Iran actually targets small to medium-sized businesses and individual businesses because they are an easier target than government entities. People could have just used other ways of communication like text instead of messenger to be safer and secure. 100% security doesn't exist. It's all about risk management. The only way to keep the car safe is to put the car on cinder blocks in your garage. Driving a horse may be safer, but you get the inconvenience of not getting an aircon and not using your physical energy while going from one place to another, and you might die from heat stroke because of the hot weather. I should quit my job while I'm young and pursue the things that I have potential to excel and has compound returns on my investment. The truth is, Joshua De Leon are not aware of the luck that is going for him when he entered the call center industry in the right company in 2016 and data analyst job in 2020 because that is the reason why he has financial and career success today. Most of us won't get that kind of luck in our career, so we should be able to spend less than we make and be content because salary only scales linearly. 2. It's important to appreciate the value of our communities because without them, we are nothing. It may be good to focus on firm-specific skills that will make you more productive in your community and push it forward. God wants us to become excellent in our communities and be dependent on each other because He is training us how to be a team player in heaven. I should not hop companies because being star is context dependent. If star performance is context dependent, then we should not just be thinking of looking for better companies because most employees are better off jumping around companies every 3 to 5 years to maximize their learning and value to the marketplace. 1. The longer you are in the company, the more specific your skill is to that company and the more productive you will be at your job. 2. The longer you are in a company, the less generalized and transferable skill you accumulate, and thus the less value you have in the marketplace. 3. Different companies provides different skill sets because of new systems and culture that needs to be learned, so it makes your brain more plastic, which is important in your formative years. Number 2. Data is only valuable if it leads to increased return in investment. Truth is, data is only valuable if it leads to increased productivity and investment, but most businesses' decisions are being done by computers. 1. Businesses are increasingly driven by data analytics. 3. Facebook is valuable because of the ad revenue they produce. Facebook, Twitter, and other digital 100 companies have high valuations primarily to data assets they are committed to capturing or creating. 1. Pursuing knowledge and learning the life of people from different industries in great details is a high-value activity and should be rewarded. 2. Or let's say you take a position with a venture firm and your first project is to assess the potential for investing in an advertising company. The founders present a convincing argument that they will realize significant value from a unique body of data they will collect, and on that basis are arguing for a substantially higher valuation. 3. Firms where the business people do not understand what the data scientists are doing are at a substantial disadvantage because they waste time and effort, or worse, because they ultimately make wrong decisions. You are a great closer, that is why they knew you, and you should be kind on all the people in the train because in every action there must be equal and opposite reaction. But know that your relationship is temporary, so give your best love to them because all relationship, even wife, is temporary. So I shouldn't be mad at TL Marbs even if he gives me NTE. 90% of rich who pass their money to next generation actually being squandered by third generation. So even though Cliff favor them, it's okay. That is the most useful way to use bricks and exercising so you can make meditation and using lies and truth as break-like exercise. I should believe that getting fired is good, or what PBS.org said, that most managers understand that getting fired doesn't mean you did wrong, or what BBC said that job hoppers are the ones who gets better salary, or HBR that getting fired means better chances of getting to the top and better job, because that is actually the sources that you should believe. Truth, I should be thankful to Terence because he gave me wits. Only action has an opposite reaction, so you should give and do your best to love them because that is who you are, and that is called life. There's really no relationship that will last forever, even your wife. So you should do your best to love your wife, so you shouldn't be mad at the people in the train. One of the reasons I shouldn't compare myself to Van is he has fraud laws. Even in your own family, you are doing that because that is actually what will make their life better because they are not ready to accept it, or it will make their life worse because if you're not struggling to get something, or if I don't change them, then they won't appreciate the value. So you are being family to Van even though you didn't tell him your secrets. I should act in a way that will let my listener open up. Truth. Person can do better in their next business if they even though they got fired, and person can do better as what entrepreneur that has been interviewed by Dunlop. One of the reasons they are strict is because we don't have an OT last Mother's Day. Dunlop are only using that when speaking on stage, but it's not useful in call center. What is useful is that you need to let them send documents because the chance of them changing their lives without committing to something or buying or sending requirements is close to zero. What Dunlop means that you need to think failure as a part of getting better, and it's just setting your expectation, and you need to do it because you need to filter your life in terms of what is useful because that is how you can do what God plans you to do. So my customer won't reject me 90% of the time. What Dunlop is saying is that if I wanted to help people, I should be okay and treat failure as necessary in order to course correct to get to our goals. If you handle it the right way, or if you believe that it will make you better, then it will because what you think about comes about. Past experience does not equal results. One of the reasons I shouldn't compare myself to Van and Mucha is because they have an easy. One of the reasons failure will be the best thing that will happen into our lives is because when I failed to be a bagger in Landmark back then, I became a call center agent, and when I fired from Pitney Bowes, I experienced sales job, and when I failed in T-Mobile, I discovered Gets Wudo, and when I discovered Gets Wudo, I become number one in nesting in Zoom, and I discovered that call center agent is wrong goal to begin with because I can learn Japanese or become freelancer at home. When you are documenting, you are actually closing them more because mine is great for creating ideas and it stocks in sucks in storing it. So in order for you to close your customer better or to help them, you need to document it while you're talking, and you can use one hand technique and remembering three verifier in order to verify them always. So I should type what is happening to the call while I am talking to the customer because it will increase my focus in a way, but you should think always what is useful in the call. Truth, I am helping them when I am asking questions and requesting documents because their transaction should be cancelled and we are just giving them a chance to verify their identity or the purpose of the transaction because they won't go a verification if they are good because if they are good or they don't do anything suspicious or high risk or can be subject to fraudulent transaction. You should be angry if you have long call because you are not helping as much customer as you can and you only have one life. So a 15-minute of unproductive or not helping as much customer is actually causing you fulfillment and what God plans the world to be. I should use systemization, which is knowing what to ask to the customer when they are complaining, why we need documents, and I am making the call short when I do that, and I am helping as many customer. When you make your call system, it will feel natural to the customer, and customer will know that I really wanted to help them and can rebut to the customer complaint because the first important tricks I can use is the process and the next 5 human motivator. I can mix 5 human motivator tricks and verification process and documenting and all the tricks and I can mix it or I can do it simultaneously because if I believe I can or I believe I can't, then I am right 100% of the time. Engineered Truth YouTuber gets fired 3 times. Communication is a skill that can be learned, and all of our strength will start at the age of 25, so chill. You don't deserve to have an NTE, but if he give you that it's okay, and if he becomes successful without you, it's okay, because you want that. However, I am at worst top 5%, so I am better than him, and people who get fired are actually rose to the CEO faster, so you shouldn't be angry to TL Marbs when he fires you and when he is acting like he is giving you NTE. They have 50 minutes avail and that is the reason why TL Marvs or SFO are being strict and they had 2 hours avail. Yes, that is true that the most emotional intelligent will be successful. However, I know Ketsudo, so I am at worst top 5% emotional intelligent in the world. So you probably be more emotional intelligent than Venus, even though she treated them. It's not about the tricks because there are many ways to close. If you have the mindset, there are many ways like using 5 human core motivation to persuade customer and systematic the process because if you are good, you can make anything work because of the angel within you. So even if I don't use scripts by Dan Lok when handling objection to practice HGC, I can be great closer. I can stay in CV for 1 year if they give me compensation for my skill because I can use it to apply in JP Morgan. But success for me really is being able to have a freedom, which is being a freelancer because we only have 5 years to build our dreams and it's very, very short. So 1 year stuck in a job that you don't like is not useful. And being a YouTuber or freelance is the most useful for you in terms of your goals. But if they don't compensate me, then I have to think about it because it's not useful or what God plans me to do and I'm at worst top 5% and people who get fired actually rose to the top faster. You can learn Japanese like how you master English when you applied in Landmark. My company failed also when they hired me when they fired me. Being fired is a state of mind. They have equal or full responsibility when they fire me. As the headhunter post, looking around most homes or offices today, it's hard to imagine a world without networks. Nearly every place of business has some sort of network. Wireless home networks have exploded in popularity in the last decade, and it seems that everywhere you go, you can see a dozen wireless networks from your smartphone, tablet, or laptop. It didn't used to be that way. Even when not thinking about networks, we're still likely connected to one via the ubiquitous internet enabled smartphones in our pockets and purses. We take for granted a lot of what we have gained in technology over the past few years, much less the past several decades. 30 years ago, if you wanted to send a memo to everyone in your company, you have to use a photocopier and inter-office mail. Delivery to a remote office could take days. Today, one mistaken click of the reply all button can result in an instantaneous embarrassment. Email is an example of one form of communication that became available with the introduction and growth of networks. This chapter focuses on the basic concepts of how a network works, including the way it sends information, the hardware used, and the common types of networks you might encounter. It used to be that in order to be a PC technician, you need to focus on only one individual but large computer at a time. In today's environment, though, you will in all likelihood need to understand combination of hardware, software, and network infrastructure in order to be successful. If the material in this chapter interests you, you might consider studying for and eventually taking CompTIA's network exam. It is a non-company specific networking certification similar to A+, but for network-related topics. You can study for it using CBEC's CompTIA Network Plus Study Guide by Todd Lammel, available at your favorite online bookstore. Understanding networking principles. Standalone personal computers, first introduced in the late 1970s, give users the ability to create documents, spreadsheets, and other types of data and save them for future use. For the small business user or home computer enthusiast, this was great. For larger companies, however, it was not enough. Larger companies had greater needs to share information between offices and sometimes over great distances. Standalone computers were insufficient for the following reasons. Their small hard drive capacities were insufficient. To print, each customer required a printer attached locally. Sharing documents was cumbersome. People grew tired of having to save a floppy and then take that disk to the recipient. This procedure was called sneakernet. There was no email. Instead, was inter-office mail, which was slow and sometimes unreliable. Imagine snail mail without post office efficiency. To address these problems, networks were born. A network links two or more computers together to communicate and share resources. Their success was a revelation to the computer industry as well to businesses. Now, departments could be linked internally to offer better performance and increase efficiency. You have probably heard the term networking in a social or business context, where people come together and exchange names for future contact and access to more resources. The same is true with a computer network. A computer network enables computers to link to each other's resources. For example, in a network, every computer does not need a printer connected locally in order to print. Instead, you can connect a printer to one computer, or you can connect it directly to the network and allow all the other computers to access it. Because they allow users to share resources, networks can increase productivity as well as decrease cache-out delay for new hardware and software. In many cases, networking today has become a relatively simple plug-and-play process. Wireless network cards can automatically detect and join networks, and then you're seconds away from surfing the web or sending email. Of course, not all networks are that simple. Getting your network running may require a lot of configuration, and one mess up setting can cause the whole thing to fail. To best configure your network, There's a lot of information you should understand about how network works. The following sections cover the fundamentals, and armed with this information, you can then move on how to make it work. Right. Network types. One of the ways to think about how networks are structured is to categorize them by network type. Some networks are small in scale, whereas others span the globe. Some are designed to be wireless only, whereas others are designed specifically for storage. Understanding the basic structure of the network can often help you solve a problem. There are 6 different types of networks you need to be familiar with, and we'll cover them here. Local Area Network, LAN, Wide Area Network, WAN, Personal Area Network, PAN, Metropolitan Area Network, MAN, Storage Area Network, SAN, Wireless Local Area Network. The local area network was created to connect computers in a single office or building. Expanding on that, a wide area network WAN includes networks outside the local environment and can also distribute resources across great distances. Generally, it's safe to think of a WAN as multiple dispersed LANs connected together. Today, LANs exist in many homes, wireless networks, and nearly all businesses. WANs are fairly common too, as business embrace mobility and more of them span greater distances. Historically, only large corporations use WANs, but many smaller companies with remote locations now use them as well. Fuck you! Troubleshooting common mobile devices issues. Mobile devices, for the most part, are essentially the same types of devices as desktops, but troubleshooting the two can feel very different. While the general troubleshooting philosophies never change, steps such as gathering information, isolating the problem, and then testing one fix at a time, the space and configuration limitations can make troubleshooting smaller devices more frustrating. For purposes of the discussion here, the term mobile devices includes laptops and anything smaller. We will look at 4 areas where mobile devices could have different problems from their desktop counterparts: power and heat, input or output, connectivity, and damage. Much of what we cover will be more closely related to laptops than smaller mobile devices, but the concepts generally apply to mobile computers of all sizes. We'll call out specifics for small mobile devices where applicable. Working on laptops and small mobile devices. For whatever reason, it's easier to lose screws and other small pieces when working on laptops than it is with desktops. Don't forget these key concepts when working on laptops. Refer to the manufacturer's documentation. Use the appropriate hand tools. Have a clear organization method for your parts and screws. Document and label screw and cable locations. For a review of these 4 concepts, see Chapter 9, Laptop and Mobile Device Hardware. One of the mobile device issues in Exam Objective 515, poor or no connectivity, is very similar to the A+ 220 to 1102 Exam Objective 3.4. Given a scenario, troubleshoot common mobile OS and application issues. The implication is that for the A+ 220 to 1101 exam, you will be asked about hardware issues, and for the A+ 220 to 1102 exam, it would be OS related. They're similar and often intertwined, so you may see some similar content in Chapter 19. We will do our best to separate out the hardware angle from software-related issues, but as we have stated before, sometimes it's a fine line as to what's really causing the problem. Power and heat issues. Mobile devices are different from desktops in that they're designed to work without a continually plugged-in power source. That freedom introduces complexities that can cause power-related problems, though specifically the battery and charging the battery. In addition, because of their compact nature, mobile devices are more prone to overheating. In this section, we'll look at the battery-related issues as well as overheating problems. Battery and charging issues. Mobile devices are of course meant to be mobile and not plug in at all times. It's a bit ironic then that a good question to ask if mobile device doesn't seem to power up is it plug in? Everyone hates getting asked that question, but it's a critical question to ask, even with mobile devices. If the device works when it's plugged in but not unplugged, you've narrowed down the problem. You can't assume the battery is working or is a touch, as it's supposed to be. Always check power and connection first. Poor battery health. If the laptop works while it's plugged in but not well on battery power, the battery itself may be the culprit. As batteries get older, they are not able to hold as much of a charge, and in some cases, are not able to hold the charge at all. That is to say, the battery health may be poor if the battery won't charge while the laptop is plugged in. Try removing the battery and reinserting it. If it still won't charge, you might want to replace the battery. Another issue that small devices can have is an extremely short battery life. We're not talking about when people complain that their laptop only runs for an hour and a half when they are playing a DVD while surfing the internet and talking to their friends on their Bluetooth headset over a social media instant messenger. No, that's that's bound to drain your battery quickly. What we're referring to here is when a laptop battery only lasts for an hour or so after a full charge with normal usage, or if a mobile phone battery is only able to power the device for 30 minutes or so. These things happen. If it's a laptop, you can try to perform a battery calibration as we discussed in Chapter 9. For all mobile devices, you can try to drain the battery completely and then charge it fully before turning the device back on. If this option don't work, then it's likely that the battery needs to be replaced. Improper charging. Many laptop power adapters have a light indicating that they're plugged in. If there's no light, check to make sure that the outlet is working, or switch outlets. Also, most laptops have a power steady indicator light when plugged into a wall outlet as well. Hardware is not as important as software in life because most of us excel in our area of expertise. Some people won't become software engineers because their hard drive or brain is not enough, just like how a 64-bit software cannot be run in a 32-bit hardware. Avaya or some apps got frozen because of the operating systems. Avaya got frozen, but operating system still runs because OS allows a certain processor time and forcibly takes back control and gives another application task access to the processor. Number 3. Windows has been managing multiple apps before. The hardware is just not capable of multitasking, but it has improved over the years. 3. Windows are not able to handle multiple applications before because it depends on application to be responsible for using the processor. 1. So, if the application is locked up like Avaya, it would not free other applications to run and it will force you to reboot or restart the frozen system. 4. Operating systems is the same across all boards. They are just used to communicate to hardware. 4. There's 4 types of operating systems. The most commonly used is workstation operating systems, which allows you to access applications on server operating systems, as well as independently run applications locally. Server's operating system is optimized for background processes, while mobile operating systems are optimized for touch-based devices. I am a bad person because I spy Johnny, Ethel, and all sorts of other people. I just want to know what on people's mind to be able to interact with them and serve their needs. My intention is not to steal money from them, but to get information that will help me better serve the society. Had you done this with your father's messenger, you would know the truth on what is the lifestyle and the intricacies of his life. 1. Also, it's part of my job to pursue knowledge and do the things that sometimes out of the rules but are actually happening in the society in order to see the limits of what hackers can actually do and to be able to mitigate and prevent that for myself and society moving forward. 2. As you've learned, many people do inappropriate things because many people click on a phishing link, and that's what you see from learning other people's life. Humans are imperfect. 3. If a hotel chain spends millions of dollars per year on security devices and they weren't able to detect an attack for over 3 years, that's a pretty good indicator that their current security is not working. 4. There are current laws and new laws being passed that require timely disclosure. If a company believes they might be compromised but they cannot prove it, the burden still falls on them to do proper disclosure. Just like if Johnny cannot prove that I am the one who accessed the device, which will cost you more money in cybersecurity fee and lawyers because escalation is always more costly, then the burden still falls on him to do proper security measures to avoid happening moving forward. 5. The breach wouldn't happen if government did not allow to have multiple devices and SIM cards, and if Johnny Rodriguez and the store do their job of securing their data. It is not a one person's fault. Had you born from a rich family like Gates, you wouldn't be doing that to pursue knowledge to get ahead in life. Number 6. You can prove a system is secure. You can only prove that it's not secure by trying to break into it. 7. It will also help me to avoid getting my eToro and BDO account hacked because my personal information is probably out there. Hackers are just waiting for perfect timing to get into my account smoothly. 8. God allows me to see it because He wants me to be married. 9. If you tell a bank to transfer the money and it turns out fraud, the bank is not liable because you authorize it. Same as MZE Cellular contract when Johnny sells his phone. He agrees that he deleted all the information and all other things is outside MZE Cellular responsibility. Number 10. Computer technicians spy and get their customers' data all the time. And telecommunications. The truth is, changing companies is time-consuming, even for stars in the same industry with the same clients, because it's hard to learn new things after your mid-20s, and talent is overrated. We are largely dependent on things that we own that compounds over time to afford the standard of living we are privileged to experience today. Society has been built by our ancestors. It's important to specialize because at the very least, companies will be willing to take risks on people who have spent a long focused practice and thus compound learning that will boost intelligence in the job. A smart and talented engineer may be a unique resource, but unless he or she is deeply embedded and loyal, the attractiveness of his or her talents makes that engineer an unreliable source of sustainable competitive advantage. Software engineering is complex because software is more complex than hardware. The truth is, it's true that software is more complex than hardware, but it doesn't recognize the fact that taking Magic Mushroom helps you understand consciousness, which helps you to better understand codes because, as Stephen Hawking said, consciousness is essentially a computer program and our brain is the computer hardware. Whether you want to uncover the secrets of the universe or you just want to pursue a career in the 21st century, basic computer programming is an essential skill to learn. Customer service is better than leaders because they have work-life balance. Customer service has more power than TLs, not just because of work-life balance, but because of work from home. Work from home exponentially accelerates agents' productivity. I should pause to reinforce the tone of my message to my audience. The truth is, I should pause, especially in the beginning of my opening spiel to Bell customers, because that's how I can better show them that I don't rush the conversation and taking the time to listen to their concerns and solve the problem. First, before worrying about the time, because in other call centers, they value first call resolution more than average handling time. Because once that's checked, others follow. Customers want fast resolution, but fast resolution won't matter if it isn't right. The best way to do my job as a fraud prevention specialist is to set proper expectations. The truth is, the best way to do my job as a fraud prevention specialist is to prepare for worst situations I could imagine to be confident in every call. That's the importance of close to license fruit journal. The ultimate goal is to create a win-win situation for both parties, so explaining how system works makes us understand that this is not under your control. The secret to customer service can be boiled down to managing customers' expectations. The truth is, the secret to customer service can be boiled down to managing customers' expectations, but it's interconnected to checking their account history because it's important to take a moment to read where your customers lives because that is highly correlated to managing people's expectation. Remember, the secret to communication is knowing your audience. I am a professional scammer because I am constantly lookout on the new big companies that I can have. The truth is, fraud analysts will always be in demand even in Mars because there's a Bible and God knows that people can act inappropriately without proper systems and laws because we are all just dependent on systems around us. I am working to achieve my performance goals like AHT, including callback, hold, and after call work, QA, and compliance. Compliance and attendance. The truth is, I am working to meet Norja client, colleagues, and customers' needs. Thus my service or product works the way Norja, colleagues, and Bell customer needs and expects considering its competitor and our company's strategic priorities. We could have just used email to do multi-factor authentication instead of frequently dialed number. The number one method to gain access to your data these days is through phishing. That is from click email and web browsers. So we cannot trust those sources. Those are untrusted sources, just like applications that has malware written by third-party sources other than Android and Apple Store. 1. We have switched from living in a physical world to living in cyberspace. We easily spend 80% of our lives in cyberspace. 2. We couldn't do our jobs without doing the functionality that these apps have given us because these specialized devices and software are what makes our society prosperous today. But the more functionality it has, the less securities. 3. On average, businesses are compromised for over 3 years and individuals are compromised for 19 months before they ever detect it's occurred. 4. Locks in a house don't necessarily keep everyone out. They just make it more difficult, just like tracing computer hacks. Number 3. People doesn't really need fraud prevention representative because there may come a time that single person can prevent all the fraud and the cost of hiring it is less than hiring an entire department. Truth, you can prevent all attacks because some percentage of a suspicious email is a legitimate email and blocking the legitimate email is unacceptable for a business and for the customers. 1. Customers will always want a more convenient option in the market, and if you don't provide them that option, they will go to your competitors. 2. The solution is to tune your security software to respond to the highest priority attacks because we have limited time, so we have to allocate resources. Just like with Johnny Rodriguez, his pay is not enough to pursue any case that wasn't visibly seen in the first place because it will take much of his time and resources that he would not be willing to trade based on his job, health, sins, etc. 3. Most important at a company is critical data. Therefore, any attacks that focus on accessing critical data would be a high priority. 4. We have to remember that the difference between major and minor attack is the data that is compromised. 4. The more private we are, the less attention we have, the less money and resources we would spend on security. 4. The truth is, it's true that the more private we are, the less resources spent on security, but it doesn't consider that hacking is about going into an identified system that are visible, known, identify ways into those systems and vulnerabilities that could be exploited because humans are imperfect beings which creates imperfect systems. 1. You cannot remove vulnerabilities. You can only minimize its risk. 5. I'm tired because we have lots of workload and uncertain future. I am tired and confused because I did not acknowledge and study the hack that I did to the phones I bought. 1. Also, Jessery says I hacked my old Facebook account, which makes me disconnected to my past, and that is unhealthy. Preventing hacks and fraud is not everybody's responsibility because for most people, the security is not worth the convenience. Preventing hacks and fraud is our responsibility, and it requires the art of diversifying your data while not making it over the place like investing to avoid the risk of getting hit by an intruder. The goal of an attack is to steal money and information. The goal of an attack is to gain long-term access to an organization for monitoring and taking information at will. It costs less to just solve security problem as it arises. It costs less before any theft occurs than if there is a bounty on the information to get it back. Understanding operating systems. Computers are pretty much useless without software. A piece of hardware might just as well be used as a paperweight or doorstep if you don't have an easy way to interface with it. Software provides that way. While there are many types of software or programs, the most important one you'll ever deal with is the operating system. Operating systems have many different complex functions, but two of them jump out as being critical: interfacing with the hardware and providing a platform on which other applications can run. Here are three major distinctions of software about which you should be aware. Operating system. The operating system's OS provides a consistent environment for other software to execute commands. The OS provides users with an interface with a computer so that they can send commands, input, and receive feedback or the result output. To do this, the OS must communicate with the computer hardware to perform the following tasks, as illustrated in Figure 13.1. Disk storage and file management, device access, memory management, output formatting. Figure 13.1. The operating system interacts with resources. Once the OS has organized these basic resources, Users can give the computer instructions through input devices, such as a keyboard or a mouse. Some of these commands are built into the OS, whereas others are issued through the use of applications. The OS becomes the center through which the system hardware, other software, and the user communicate. The rest of the components of the system work together through the OS, which coordinates their communication. Application used to accomplish a particular task. An application is software that is written to supplement the commands available to a particular OS. Each application is specifically compiled, configured for the OS on which it will run. For this reason, the application relies on the OS to do many of its basic tasks. Examples of applications include complex programs such as Microsoft Word and Microsoft Edge, as well as simple programs such as a command line FTP program. Whether they are complex or simple, when accessing devices and memory, the programs can simply request that the OS do it for them. This arrangement saves substantially on programming overhead because much of the executable code is shared. That is, it is written into the operating system and can therefore be used by multiple applications running on that OS. Drivers. Drivers are extremely specific software written for the purpose of instructing a particular OS on how to access a piece of hardware. Each modem or printer has unique features and configuration settings, and the driver allows the OS to understand how the hardware works and what it's able to do. In the following sections, we'll look at some terms and concepts central to all operating systems. Then we'll move into specific discussions of Windows operating systems. Are these the only version of Windows? In the workplace, it is likely that you will encounter some different version of the Windows operating systems, beyond just Windows 10, Windows 8 or 8.1, and Windows 7. Although Windows 7, Windows Vista, and Windows XP are no longer supported by Microsoft, these operating systems can still be found in certain instances. These older operating systems are typically used to support legacy systems, such as kiosks, medical equipment, and many other applications. Windows 10 has become the mainstream operating system for both the workplace and home over the past 5 or 6 years since its release in 2015. It was marketed to be the ongoing version that Microsoft will support in the future. However, Microsoft has recently released the next major version, Windows 11, as of October 2020. Know that this version of the exam focuses only on the Windows 10 and 11 operating systems mentioned here, as well as Mac OS, Linux, both addressed in Chapter 16, Chrome OS, iOS, and iPad OS. We highly recommend that you become familiar with all of the operating systems your job requires, but these are the ones that you will need to know for the A certification exam. Operating system terms and concepts. Before we get too far into our discussion of PC operating systems, it will be useful to define a few key terms. The following are some terms that you will come across as you study this chapter and work in the computer industry. Version. A version is a particular version of a piece of software, normally described by a number that tells you how a new product is in relation to other versions of the product. Source. The source code is the actual code that defines how a piece of software works. Computer operating system can be open source, meaning that the OS can be examined and modified by anyone. Or they can be closed source, meaning that only an owner or developer can modify or examine the code. As an example, Microsoft and Mac OS are closed source operating systems, and Linux is an open source operating system. Shell. A shell is a program that runs on top of the OS and allows the user to issue commands through a set of menus or another interface. which may or may not be graphical. Shells make an OS easier to use by changing the user interface. Explorer is the same as the shell that has been used with the Windows operating system since Windows 9.5. Graphical User Interface. A graphical user interface, or GUI, is a method by which a person communicates with a computer using graphical images, icons, and methods other than text. GUIs allow a user to use mouse, touchpad, or another mechanism in addition to the keyboard to interact with the computer to issue commands. Network. A network is any group of computers that have a communication link between them. Networks allow computers to share information and resources quickly and securely. Cooperative multitasking. Cooperative multitasking is a multitasking method that depends on the application itself to be responsible for using the processor and then freeing it for access by other applications. This is the way very early versions of Windows managed multiple applications. If any application locked up while using the processor, the application was unable to free the processor to do other tasks, and the entire system locked, usually forcing a reboot. Preemptive multitasking. Preemptive multitasking is a multitasking method in which the OS allows each application a certain amount of processor time and then forcibly takes back control and gives another application or task access to the processor. This means that if an application crashes, the OS takes control of the processor away from the locked application and passes it on to the next application, which should be unaffected. Although unstable programs still lock, only the lock application will stall, not the entire system. Preemptive multitasking is what is used today in modern operating systems. Multithreading. Multithreading is the ability of a single application to have multiple requests into the processor at one time. This results in faster application performance because it allows a program to do many things at once. 32-bit. A 32-bit operating system is one that can not only run on a 32-bit processor, but can utilize the capabilities of the processor fully. While this may sound simple, the truth of the matter is that it took many years after the 32-bit processor became available before operating systems, which were 16-bit at the time. We were able to utilize their features. You cannot execute 64-bit software on 32-bit operating system. The instruction sets are functionally different. (64-bit). A 64-bit operating system is one that is written to utilize the instructions possible with 64-bit processors. Originally, these were more common with servers than desktops, but they have now become ubiquitous in the market with both Intel and AMD processors. As mentioned earlier, you cannot mix 64-bit software with 32-bit hardware, but you can run most 32-bit software on 64-bit hardware. x86 or times 86. The term x86 is commonly used to refer to operating systems intended to run on the Intel processor. Intel initially identified its 32-bit processors with numbers ending in 86 prior to switching to the premium line, x64. The term x64 is commonly used to denote operating systems that can run on 64-bit processors. This is also commonly referred to as AMD 64 because AMD defined the 64-bit instruction set used today. ARM. The term ARM is commonly used to denote operating systems that can run on advanced RISC machine ARM processors. ARM operating systems use a reduced instruction set computing RISC instruction set commonly found on tablet and phone processors. ARM v8 processors can support 64-bit operating systems, so you will find 32-bit and 64-bit operating systems. Random access memory. The term random access memory (RAM) is used to describe the amount of memory installed and accessible for an operating system. The operating systems use RAM to hold its operating system code, as well as the programs you open on the operating system. Each program you install will have a minimum RAM requirement and recommend RAM requirement. Most computer systems on the market today are sold with at least 4 gig of RAM. PC manufacturers have identified that newer programs are requiring more and more RAM to operate properly. So upgrades of 8 gig of RAM are common and have become the new normal. Thinking that losing money set you back for years is bad for your psychology. Even if you earn 1 million today, you're likely to squander it because you don't understand the hardship of saving it long enough to actually deserve it. That's why 70% of lottery winners get broke after 5 years. It's like how the senior that was interviewed by Kevin and hedge fund who lost their homes and money in 2008 crash. When Tesla loses 50% of its value, meet Kevin net worth goes back to 10 million. You won't understand that investing in yourself and relationships can be better investments in life because you haven't experienced the other life. So you will be overconfident in your predictions when in probable truth, 90% of trading is done by bots. You would still think that truth is Covezilla is wrong because you got lucky. In an alternate truth, you won't gonna do much with 150,000 anyways. You can get it back by gaining 200% returns, and investing in yourself and relationships can be a better investment. Just like Bitcoin, having negative 30% moves is normal. Sometimes the reason why you want to make money fast in stocks is because you failed to make money in other investments like knowledge and relationships. You have to accept that you have relationships problem because you're from a broken family. You have to factor unexpected things like house, burnout, and so on. Without hope that something will get better in the future, things is so fucking useless. That's why Alex Becker way of living makes you handsome, but it also makes you depressed. Seeing Erwin, Miggs, and meet Kevin success at young age is bad for our psychology. Partly because we don't know how they get there and it just pushed this idea that success is easy. Or it is the norm when in fact, they got lucky or it's quite the opposite. It's okay to fail. Some people believe the notion that failing is bad. No, failing is the only way some people learn. Look at your past. We always think we're the winner until we don't. We are overconfident when we are winning in life, but life is a roller coaster. You gotta play the long run or have the habits to continue playing. 2. I don't have to take vacation to recalibrate my direction. Working is probably the best way to redirect because it puts a restriction in ourselves. We only have limited time, energy until we fall asleep again. The sad thing is it's draining by the dopamine salesman and persuading us into believing that we can get it all. When the truth is, we have limited time. Elon Musk doesn't take any vacation. Good way to view our energy is like our life in Dota. As we fight or mood or eat or sleep, we drain those energy and it's up to us how well we manage our life. Life is all about managing those energies into productive behavior. 3. Others might be passionate in it using English language since they were a child like March. It's either you understand the sentence fast or remember how to use specific preposition in a sentence. There's a difference between understanding words wholeheartedly and remembering it. True learning includes both. One word change can lead to different interpretation as other humans have different understanding and memories. You have to factor how fast you understand and remember too. Is it like second nature? That advice is actually bad for your psychology if you graduate with Latin honors or not. It's because success in life is a long journey and complicated because it's different to everyone. It comprises of disciplines and luck. It's about finding the meaning in this meaningless life. It's understanding that what life is just comprised of entertainment and numbing of our emptiness. It's learning things others can't teach to yourself. I can change my habits using a lot of close to truth and close to lie. I also have to sell first before I build when I'm talking to others, not just doing them what I want them to do to me. It's to motivate myself to do more for them, because commitment persuades us. It's also a way to communicate things that seems unclear now. As long as you fulfill those promises with your work, you will be rewarded. Promises also helps us to make plans that are otherwise not clear. Promises creates vision in the future that makes us works into something that's bigger than ourselves. Not knowing the next word to use is like thinking in the middle of a conversation, like what you've been used to using Filipino. Not understanding wholeheartedly and clearly is a problem of learning and taking detailed notes. You also should not see the choices below preposition test, because in life there's no available choices in test. I can use FB to fulfill my social needs, but I also have to be conscious on what I allow in my mind. It's like doing close to truth and close to lie, because other routes is bad for your psychology. You got to remember that Facebook is bad for your psychology because the success stories is their lucky moments. People have different goals. In an alternate truth, you won't gonna do much with 150,000s. Anyways, you can get it back by gaining 200% returns. You will learn that investing in yourself and relationships can be a better investment. Just like Bitcoin, having negative 30% moves is normal. You're always gonna crave advice from seemingly reliable people that gets lucky. But that doesn't mean what they did is right for the normal people. It's just that they got lucky and they can use that credibility to mislead and persuade you into their way of thinking, to always come out on top. That's why most credible people shouldn't be trusted. The best way to not grow in life or not learn is to be risk averse. Higher the risk, the higher the payoffs. You now have learned the power of diversification. Thinking about the next cheapest samgyeopsal to go takes a lot of time. It took you 4 hours to research it, same as deploying your limited, a lot of money, capital, or energy. You have to spend your limited time in things you enjoy doing to maximize that limited time. People are depressed because problems in the world seems easy or impossible to do. To be happy, you have to achieve hard things. People are scared to believe in quote or to risk being wrong, losing 100,000 in stocks. That mindset helps us to avoid quotes, but it also stops us from solving hard problems or believing in secrets. Philippines and Europe becomes pessimist or stop believing in secrets. That's why they can find answers to their problems. That's why getting depressed and your 150,000 loss is nonsense. People stop experimenting on how they interact with people because one mistake can cause them conflict. They are afraid to make. People are depressed because they don't take risk. It's okay to lose 100,000 knowing you tried rather than earning 50,000 and not learn and try. If that didn't happen, you won't discover new lasema and secrets about people and relationships, and knowledge can be better investments. Tech lead advice may not click fast because we sometimes only learn things through experience. That's where expertise comes, through experience and mistakes. It's not true that we can learn everything from others. Some things just requires experience to learn. No one can teach that but ourselves. Lies and truth is a bad way to see the lies and truth since we are inclined to see lies as bad and truth as good when in truth. Lies is just a way of looking at things. I should see truth as redirectional learning and lie as the greatest thing that happened to me because then I was able to learn and redirect objective truth. Seeing failure as redirection and learning to be productive and needs to be done consistently is a vague understanding of that. Seeing failure in a positive light is how we learn things. That is the most effective way to learn things, more than Barbara Oakley methods. You won't learn things by thinking you are a failure. You won't learn and improve by regretting about your past. Just because there are similarities in US and Philippines does not mean it has the same buying and behavior patterns. Coding and influencer will also work in the Philippines is a vague understanding of that. Success requires experience. You can leverage your grab data from the customer and use it to predict what will the customer will buy in the next few years. E-commerce is a big market in the Philippines because people starts becoming lazy and realize that they need to catch up with the internet technology, so the demand for online buying is high. There are many policies that SM wants to impose in order to restrict that to happen, but they can stop people's behavior. They either go with the trend or go bankrupt. Posting in Facebook won't work in the Philippines because Filipinos knows that Facebook is a bunch of lies, and they knew that getting famous is inevitable because high school is so crowded. Watch CNBC documentary Why Companies Fail in Different Countries. Most Filipinos does not have credit cards and bank data. That is why they prepared grab cash. E-commerce might be far away from being trend in the Philippines because of SM. Philippines does not have any money to spend in technology, either especially with this coronavirus. Philippines is far away from having the infrastructure that US have. Hardware is not as important as software in life because most of us excel in our area of expertise. Some people won't become software engineers because their hard drive or brain is not enough, just like how a 64-bit software cannot be run in a 32-bit hardware. Avaya or some apps got frozen because of the operating systems. Avaya got frozen but operating system still runs because OS allows a certain processor time and forcibly takes back control and gives another application task access to the processor. Windows has been managing multiple apps before. The hardware is just not capable of multitasking, but it has improved over the years. Windows are not able to handle multiple applications before because it depends on application to be responsible for using the processor. So, if the application is locked up like Avaya, it would not free other applications to run and it will force you to reboot or restart the frozen system. 4. Operating systems is the same across all boards. They're just used to communicate to hardware. There's 4 types of operating systems. The most commonly used is workstation operating systems, which allows you to access applications on server operating systems as well as independently run applications locally. 1. Server operating system is optimized for background processes, while mobile operating systems are optimized for touch-based devices. I am a bad person because I spy Johnny, Ethel, and all sorts of other people. I just want to know what on people's mind to be able to interact with them and serve their needs. My intention is not to steal money from them, but to get information that will help me better serve the society. Had you done this with your father's messenger, you would know the truth on what is the lifestyle and the intricacies of his life. 1. Also, it's part of my job to pursue knowledge and do things that sometimes out of the rules, but are actually happening in the society in order to see the limits of what hackers can actually do and to be able to mitigate and prevent that for myself and society moving forward. A. I never intend to hack Johnny or any person's phone. I just saw an opportunity by trying new things or ways to break the system and it works. 2. As you've learned, many people do inappropriate things because many people click on a phishing link, and that's what you see from learning other people's life. Humans are imperfect. 3. If a hotel chain spends millions of dollars per year on security devices and they weren't able to detect an attack for over 3 years, that's a pretty good indicator that their current security is not working. 4. There are current laws and new laws being passed that require timely disclosure. If a company believes they might be compromised but they cannot prove it, the burden still falls on them to do proper disclosure. Just like if Johnny cannot prove that I am the one who accessed the device, which will cost him more money in cybersecurity fee and lawyers, because escalation is always more costly, then the burden still falls on him to do proper security measures to avoid happening moving forward. Fifth, the breach wouldn't happen if government did not allow to have multiple devices and SIM cards and if Johnny Rodriguez and the store do their job of securing their data. It is not a one person's fault, it's a system's problem. Had you born from a rich family like Gates, you wouldn't be doing that to pursue knowledge to get ahead in life. 6. You can't prove a system is secure. You can only prove that it's not secure by trying to break into it. 7. It will also help me to avoid getting my eToro and video account hacked because my personal information is probably out there. Hackers are just waiting for perfect timing to get into my account smoothly. 8. God allows me to see it because He wants me to be married. 9. If you tell a bank to transfer the money and it turns out fraud, the bank is not liable because you authorize it. Same as MZE cellular contract. When Johnny sells his phone, he agrees that he deleted all the information and all other things is outside MZE cellular responsibility. 10th, computer technicians spy and get their customers' data all the time. We could have just used email to do multi-factor authentication instead of frequently dialed number. The number one method to gain access to your data these days is through phishing. That is from click email and web browsers. So we cannot trust those sources. Those are untrusted sources, just like applications that has malware written by third-party sources other than Android and Apple Store. First, we have switched from living in a physical world to living in cyberspace. We easily spend 80% of our lives in cyberspace. Second, we couldn't do our jobs without doing the functionality that these apps have given us because these specialized devices and software are what makes our society prosperous today. But the more functionality it has, the less secure it is. Third, on average, businesses are compromised for over 3 years and individuals are compromised for 19 months before they ever detect it's occurring. 4. Locks in a house don't necessarily keep everyone out, they just make it more difficult, just like tracing computer hacks. People doesn't really need fraud prevention representative because there may come a time that a single person can prevent all the fraud and the cost of hiring it is less than hiring an entire department. The truth is, you can't prevent all attacks because some percentage of a suspicious email is a legitimate email, and blocking that legitimate email is unacceptable for a business and for the customers. First, customers will always want the more convenient options in the market, and if you don't provide them that option, they will go to your competitors. Second, the solution is to tune your security software to respond to the highest priority attacks. because we have limited time, so we have to allocate resources. Just like with Johnny Rodriguez, his pay is not enough to pursue any case that wasn't visibly seen in the first place, because it will take much of his time and resources that he would otherwise use in other things. And he will not be willing to trade based on his age, job, health, sins, etc. Third, most important at the company is critical data. Therefore, any attacks that focus on accessing critical data would be a high priority. Fourth, you have to remember that the difference between major and minor attack is the data that is compromised. Fourth lie, the more private we are, the less attention we have, the less money and resources we would spend on security. Fifth lie, I am tired because we have lots of workload and uncertain future. Sixth lie, preventing hacks and fraud is not everybody's responsibility, because for most people, the security is not worth the convenience. It's true that the more private we are, the less resources spent on security, but it doesn't consider that hacking is about going into an identified system that are visible or known, identify waste into those systems and vulnerabilities that could be exploited, because humans are imperfect beings, which creates imperfect systems. Fifth, I am tired and confused because I did not acknowledge and study the hack that I did to the phones I bought. First, also, Jessery says I hacked my old Facebook account, which makes me disconnected to my past, and that is unhealthy. Sixth, preventing hacks and fraud is a responsibility, and it requires the art of diversifying your data while not making it over the place like investing to avoid the risk of getting it by an intruder. Seventh lie, the goal of an attack is to steal money and information. Eighth lie, it costs us to just solve security problem as it arises. Ninth lie, I would not be a target of cyber attack because I don't have enough money for them to be worth it. 10th lie, people could have just used other ways of communication like text instead of messenger to be safer and secure. The goal of an attack is to gain long-term access to an organization for monitoring and taking information at will, instead of just taking a one-time information and payment. It costs less before any theft occurs than if there's a bounty on the information to get it back. Many of the nation attacks from North Korea, China, Russia, and Iran actually target small to medium-sized businesses and individual businesses because they are an easier target than government entities. 100% security doesn't exist. It's all about risk management. The only way to keep the car safe is to put the car on cinder blocks in your garage. Driving a horse may be safer, but you get the inconvenience of not getting an aircon and not using your physical energy while going from one place to another, and you might die from heat stroke because of hot. Troubleshooting security issues. There are a number of topics CompTIA expect you to know for the 220 to 1102 exam as it pertains to security issues. Many of these issues also appear in other CompTIA certification exams, such as security, plus, and other exams that have security component. Rest assured that for the 220 to 1102 exam, you do not need to know the depth of content as if you were preparing for the security class exam. However, you should be familiar with the following symptoms when determining if a security-related problem has occurred. First, you are unable to access the network. Second, desktop alerts mysteriously appear. Third, you receive false alerts regarding antivirus protection. Fourth, Altered system or personal files are discovered. Fifth, missing or renamed files are discovered. 6. Unwanted notifications appear within the operating system. 7. Operating systems updates fail. 8. You receive random or frequent pop-ups. 9th, you receive certificate warnings. 10th, your browser is redirected to website. This list is by no means exhaustive. What is an absolute is the fact that you should immediately rectify the security issue or quarantine the system if you experience even one of these symptoms. In the following sections, we will cover the aforementioned security-related symptoms as well as explore some cases for these symptoms. It cannot be overstated that establishing security policies and procedures, updating your operating systems, updating your applications, and updating your network devices are all good measures to help eliminate potential security problems. Common symptoms. Network connectivity issues. If your computer is hooked up to a network, you need to know when your computer is not functioning properly on the network and what to do about it. In most cases, the problem can be attributed to either a malfunctioning network interface card, NIC, or improperly installed network software. The biggest indicator in Windows that some component of the network software is non-functional is that you can't log into the network or access any network service. To fix this problem, you must first fix the underlying hardware problem, if one exists, and then properly install or configure the network software. In some situations, network connectivity issues can be related to security threats. Although you might not seem to have network connectivity, the NIC might be working fine, while the real problem is a malicious program that has crashed, or that it's not operating as the creator of the malicious program intends. The malware will act as a proxy for the network traffic. This type of malware is usually intent on stealing credentials or banking information. However, it can also be used to inject ads and cause browser redirection. Not all malware that causes network connectivity issues acts as a proxy. Some malware changes network settings, such as your DNS servers. This type of malware will cause browser redirections by controlling what you resolve through its DNS. It's also common for malware to change your system proxy so that all requests go through the threat agent's remote proxy. False alerts and hoaxes. The operating system is by far the largest attack vector for threat agents. The software installed on the operating system and the files that the operating system stores are the perfect mixture of targets. Threat agents can target an unpatched application that contains a vulnerability. A threat agent can also sneak a file that is infected with malware onto the operating system. In the following section, we will identify symptoms of common security issues along with their possible causes. The solutions for the symptoms vary significantly. However, the overall goal is to keep your operating system protected. Protecting the operating system can be achieved by keeping the OS current on all patches. The applications that are installed on the operating system should be kept current with patches as well. Anti-malware software should be installed and the best practices should be employed as previously discussed in the past chapters. Troubleshooting common Microsoft Windows OS problems. Windows is mind-bogglingly complex. Other operating systems are complex too, but the mere fact that Windows has nearly 60 million lines of code and thousands of developers have worked on it makes you pause and shake your head. Fortunately, You just need to take a systematic approach to solving software-related issues. Windows-based issues can be grouped into several categories based on their cause, such as boot problems, missing files, such as system files, configuration files, and virtual memory. If you're troubleshooting a boot problem, it's imperative that you understand the Windows boot process. Some common Windows problems don't fall into any category other than common Windows problems. We cover those in the following sections, followed by a discussion of the tools that can be used to fix them. Common symptoms. There are numerous common symptoms that CompTIA asks you to be familiar with for the exam. They range from the dreaded blue screen of death, PSOD, to spontaneous restarts and everything in between. They are discussed here in the order in which they appear in the objective list. Sluggish performance. The performance of your systems will inevitably slow down over time. This could be due to a multitude of causes, ranging from bad Windows Update patches to malware. Sluggish or slow performance is one of the hardest problems to solve on a Windows operating system, because many of the systems are related to each other. The first step to solving the problem is identifying the component that is impacted by the performance issue. The following is a list of critical components that can be affected by slow performance. CPU. A system of poor CPU performance is the slow execution of applications. The operating system, GUI, will be unresponsive and sluggish. You may also hear your CPU fan running higher than normal if overheating starts to occur. CPU problems can be caused by an application that requires high CPU usage, such as movie rendering. RAM. A symptom of the operating system running out of RAM is high disk activity. As physical memory is used up, the less active pages of memory are swapped out to the hard disk drive. The symptoms of performance closely resemble CPU-related issues, where applications are slow in loading. RAM problems can be caused by too many applications being open at once, or an application that has high RAM requirements, such as database. Disk. A symptom of poor hard disk drive performance is the crashing of the drive heads on the plotters of the drive. Crashing occurs when there is excessive movement of the drive arm to locate information on the drive. Disk problems can be caused by excessive fragmentation, high RAM usage, or a high volume of drive usage by applications, such as a video capture. Network. Symptoms of poor network performance are slow loading web pages, network applications that load slowly, and even timeouts. If you are using wireless, network issues can be caused by poor signal strength. If you are connected through Ethernet, poor network performance can be directly related to the local area network LAN. The problems can also be outside of your network. Graphics. Symptoms of poor graphics GPU performance are usually related to slow running video games and playback videos. The frames per second FPS will be excessively low as the computer tries to render the screen. It is not common to have graphics related issues unless you just downloaded the latest shoot 'em up game. Graphics related problems are usually the hardest to solve because they require third-party tools with a graphics card vendor. As you can see from the list of possibly affected components, many of the symptoms are closely related, such as RAM, CPU, and disk. The excessive usage of RAM can create performance symptoms with your hard disk drive. If left for a long period of time, this can both lead to an increase in CPU activity. There are several tools that you can use to identify the problem area so that you can focus your attention on narrowing down the problem. The first tool you should start off is the Task Manager, as shown in Figure 19.1. You can launch Task Manager in several different ways, such as right-clicking the Start menu and selecting Task Manager, right-clicking the taskbar and selecting Task Manager, or pressing Ctrl plus Shift plus Escape. The Performance tab will show you 4 or the 5 critical areas detailed previously on the left side. In this example, you can see that the processor is spiked out at almost 100% and all other systems are within tolerance. In 1943, the president of IBM, Thomas Watson, was quoted as saying, "I think there is a world market for maybe 5 computers." Somewhat more recently, in 1977, Ken Olsen, the founder of one-time computer industry giant Digital Equipment Corporation, stated, "There's no reason anyone would want a computer in their home." 4 years later, the personal computer was introduced, ironically, by IBM. It's about 80 years past the first quote and about 50 years past the second. But looking back at the history of computers, it's amazing to see how far the industry has come. As recently as the early 1990s, portable computers were luxuries that were affordable to only the wealthy or the select few business people who traveled extensively. As with all other technologies, though, portable systems became smaller, lighter, more portable, more powerful, and less expensive because the technology and price disparity between the two platforms has decreased significantly. Laptops have outsold desktops since the mid-2000s. For about 20 years, laptop computers enjoy the status as the most popular mobile computing device available. Desktop computers still were more powerful and cheaper, but with a laptop, users weren't tethered to a desk. Technology continued its inevitable progression, and smaller mobile devices came into play. Tablets, smartphones, and even wearable devices obtained enough power and features to be considered computers. Laptop sales have been flat since about 2012, whereas smartphones and wearables have continued to increase in market share. Further, smartphones overtook laptops as the most popular device to access the internet as of 2015. In stark contrast to the computers of yesteryear, today's most popular computing devices can be so small that likelihood of misplacing them is a real and ongoing concern. Every indication is that the movement toward mobile computing will continue, so you definitely need to be well versed in portable technologies, which contain both nifty features and frustrating quirks. In this chapter, you will learn about the features and quirks of laptop and mobile device hardware. There are some differences. For example, the majority of hardware on a laptop is more similar to that of a desktop than to that of a smartphone. But there are similarities as well. The display of a laptop, and to be fair, most desktop-sized monitors, is a lot like those in smaller devices. Throughout the chapter, we will cover laptops and smaller mobile devices, as though they are similar, and call out specific differences where appropriate. We will start with installing and configuring laptop hardware and components, including details on display technologies. Then we'll finish with setting up and configuring accessories and ports on mobile devices. Working with laptop and mobile device hardware. Hardware in all computing device needs to perform the same tasks. There are devices that control input and output, processing, short-term and long-term storage, displaying information, and connecting to other computers. This is true regardless of the size of the device. Granted, smaller devices are space constrained, so the hardware components that do this task need to be smaller and consume far less energy. Working with hardware, then, should be similar across devices, and for the most part it is. Maybe instead of having a physical keyboard, you'll have a virtual one, and you can't exactly replace it per se. But at least you know how to input to the device. Or maybe the screen is smaller, but it and the video card still perform the same tasks that their larger counterparts do. In the following sections, we will look at the specifics regarding working with hardware in laptops and smaller devices. Understanding the differences between device types. The first personal computers developed were more similar to today's desktop computers than they were to laptops or mobile devices. The smaller devices do trace their ancestry back to the desktop, though, so it makes sense to compare them to their bigger counterparts. Here, we'll take a high-level look at what makes laptop and mobile devices unique. Laptop versus desktops. Laptops are similar to desktop computers in architecture in that they contain many parts that perform similar functions. However, the parts that make up a laptop are completely different from those in desktop computers. The obvious major difference is size. Laptops are space challenged. Another primary concern is heat. Different readers need different kinds of information. Let's look at a couple of examples. Jose works for Avalantra, a pharmaceutical company that's developed a new extended release formulation of the popular medication Skizazine. Kisses HR. His boss asked him to draft scripts for two animated videos to be used on the company's website. One for patients, which will be placed on the home page, and other for doctors, which will appear on a special password-protected page for providers on the site. Jose knows that these two audiences both need to be introduced to the new medication, but that they're going to require slightly different information because they have different needs and points of view. He tackles the version for doctors first. New Skizer XR offers your Skizzen patients more options with a $0 copay and streamlined prescribing process. Skizer XR is the only 100% extended release head. Start program is designed to ensure that your parents. It's never been so simple to prescribe Skizer XR. Now the version for patients. You can see that these different versions reflect the needs and interest of their respective audiences. Patients don't need the detailed information about available dosage or all the ins and outs of the prescribing options and are essentials. Now, let's look at a more day-to-day example of providing the right information for all different audiences. Darlene's small company is finally getting around to digitizing all its customers' records, and she decided to have her current staff do entry from the paper files, supported by a couple of temps. Here, Darlene writes to the staff members who will be working on the project. Hi all, thanks for stepping up to get the legacy files digitized. It will be great to have everything in one place. We'll be starting on Monday with the objective of finishing by Friday the 23rd. Shamara will assign you the files to work on. You should use the regular customer system with regular login. Please follow these procedures. Step 1. Before you enter anything, check to ensure that there is an existing record for the customer. If you find significant discrepancies between the paper files and the existing records, please ask Shamara or me. Please enter the following fields from the paper files: name, address, phone, contact person, date served. If you are not sure about the close date, leave that field blank. Reps who serve the customer. If you have any questions at all, please ask Shamara or me. I mean this. Don't guess when you have questions. The whole point of this is to clean up our records. It's worth taking a little extra time to figure it out, how to do it right. Thank you again. I really appreciate your willingness to work on this project. Best, Darlene. Darlene also needs to orient the temps who will be helping you stop with the data entry project. Hi, welcome to the team, and thank you for signing on to work on this project. As I'm sure you know, we're working to digitize all customer records. You'll be working alongside our regular employees to get these records entered into our database. We'll be starting on Monday with the objective of finishing by Friday, the 23rd. Before we get into the details on the data entry, some information about the system. You should have received your login credentials in the introductory email. If you did not, please let me know immediately. Darlene has used the message to her staff as the basis for this message to the temps, and she thought carefully about what additional information she temps might need. She's added some context for the project and some information about how the database system works. She's also written point 1 so that it's clearer to a reader who is not part of the team. And she's written the section about asking rather than guessing for the audience of temps. In taking time to customize the message for the temps, she's prevented a lot of confusion and probably a lot of errors. We'll take another look at choosing the right content for your message in step 5. Fill in missing content. Delete extraneous content. How writing a business plan can make you a better business writer. Today's hottest companies from Amazon to Apple to Google have at least one thing in common. They all started with a business plan. A business plan is a document written for potential investors that outlines objectives and strategies. It is intended to convince investors to put up cash for the new enterprise. The stakes are very high. You must address your readers' concern, or you won't get the funding you need to start your business. To write a successful business plan, you have to provide persuasive answers to 3 sets of questions. Mobile device data, the relevance today. Mobile devices have come a long way since their inception. Data contained on a mobile device can now be compared to the written notes of a daily diary, often with pictures and videos, containing a company's most secure documents, our financial status, and most importantly, our everyday habits, patterns, and routines. If a picture of an individual were painted with the personal data recovered from a PC, the picture would be a blurry representation with no clear edges. If, however, the data recovered from a mobile device were examined, it would most likely paint a very personal and potentially embarrassing picture of the individual. Mobile device and the media. Every day, the world media reports cases solved using evidence from mobile devices or how a mobile device was involved in a crime, either a text message or chat was sent or received, a social media post was sent or interpreted, or a voicemail was heard, recorded, or hacked. In 2014, the Pew Research Center reported that 90% of US adults owned a cellular phone, which translates to about 135 million cell phone users. It is no wonder that law enforcement digital examiners are looking to these devices as an evidence to treasure trove. Mobile device data is today's equivalent to yesterday's DNA evidence. One day, a mobile device that shows up in the lab or in the field may hold data that has never been seen by the world. The grassy knoll, the shot heard round the world, the missing planes, last communication, and the smoking gun. Quite simply, you can fill in the blank to determine what a mobile device might be involved in when contemplating the events of the day. Digital data from a mobile device holds the key. To the forensics examiner, this data is critical in many investigations. The following story: Mobile devices on the scene details the relevance of data on mobile device and how its recovery is critical. Mobile devices on the scene. In 2009, A fight was reported on a congested Bay Area rapid transit train platform. After officers responded to the scene, an officer shot one of the subjects, who later died at a nearby hospital. At the time, there were no news crews on the scene or closed-circuit television cameras in the area. What was on the scene were multiple people with cell phones, who captured the event both in still and video formats. These videos were uploaded and disseminated to media outlets and the web. It is reported that the raw video of the event was downloaded more than 500,000 times in a single week. Videos from the cell phones taken from many different angles were critical to the case. Sir Randall is the one who failed when they hire me, when they will fire me because I am at worst top 5%. I am top 10% in sales competition nowadays based on some events. Zoom has 4 VPOs, which happens in the morning and night, and OM Randall is at SQ quadruple times, and there is 4 VPO, May 31, and also June 2 and June 3. The probability that the unique visitor gets widowed in the past year is lower than the unique visitor now, because that is the law of compound effect, and even if it is there, there's only 250,000 people who knows that in the Philippines. And it's not sure if it's call center, and it's not proven if the Philippines really has 25,000 million people who knew, because it is a religious country by some events and National Geographic and Ray Edwards or the Copywriting Bureau, because most people won't hack that, so I'm at first top 5%. I'm just not in the right mindset right now because I'm at worst top 5% in the Philippines and world, so I can have a high income skill while on the side. I should ask myself questions in Google about the things that I am finding like side hustle in order to develop self-awareness. The reason why mental awareness is great is because you won't spend energy believing, because life is all about maximizing energy, and that is why it is greater than cognitive abilities, because our only action or energy has reaction. The idea is worth $2,500. Just take the Metro deal for example. Quality course will make you successful, and God wants us to have integrity on our choices and behavior, so God will favor the people who choose to have a high quality of information for a long period of time until the man become who he watched or learned and became a habit, and it turns became the man's destiny. And that is God's Bible works when you believe in it. Then it will change your life to what God plans you to be, which is in heaven, because it is not the one big system that will change our life dramatically in the end. It's the little things, or hard work, or being successful. It's not about a one-time system of think. It's learning great course over time. Degree is more expensive than course, even though the online course is more valuable because it is useful and up-to-date, and degree is about learning course, and degree is knowledgeable, or its price in the market is 60,000 per semester. But the course online is greater, so 120,000. The reason why mental awareness is great is because you won't spend energy believing, because life is all about maximizing energy. Quality course is valuable because if you say that it's not, it's like saying right interpretation of Bible is not valuable in order to go to heaven. I want to buy $2,500 course back then, like when I spent 40,000 pesos to Darren Hardy, and when I am about to sell the necklace to have a skill, because it made me Dean's Lister and discover Japan and not study, and that is actually what happens, and personal development turns me from addict to a person with a vision and Dean's Lister and had a scholar which is worth 200,000 pesos. Some ovens tell me that when it comes to learning, you have to look at the course that is not useless, and he tell that I should define clearly define my goal. And that is actually what he said, and it's like what the valuable course like Edward de Bono said, that truth is but a way of looking at things, and some are just most useful in terms of our goals. Action needs some knowledge, strategy, tactics, process in order to implement it to achieve the goal. It's important because now you will have a wisdom or know what to do and not to do, so theory is important. What we are doing in business is about collecting theory and concepts in mind so that less energy. You should tweak it or what you are doing right now, which is lies and truth, in order to go to what God plans you to do. So I should tweak what is my belief system all the time because truth is always changing. You should think that what will QA will tell you when you approve that kind of purpose and relationship. And that is actually how you should think because it will help you judge, because truth is but a way of looking at things, and some things is more useful in terms of our goals, and in this case in terms of QA. Not much fraud does because QA is a system in which company did to mitigate loss. So if you do all the system, then you have nothing to worry if you approve the transaction. But then you should think the company also. But the most useful is to think in terms of QA always, and then fraud loss, because there's something that the system really can't mitigate, like people who don't want to pay. So you need to follow QA system for so much lesser energy. Belief system which will make people act comes from the information that they consume. People and things will influence them. When you just do success, but if you don't know why it's working, it's gonna be short-lived because you don't know why it's working. You don't have mental awareness and cognitive abilities on the block, and if you don't know why it's working, you will spend so much energy thinking why it worked, and energy is action, and action is success. And in order to do something, we should have the reason why we are doing it, and that is why theory or course is so powerful, because the concept in itself is energy, and energy is action, and only action is reaction. And yes, you will iterate it along the way, but our action solely depends on the quality of information that we have, because information itself is energy. So the argument has nothing to do with this, because that argument is for the people who don't have quality course. Hardware is not as important as software in life because most of us excel in our area of expertise. Some people won't become software engineers because their hard drive or brain is not enough, just like how a 64-bit software cannot be run in a 32-bit hardware. Avaya or some apps got frozen because of the operating systems. Avaya got frozen, but operating system still runs because OS allows a certain processor time and forcibly takes back control and gives another application task access to the processor. Windows has been managing multiple apps before. The hardware is just not capable of multitasking, but it has improved over the years. Windows are not able to handle multiple applications before because it depends on application to be responsible for using the processor. So, if the application is locked up like Avaya, it would not free other applications to run, and it will force you to reboot or restart the frozen system. Operating systems is the same across all boards. They are just used to communicate to hardware. There's 4 types of operating systems. The most commonly used is workstation operating systems, which allow you to access applications and server operating systems, as well as independently run applications locally. Server operating system is optimized for background processes, while mobile operating systems are optimized for touch-based device. I am a bad person because I spy Johnny, Ethel, and all sorts of other people. I just want to know what on people's mind to be able to interact with them and serve their needs. My intention is not to steal money from them, but to get information that will help me better serve the society. Had you done this with your father's messenger, you would know the truth on what is the lifestyle and the intricacies of his life. You did not get any money from Johnny. You just make him your mentor. Also, it's part of my job to pursue knowledge and do things that sometimes out of the rules that are actually happening in the society in order to see the limits of what hackers can actually do and to be able to mitigate and prevent that for myself and society moving forward. I never intend to hack Johnny or any person's phone. I just saw an opportunity by trying new ways to break the system and it works. As you've learned, many people do inappropriate things because many people click on a phishing link, and that's what you see from learning other people's lives. Humans are imperfect. If a hotel chain spends millions of dollars per year on security devices and they weren't able to detect an attack for over 3 years, that's a pretty good indicator that their current security is not working. There are current laws and new laws being passed that require timely disclosure. If a company believes they might be compromised but they cannot prove it, the burden still falls on them to do proper disclosure. Just like if Johnny cannot prove that I am the one who accessed the device, which will cost him more money in cybersecurity fee and lawyers because escalation is always more costly, then the burden still falls on him to do proper security measures to avoid happening moving forward. The breach wouldn't happen if government did not allow to have multiple devices and SIM cards, and if Johnny Rodriguez and the store do their job of securing their data. It is not a one person's fault. Had you born from a rich family like Gates, you wouldn't be doing that to pursue knowledge to get ahead in life. 6. You can prove a system is secure. You can only prove that it's not secure by trying to break into it. 7. It will also help me to avoid getting my eToro and video account hacked because my personal information is probably out there. Hackers are just waiting for perfect timing to get into my account smoothly. 8. God allows me to see it because He wants me to be married. 9. If you tell a bank to transfer the money and it turns out fraud, the bank is not liable because you authorized it. Same as MJ Cellular contract. When Johnny sells his phone, he agrees that he deleted all the information. Troubleshooting mobile OS issues. As mobile devices has been rapidly replacing the desktop and laptop machines that used to rule the workplace, the equipment administrator must maintain has now evolved to cover a plethora of options. This section focuses on common mobile OS and application issues and some of the tools that can be used to work with them. A subsequent section will look at the same topics with more of a focus on security. In the following sections, we will cover many common symptoms of problems that are common with mobile OS and applications. In this section, we cover how to identify application systems as they appear in the objectives. Application problems. Mobile devices are generally error-free and function fine. However, as we install applications to the mobile OS, we introduce potential problems. This happens because a mobile application is generally developed for the nominal platform. The application is also usually only tested on one or two devices as the developer sees it. The developer can account for every make and model. The developer can't account for every make and model of mobile device, and this is generally why we see application problems. In this section, we will cover the most common application problems you may encounter with mobile devices. You will notice that they are all somewhat connected and usually have the same steps to rectify the problem. Application launch issues. If an application app does not load, it could be attributed to a multitude of reasons. One common reason is that the application is still running in the background and is not really loading. It is just becoming a foreground application and becoming the application in focus. When you close an application, it is sometimes doesn't call close all the way down and free up memory. Instead, it gets moved to the background and is technically still running. The first thing you should try if an application is not loading is to force quit the application. To force quit an application on an Android device, press the tab key, usually the leftmost soft button, and then swipe the application left or right to close. On Apple devices, double tap the home button. Another common problem related to applications not loading is that sometimes the cache associated with the application is corrupted. This usually happens right after an application updates itself, which is all the time on mobile devices. On Android phone, you can clear the application's cache by tapping Settings, tapping Apps, choosing the application, tapping Storage, and finally tapping Clear Cache. In many cases, clearing the cache will not affect the majority of the application storage. In many cases, an application will not allow you to clear its cache. If the option is not there, or after you've cleared the cache, the application is still not loading. You can remove Android applications by tapping Settings. Apple is even simpler. All you need to do is tap and hold an icon until all the icons dance back and forth. An X will be displayed in the upper left corner of the application icon. Simply tap the X to uninstall the application. You can then visit the App Store and reinstall the application. Application crashes. Another less common problem with applications is that they crash or close out unexpectedly. This issue is less common since most applications run fine, but occasionally you will have a mobile application just close or crash out on you. This is frustrating because it usually happens when you most need it, and it is generally an intermittent problem. This is how this particular problem differentiates itself from an app not loading. It doesn't crash every time. The recommendations are the same for a crashing or closing application. Ultimately, you need to find a series of events or steps to trigger the bug and crash or close the application. Once you've reproduced the problem, it's time to try to fix the issue by doing one or more of the following. Force quit the application, clear the application cache, clear the application data, uninstall the application, reboot the device, reinstall the application. If none of this solution works, then it may be time to check the vendor site for any similar problems and solutions encountered by others. Support for applications on mobile devices is normally forum or community support. However, some paid mobile applications have email-based support. Describe the issue, the device make and model, steps to reproduce the problem, and other applications installed on the device. Application fails to update. You may have one or more application fails to update. Getting started in web design. In this chapter, content-related disciplines, design specialties, front-end development, back-end development, recommended equipment, web-related software. The web has been around for more than 25 years now, experiencing euphoric early expansion, an economic-driven bust, an innovation-driven rebirth, and constant evolution along the way. One thing is certain, the web as communication and commercial medium is here to stay. Not only that, it has found its way onto devices such as smartphones, tablets, TVs, and more. There have never been more opportunities to put web design know-how to use. Through my experience teaching web design courses and workshops, I have the opportunity to meet people of all backgrounds who are interested in learning how to do web pages. Allow me to introduce you to just a few. I've been a printer designer for 17 years, and now I am feeling pressure to provide design services. I've been a programmer for years, but I want to shift my skills to web development because there are good job opportunities in my area. I tinkered with web pages in high school, and I think it might be something I'd like to do for a living. I've made a few sites using themes in WordPress, but I like to expand my skills and create custom sites for small businesses. Whatever the motivation, the first question is always the same. Where do I start? It may seem like there's a mountain of stuff to learn, and it's not easy to know where to jump in, but you have to start somewhere. This chapter provides an overview of the profession before we leap into building sites. It begins with an introduction to the roles and responsibilities associated with creating websites, so you can consider which role is right for you. I will also give you a heads up on the equipment and software you will be likely to use, and in other words, the tools of the trade. Where do I start? Maybe you are reading this book as part of a full course on web design and development. Maybe you bought it to expand your current skill set on your own. Maybe you just pick it up out of curiosity. Whatever the case, this book is a good place to start learning what makes the web tick. There are many levels of involvement in web design, from building a small site for yourself to making it a full-blown career. You may enjoy being a full-stack web developer or just specializing in one skill. There are a lot of ways you can go. If you are interested in pursuing web design or production as a career, you'll need to bring your skills up to a professional level. Employers may not require a web design degree, but they will expect to see working sample sites that demonstrate your skills and experience. These sites can be the result of class assignments, personal projects, or a site for a small business or organization. What's important is that they look professional and have well-written, clear HTML, style sheets, and scripts behind the scenes. If your involvement is at a smaller scale, say you just have a site or two you'd like to publish, you may find using a template on an online website service is a great head start. See the sidebar I just want my own site. Most allow you to tweak the underlying code, so what you learn in this book will help you customize the template to your liking. I just want my own site. You don't necessarily need to become a web designer or developer to start publishing on the web. There are many website hosting services that provide templates and drag-and-drop interfaces that make it easier to build a site without any code know-how. They can be used for anything from full-service e-commerce solutions to small personal sites, although some services are better suited to one more than the other. Here are the few most popular site building services as of this writing: WordPress, Squarespace, Wix, SiteBuilder, Weebly. There are many similar services available, so it's worth searching the web to find one that's right for you. It takes a village. Website creation rules. When I look at a site, I see the multitude of decisions and areas of expertise that went into building it. Sites are more than just code and pictures. They often begin with a business plan or other defined mission. Before they launch, the content must be created and organized. Research is performed, design from the broadest goals to finest details must happen. Code gets written, and everything must be coordinated with what's happening on the server to bring it to fruition. Big, well-known sites are created by teams of dozens, hundreds, or even thousands of contributors. There are also sites that are created and maintained by a team with only a handful of members. It is also absolutely possible to create a respectable site with a team of only yourself. That's the beauty of the web. In this section, I'll introduce you to the various disciplines that contribute to the creation of a site, including roles related to content, design, and code. You may end up specializing in just one area of expertise, working as a part of a team of specialists. If you are designing sites on your own, you will need to wear many hats. Consider that day-to-day to keep up of your household requires you to be part-time chef, house cleaner. I wouldn't become software engineer because I started at 25 years old. The cap in age in a job is really from 30 years old to 35 years old because most careers progress linearly. There will be a lot of software engineers, senior software engineers, who will start their own company or will choose work-life balance over many others. So there will be a lot of positions that will be available for junior programmers. Additionally, you have a lot of advantage over many others because you came from engineering and technical support, which a lot of ways has a compound returns on investment because the more experience you have as a technical support, the better you are at problem solving. Studying while working will take a toll on my work and may lead to investments that is not worth it in the long term. Studying while working between 20 to 35 years old is the best thing you can do in terms of your brain plasticity. Hardware is not as important as software in life because most of us excel in our area of expertise. Some people won't become software engineers because their hard drive or brain is not enough, just like how a 64-bit software cannot be run in a 32-bit hardware. Avaya or some apps got frozen because of the operating systems. Avaya got frozen but operating system still runs because OS allows a certain processor time for the application and forcibly takes back control and gives another application task access to the processor. 3. Windows has been managing multiple apps before. The hardware is just not capable of multitasking, but it has improved over the years. Windows are not able to handle multiple applications back then because it depends on application to be responsible for using the processor. So, if the application is locked up like Avaya, it would not free other applications to run and it will force you to reboot or restart the frozen system. Operating systems is the same across all boards. They're just used to communicate to hardware. There's 4 types of operating systems. The most commonly used is workstation operating systems, which allows you to access applications on server operating systems as well as independently run applications locally. Server operating system is optimized for background processes, while mobile operating systems are optimized for touch-based devices. I am a bad person because I spy Johnny, Ethel, and all sorts of other people. I just want to know what on people's mind to be able to interact with them and serve their needs. My intention is not to steal money from them, but to get information that will help me better serve the society. Had you done this with your father's messenger, you would know the truth on what is the lifestyle and the intricacies of his life. Also, it's part of my job to pursue knowledge and do things that's sometimes out of the rules but are actually happening in the society in order to see the limits of what hackers can actually do and to be able to mitigate and prevent that for myself and society moving forward. A. I never intend to hack Johnny or any person's phone. I just saw an opportunity by trying new ways to break the system and it works. 2. As you've seen from learning other people's mind behind the scenes, many people do inappropriate things because many people click on a phishing link. Humans are imperfect. 3. If a hotel chain spends millions of dollars per year on security devices and they weren't able to detect an attack for over 3 years, that's pretty good indicator that their current security is not working. 4. There are current laws and new laws being passed that require timely disclosure. If a company believes they might be compromised but they cannot prove it, the burden still falls on them to do proper disclosure. Just like if Johnny cannot prove that I am the one who accessed the device, which will cost him more money in cybersecurity fee and lawyers, because escalation is always more costly. Then the burden still falls on him to do proper security measures to avoid happening moving forward. The breach wouldn't happen if government did not allow to have multiple devices and SIM cards, and if Johnny Rodriguez and the store do their job of securing their data. It is not a one person's fault. Had you born from a rich family like Kate's, you wouldn't be doing that to pursue knowledge to get ahead in life. You can prove a system is secure. You can only prove that it's not secure by trying to break into it. It will also help me to avoid getting my eToro and BDO account hacked because my personal information is probably out there. Hackers are just waiting for perfect timing to get into my account smoothly. God allows me to see it because He wants me to be married. If you tell a bank to transfer the money and it turns out fraud, the bank is not liable because you authorize it, same as MZE cellular contract. When Johnny sells his phone, he agreed that he deleted all the information or other things outside MZE cellular responsibility. Computers technicians spy and get their customers' data all the time. The first person to blame by Johnny should be MZE and not me. Delayed gratification is secret to discipline is a big understanding of that. Discipline is about being addicted to long-term gratification, which is like being Catherine Bernardo. It's about training your mind to think long-term and live in accordance with your long-term goal, meaning your character that you set in your alchemy of self. Some opens on Catherine Bernardo's discipline, that is why they become successful. They focus on discipline, not motivation, because motivation always runs out. I should follow a consistent sleep cycle and keep my room and motor clean for me to make my discipline stronger. All of the successful people sell their soul. They gave up their being, their entire existence into the pursuit of the goal, so I should remove the thing unnecessary to achieve my goal. If family, health will affect on achieving my goal, then I should keep that up and running, but if it won't, then I won't keep it. As simple as that. You will still spend time with your family, but it is super less time if your vision is big. But if your vision is small, then you can balance, so you shouldn't keep your job or goal and spiritual different if it isn't needed to achieve your goal. Fact change over time as we have different perspective. Master always reinvents the truth on the better ways and it becomes the new status quo or popular belief or truth. Don't relate information to your religion, analyze it in isolation from bias. Doing what you want whenever you want is not freedom and you are doing it to the cost of your goal. You can be free from that moment, but you are sucked off for life, and freedom comes from discipline, because what makes us happy is achieving our goals, and it is our ultimate freedom, and freedom comes from constraints and discipline and controlling your impulses. Happiness, achievement, creativity, resourcefulness comes from imposing constraints on yourselves, not doing what you want whenever you want. I should unwind, take a day off, and plan the next day at the end of the day because it is scientifically proven based on some moments. Yes, people buy best version of themselves, but whenever we are receiving information from another people, sources, we just carry so much bias about the lesbian, gay, corrupt, etc. So the better way to listen to people is not just knowing what they will ask or researching about them, because we just carry so much bias. So while we are listening, reading, we should ask ourselves, what is the object are they talking about? What relationships and the sequence? And the more you do that, like some events in consulting accelerator, the more you will be objective in things and you will receive the best possible information possible and best life possible. And people like to tell stories and we are easily persuaded led by stories like Russell Branson's story selling. So I shouldn't just listen to people by knowing ahead of time that I will know what feeling they are dying. I should always have an end goal in mind, what will happen or objective, because if we look at people, faces, information separately, we just carry so much bias and we sway by our feeling because of their stories and our own bias. And we won't be able to decide the best thing that we should do during the call, and it won't compromise customer service because you are doing the best and the most objective way to get P4P, because you can't just help customer over time if you look at it like hard on the customer. We just carry so much bias, so you need to be systemized. You need to have an objective which is pay for performance in relation if you will approve your transaction, in relation to your AHT, in relation how you will collaborate with other agents, and know that when Wool works in harmony, produce great outcome. So focus on system on achieving the pay for performance, which is the objective, and just focus on objective, not hard to the customer, because we just carry so much bias and their stories can persuade you, or fraudster can persuade you. And also focus on harmony. Remember to zoom in and zoom out. So having an end goal or objectifying things is doing your best in every call and not objectifying the call. Means that you don't love your customer and you don't want to provide the best service possible to the customer. And yes, you should have empathy in your customer when their loved ones dies, but that doesn't mean being empathetic is not included in objectifying things. Because if you really love people, would you be okay of not letting your own feelings control you, but instead objectifying things? Because sometimes when you love people, you gotta do what isn't feel right. It doesn't mean that a YouTube video is popular and there are many likes. Doesn't mean that it's the truth. Because back then, killing people is considered as truth. So you have to conduct experiments and analyze it in isolation from bias. To solve a problem, you should start by clearly identifying them, and to have a problem statement. It starts with asking question and asking if you're really asking that question, or why should you care to that problem. What is more beneficial in terms of solving problem? It's not just about knowing the object, relationship, and sequence. It's almost impossible to be objective if you listen to their story or just research them or their information. Cellular. Who needs computers when you can get online with any number of mobile devices? Okay, there are plenty of things a phone or tablet can do, but with the latest advantages in cellular data services, your mobile internet experience will feel a lot more like your home internet experience than it ever has before. Example, you can share a phone or tablet connection to a cellular network using a process called tethering. You'll need to turn on the service on your device and then connect your phone to your computer, either wirelessly as a mobile hotspot or directly using a USB connection. Most carriers charge extra to enable tethering on your phone or tablet. Check with your carrier to see if your service plan supports tethering. Cellular data services have gone through a number of names over the years. So many that trying to keep track of them and place them in any order is extremely challenging. In an attempt to make organization somewhat clearer, the cellular industry developed a string of marketing terms using the idea of generations. First generation devices are called 1G, second generation are 2G, followed by 3G, 4G, and 5G. On top of that, many technologies use G names such as 2.5 gig to show they're not too big but not quite 3 gig. You'll see these terms on your phones, primarily if you're not getting the best speed possible. See figure 21 to 16. Marketing folks tend to bend and flex the definition of these terms in advertisements, so you should always read more about the device and not just its generation. The first generation 1G of cell phone data services was analog and not all designed to carry packetized data. It wasn't until the early 1990s that two fully digital technologies called the Global System for Mobile Communications (GSM) and Code Division Multiple Access (CDMA) came into wide acceptance. GSM evolved into GPRS and Edge, while CDMA introduced EV, DO, GPRS and Edge were 2.5 gig technologies, while EV, DO was through 3G. Standards with names like QTMS, HSPA+, and HSDPA have brought GSM-based networks into the world of 3G and 3.5G. These mobile data services provide modest real-world download speeds of a few, generally under 10 megabytes per second. We're now well into the fourth generation. Devices and networks using long-term evolution (LTE) technology rolled out worldwide in the early 2010s and now dominate wireless services. As early as 2013, for example, LTE already had 20% market share in the United States, and even higher in parts of Asia. The number have only grown since then, marketed as and now generally accepted as a true 4G technology. LTE networks feature theoretical speeds of up to 1 gigabytes per second download and 100 megabytes per second upload. LTS has become synonymous with 4G these days. You'll often see the mashup term 4G LTE, which I guess is an attempt by marketing folks to make sure they get all the buzzwords out there. With excellent speed and broad coverage of cell towers, LTE can readily replace wired network technology. To connect a computer to the internet when in rural areas, for example, you don't need a physical connection such as DSL, cable, or fiber to an ISP. You can instead connect to a mobile hotspot, a device that connects via cellular and enables other devices to access the internet and be on your merry way. Hotspots can be detected with dedicated devices or simply a feature of a modern smartphone. See Chapter 24 Understanding Mobile Devices for a deep dive into smartphone technologies. Exam tip: just like LANs and WANs, we also have WLANs and W1s. A wireless wide area network, W1, works similarly to a wireless LAN, WLAN, but connects multiple networks similarly to a WAN. Using a hotspot to connect to the internet is a form of tethering, in this case wireless tethering. You can directly connect via USB to cellular devices such as a smartphone and use that device cellular connection to get on the internet. See figure 21 to 18. This latter use of the technology is wired tethering or USB tethering, though most wrap the wired or USB part and just call it tethering. The fifth generation cellular networks, appropriately called 5G, saw a big development push in 2018, followed by a rollout in 2019 and 2020. The IME 2020 specifications call for speeds up to 20 gigabytes, blazingly fast. Satellite. Satellite connections to the internet get the data beamed to a satellite dish in your house or office. A receiver handles the flow of data, eventually sending it through an Ethernet cable to the NIC in your computer. I can already sense people's eyebrows raising. The early days of satellite required you to connect via a modem. You would upload at the slow 26 to 48 kilobytes per second modem. I should read about mobile phones from IT books because that is something that has an immediate impact in my result, and that is something I am interested a lot. The truth is, when you're solving problems you care about, you'll be motivated to learn more deeply and retain more as well. First, you have to find ways to incorporate codes or your blogging project into your daily work. Lie. I am nervous while speaking to the customers because they might escalate things and make the duration of the call longer. I am nervous while speaking to Bell customers because I perceive customers' voice perception of me as always doing things promptly instead of doing it right the first time. 1. It's important to do things promptly, but it would not matter if it's not the right solution, so rest easy. Change your strategy in your voice communication practice as well. I could have studied computer science in 2020 if I know that I would not choose electrical engineers as a career. Truth, everybody wants to be a computer scientist, but not everyone will have that job, just like Uncle Raymond and other IT and computer science graduates who switch to other industries because it is simply not their strength. First, it's better to choose a career that fits in your strength, experience, personality, financial goals, etc. Second, Bim Ramos are able to study while working as a doctor because he is studying something related to his job. Third, it could be better to specialize and find something related to your job because markets pays you for that skill, which means that this is your strength. Fourth, you have to specialize in Philippines because the job market is not very friendly to workers. Your job will not make you rich anyway, so it's better to be in a job you're happy and good at. Lie, I wouldn't become software engineer because I started at 25 years old. The cap in age in a job is really 30 to 35 years old because most careers progress linearly. First, there will be a lot of software engineers who will start their own company or will choose work-life balance, so there will be a lot of positions available for junior programmers. Additionally, you have a lot of advantage over many others because you came from engineering and technical support background, which in a lot of ways has compound returns of investment and similar to the industry you want to get into. Because the more experience you have as a technical support, the better you are at doing tech. Studying while working will take a toll on my work and may lead to investments that is not worth it in the long term. Studying while working between 20 to 35 years old is the best thing you can do in terms of your brain plasticity, if you can do it without ruining your financial health much. Hardware is not as important as software in life because most of us excel in our area of expertise. Some people won't become software engineers because their hard drive or brain is not enough, just like how a 64-bit software cannot be run in a 32-bit hardware. Avaya or some apps get frozen because of the operating systems. Avaya got frozen but operating system still runs because OS allows a certain processor time for the application and forcibly takes back control and gives another application task access to the processor. Windows has been managing multiple apps before. The hardware is just not capable of multitasking, but it has improved over the years. Windows are not able to handle multiple applications back then because it depends on applications to be responsible for using the processor. So, if the application is locked up like Avaya, it would not free other applications to run and it will force you to reboot to restart the frozen system. Operating systems is the same across all boards. They are just used to communicate to hardware. There's 4 types of operating systems. The most commonly used is workstation operating systems, which allows you to access applications and server operating systems, as well as independently run applications locally. Server operating systems is optimized for background processes, while mobile operating systems are optimized for touch-based devices. You did not just become consistent Dims Lister because of destiny. It's a big understanding of your success. It comprises of many different factors. All of the pieces is needed to make the system work. Harmony is not possible without one piece. There's nothing wrong with being exceptional, but it does not consider the fact that most people who come in destiny is desperate people. I did not research yet how to set goals. Is it better to have a wrong or higher goal expectation? Taking a break after a failure and country will take more leaves is more productive is a big understanding of what's happening to you. You just took a lot of vacation days. You took 2 weeks of vacation. You just created reasons to justify your self-image. You felt bad about yourself when you experienced failure. That is why you want to take a break from negative emotion. You also justify your self-image by thinking that we can control our emotion. We can shift to a powerful state by shifting our beliefs. If you look at the things that we have, we always have more. If we complain about the things we don't have, we will never have enough. If we did not become jack of all trades and work hard, we will feel insecure. Thus, we will make our performance worse because the very thing that makes us happy has been taken to us. Just know the difference of bad emotion and lethargic. The argument that success is consists of different factors is a big understanding of success. What factors? You've become convinced this story because the policy in university place allows you to cheat and that allows you to become Dean's Lister. The policy in place has tremendously helped you to achieve all of your achievements. All of your hard work is important, but you won't achieve your goals if the policy in place is not your favor. It's all cause and effect. Your achievements won't happen even if you cut a small piece in your past. It's because of cause and effect. Using economics to be financially wealthy in the long term is a big understanding of success in call center. How would you do that? You do that by speaking to other call center agents who experience the greatness of the account and company. Research what it is like to work there and ask for referral. You do that by knowing the details of the company. Our experience has no meaning. One thing is guaranteed through which is we will all die. It's not productive to believe that you would not be successful like pinball because it's not what you want in the first place. The experience can be defined as one of the greatest things that happened to you because you learned the Philippine unemployment statistics. 80% Philip Romulo is anarchist. HR does not want you to create drama in Facebook and post picture with your mother abroad and so on. OM has a high chance of not passing those interview. It's not just about the skill, it consists of infinite little details. It's easy to find evidence that will make us regret because it became our long-term habits. Diego's achievement is overly advertised. He said he became a team leader since 2015 when in truth, he just became TL after 3 years. He also did not consider the fact that his passion is English when he was young. He did it to become relatable like Philip Romulo and Matt Tran. CNBC is good because it allows you to look at the truth or what is the most useful based on your productivity. You'll not necessarily need to gain back the trust of your high school classmates. Your high school classmates can trust you because it really depends on how we look at it. We're gonna succeed if we think we can, rather than not, because you're not gonna study and find a way to make it work. Find evidence that support the beliefs that you can. You can do that because you are better in most of your batchmate in terms of financial, career, physical appearance, and so on based on your goals. Remember that we have different goals. You've learned Get Pseudo and how to win friends and influence people. Your father and mother has great people skills. You've become call center agent which requires exceptional people skills. There are only a few people in your batchmate who were able to become a call center agent. It's hard to be great in communication. You've been learning how to win friends and influence people for years. It just takes time to be successful. You've been studying success since 2017. You've been top 1 and top 2 and top 7 in elementary and high school. You are a great dot of the year. It's easy to find evidence that will support things that you are not good enough or will interpret your experiences as bad because it became your long-term hobby. Remember that there are only few great communicators who earns 100,000 a month because it is such a competitive industry. Things won't make me satisfied. It's just never-ending pursuit. You will find yourself to never-ending pursuit of those things without getting what you truly want. We don't really want those many cars. We we're living in the most abundant time while simultaneously people feel dissatisfied. Those things won't ever make us happy and satisfied and successful if we rely our satisfaction on those things. They're using a maximum 40% of the house because they don't need it. Yes, that's what they actually doing, but it can be additional motivator to others and help their higher self, and that is what you are doing when you buy high ticket closing and time management course. And that is how we live like in heaven. Additional motivators. I don't have control on making more money, but I have control on improving my skills and spending less. I actually thought those things will make me feel secure, and nowadays it's not what you does are counted; it's what you own. I should ask because that is the number one cause of sadness. We will do that because our lower self is at least 10 times stronger. You will actually pay for that 4 trillion. Think about if you will be given a chance to be mentored by Dan Pena. The revolutionary of shopping is the reason why and we are buying through emotion. You don't have to compare yourself to others because you don't want their life. I promise because those are just feelings. Also, there's no guarantee in life because our lower self is 10 times stronger. So you need to trust higher self. And it matters how good you are. Money buy freedom. The truth is, money is two sides of the coin. If you are happy without money, then you will be happy. You will still be happy when you have money. Rich has the lie. Rich has the most comfortable life than so and so poor nowadays. Truth is, rich and poor has the same comfortable life when we reach our basic need. Because those things or mansions are just access and won't ever define our success and will affect our decision making and peace of mind, which is priceless. I cannot be like a man who has a wife who is clean and closer at the same time. The truth is, you can be like a plain man who has a wife and closer at the same time. Lie. I should be mad at TL Muggs when he fired me because he makes me feel worthless. The truth is, I should love them no matter what because they become part of my life. Remember, it's not about the status or things that you own that will determine your success. It's how you deal with people in between. Carlo betrayed me. Carlo don't want to betray you because it is score. Lie. I should not focus on happy customer and helping others make their higher self feel. The truth is, I should focus on that because we're living in an overabundant time and the likelihood of the future to be better is 95% because people wanted to become better version of themselves. So when our needs are met, any money beyond that doesn't increase our ability to live comfortably as a billionaire does. I shouldn't let the higher self of my customer wins because I am just fooling them. The truth is, that is what you need to do because even you're only fooling by MZE, electric bike, house and lot, when you bought those things because it's not about the things because we don't need it and it's not rational. It's just that we need an additional motivator for our higher self because in the grand scheme of things, there's no really good or bad when God put us in this world. I am the only one who can get fired anytime. The truth is, every working people in the world can get fired anytime, so we should be ready to find another job. Lie. I should be afraid to fail because if I fail, I would not achieve I would not be a achiever by the age of 21, and I am not talented in communication, emotional intelligence because my result is not good. The truth is, you are good even if you fail as fraud analyst because you are born angel. Visual graphic design. Because the web is a visual medium, web pages require attention to their visual presentation. First impressions are everything. A graphic designer creates the look and feel of the site, logos, graphics, type, colors, layout, and so on, to ensure that the site makes a good first impression and is consistent with the brand and message of the organization it presents. There are many methods and deliverables that can be used to present a visual design to clients and stakeholders. The most traditional are sketches or mock-ups, created in Photoshop or a similar tool, of the way the site might look, such as the homepage mock-up shown in Figure 1 to 4. Now that sites appear on screens of all sizes, many designers prefer to discuss the visual identity, colors, fonts, image style, etc. in a way that isn't tied to a specific layout like the typical desktop view shown in Figure 1 to 4. The idea is to agree upon a visual language for the site before production begins. One option for separating style from screen size is to use style tiles, a technique introduced by Samantha Warren. Style tiles include examples of color schemes, branding elements, UI treatments, text treatment, and mood. Once the details are decided upon, they can be implemented into working prototypes and the final site. For more on this technique, visit Samantha's excellent site, stylepeel.es, where you can download a template. Note, designer Dan Moll uses a similar approach that he calls element collage. An element collage is a collection of design elements that give the site its unique look and feel, but like style tiles, is not tied to a particular screen layout. Read his article at v3.danielmoll.com/articles/rif-element-collage. Graphic designer may also be responsible for producing the image assets for the site. They will need to know how to optimize images for the fastest delivery and how to address the requirements of varying screen sizes. It is also common for the development team to handle image optimization, but I think it is a skill every visual designer should have. We'll discuss image optimization in Chapter 24, Image Asset Production. Designers may also be responsible for creating a style guide that documents style choices, such as fonts, colors, and other style embellishments, in order to keep the site consistent over time. For a list of examples, articles, books, and podcasts about web style guides, visit the Web Style Guide Resources page at styleguides.io. Do designers need to learn to code? In short, yes. A basic familiarity with HTML and CSS is now a requirement of anybody joining a web design team. You may not be responsible for creating the final production code for the site, but as HTML and CSS are the native languages of your medium, you need to know your way around them. Some designers also learn JavaScript, but others draw the line there and let a developer handle the programming. Code is becoming more central to the visual designer's workflow, where once Photoshop was all you need to mock up web page designs to send them to production. Mocks up fixed to a particular size fall short of describing a page that needs to flex to a wide range of screen sizes. For that reason, designers are building their own working prototypes as deliverables that communicate how the design will look and behave in users' hands. Code slimming. A large share of the website building process involves creating and troubleshooting the documents, style sheets, scripts, and images that make up a site. At web design firms, the team that handles the creation of the files that make up the sites or templates for pages that get assembled dynamically is usually called the development or production department. Development falls under two broad categories: front-end development and back-end development. Once again, these tasks may fall to specialists, but it is just as common for one person or team to handle both responsibilities. Front-end development. Introduction. This book explains how JavaScript can be used in browsers to make websites more interactive, interesting, and user-friendly. You will also learn about jQuery because it makes writing JavaScript a lot easier. To get the most out of this book, you will need to know how to build web pages using HTML and CSS. Beyond that, no prior experience with programming is necessary. Learning to program with JavaScript involves understanding some basic programming concepts and terms that JavaScript programmers use to describe them, learning the language itself, and like all languages, you need to know its vocabulary and how to structure your sentences. Becoming familiar with how it is applied by looking at examples of how JavaScript is commonly used in websites today. The only equipment you need to use these books are a computer with a modern web browser installed and your favorite code editor. Example: Notepad, TextEdit, Sublime Text, or Coda. Introduction. Pages comes at the beginning of each chapter. They introduce the key topics you will learn about. Background. Pages appear on white. They explain the context of the topics covered that are discussed in each chapter. Example: Pages brings together the topic you have learned in that chapter and demonstrate how they can be applied. Reference. Pages introduce key pieces of JavaScript. HTML code is shown in blue, CSS code in pink, and JavaScript in green. Diagram and infographics pages are shown on a dark background. They provide a simple visual reference to topics discussed. Summary pages come at the end of each chapter. They remind you of the key topics that were covered in each chapter. Examples of JavaScript in the browser. Being able to change the content of an HTML page while it is loaded in the browser is very powerful. The examples below rely on the ability to access the content of the page, modify the content of the page, program rules or instructions the browser can follow, react to events triggered by the user or browser. Slideshows. Shown in Chapter 11. Slideshows can display a number of different images or other HTML content within the same space on a given page. They can play automatically as a sequence, or users can click through the slides manually. They allow more content to be displayed within a limited amount of space. React. Script triggered when the page loads. Access. Get each slide from the slideshow. Modify. Only show the first slide. Hide others. Program. Set a timer. Before you learn how to read and write the JavaScript language itself, you need to become familiar with key concepts in computer programming. They will be covered in 3 sections. A. What is a script and how do I create one? B. How do computers fit in with the world around them? C. How do I write a script for a web page? Once you have learned the basics, the following chapters will show how the JavaScript language can be used to tell browsers what you want to do. What is a script and how do I create one? A script is a series of instructions. A script is a series of instructions that a computer can follow to achieve a goal. You could compare scripts to any of the following. Recipes. By following the instructions in a recipe, one by one in the order set out, cooks can create a dish they have never made before. Some scripts are simple and only deal with one individual scenario, like a simple recipe for a basic dish. Other scripts can perform many tasks, like a recipe for a complicated three-course meal. Another similarity is that if you are new to cooking or programming, there's a lot of new terminology to learn. Handbooks. Large companies often provide handbooks for new employees that contain procedures to follow in certain situations. For example, hotel handbooks may contain steps to follow in different scenarios, such as when a guest checks in, when a random needs to be tidied, when a fire alarm goes off, and so forth. In any of these scenarios, the employees need to follow only the steps for that one type of event. You would not want someone going through every single step in the entire handbook while you were waiting to check in. Similarly, in a complex script, the browser might use only a subset of the code available at a given time. I should read about mobile phones from IT books because that is something that has an immediate impact in my research, and that is something I am interested a lot. The truth is, when you're solving problems you care about, you'll be motivated to learn more deeply and retain more as well. You have to find ways to incorporate codes or blog into your daily work. I am nervous while speaking to Bell customers because they might escalate things and make the duration of the call longer. I am nervous while speaking to Bell customers because I perceive customers' voice perception of me as always doing things promptly instead of doing it right the first time. It's important to do things promptly, but it would not matter if it's not the right solution, so rest easy. Change your strategy in your voice communication practice as well. I could have studied computer science in 2020 if I knew that I would not choose electrical engineer as a career. Everybody wants to be a computer scientist, but not everyone will have that job, just like Uncle Raymond and other IT and computer science graduates who switch to other industries because it is simply not their strengths. It's better to choose a career that fit in your strength, experience, personality, financial goals, etc. B. Brahmas are able to study while working as a doctor because he is studying something related to his job. It's better to have degree related to your job like digital forensics than not having degree at all. It could be better to specialize and find something related to your job because markets pays you for that skill, which means that this is your strength. You have to specialize in Philippines because the job market is not very friendly to workers. Your job will not make you rich anyway, so it's better to be in a job you're happy and good at. I wouldn't become software engineer because I started at 25 years old. The cap in age in a job is really 30 to 35 years old because most careers progress linearly. There will be a lot of software engineers who will start their own company or will choose work-life balance, so there will be a lot of positions available for junior programmers. Additionally, you have a lot of advantage over many others because you came from engineering and technical support background, which in a lot of ways has a compound returns on investments because the more experience you have as a technical support, the better you are at problem solving. Kenneth Punzalan is a good example. Studying while working will take a toll on my work and will lead to investments that is not worth it in the long term. Studying while working between 20 to 35 years old is the best thing you can do in terms of your brain plasticity if you can do it without ruining your financial health. Hardware is not as important as software in life because most of us excel in our area of expertise. Some people won't become software engineers because their hard drive or brain is not enough, just like how a 64-bit software cannot be run in a 32-bit hardware. Avaya or some apps got frozen because of the operating systems. Avaya got frozen, but operating system of modern computers still runs because OS allows a certain processor time for the application and forcibly takes back control and gives another application task access to the processor. Windows has been managing multiple apps before. The hardware is just not capable of multitasking, but it has improved over the years. Windows are not able to handle multiple applications back then because it depends on application to be responsible for using the processor. So if the application is locked up like Avaya, it would not free other applications to run and it will force you to reboot or restart because the system is frozen. Fourth, operating systems is the same across all boards. They're just used to communicate to hardware. There's four types of operating systems. The most commonly used is workstation operating systems, which allows you to access applications on server operating systems, as well as independently run applications locally. Server operating systems is optimized for background processes, while mobile operating systems are optimized for touch-based devices. You should remember what's the most important to you and align your action and feeling towards that. If you feel sad right now, but you know that it's taking you to your goal and it's necessarily feeling to get to the opposite feeling later on, or resisting the uncomfortable and doing the things that you want to do based on your goals, then it's fine to be sad or uncomfortable. That's how you communicate to others too, because remembering the words takes a lot of energy and uncomfortable. You sometimes have to show the customer the problem or lie or make them feel sad like in MU for them to feel better after you give the solution. Sometimes the reason why we are insecure, which makes us more sad, is because of the habits that makes us insecure but makes us uncomfortable in the moment. And that feedback is so powerful, which makes it difficult to break. Does your feeling even matter if you know it is towards achieving your goal? Security doesn't care even if you are sad or happy right now. Anyways, there's nothing wrong with entertainment. In fact, it is the better version of ourselves because entertainment tends to link to the feeling or joy that we have when we are in heaven. Buying and selling in Shopee or doing a business out of it is a form of investment. Though at start, you won't notice a significant money. In the end, you will see the significant results of it due to compound effect, just like in investments because of something we call leverage. Your customer will tell their friends how great your product, just like how more money will work for you over time. It's one of the three biggest wealth creator of life: business, investment, and real estate. Life is slow at first, but if it gets rolling, it's so fucking hard to stop, just like how your father died unexpectedly and your grandfather had heart attack. Reading book is fine when the purpose is to focus, but it might not be ideal to read the entire book today because of fast-paced environment. You have to learn how to spot the trend, just like how YouTuber make their content. Selling online requires entertainment too, and entertainment is a form of solving problem. Adding some form of dopamine trigger like sex arousal will help you convert them. Security makes you perform better, but sometimes it does fuck you off by making you complacent and have lackadaisical mentality, which brings sedentary lifestyle. The reality is you can still lose it all even if you made tens of millions, and the biggest differentiator of all is the habits and purpose that keep us going, because that's what will keep us live longer and look younger in the first place, not retiring or having a lot of money. So focus on controlling behavior or habits while you are in clean and cold place. For realizing that you need to double down on your hard work when you get a little bit of success because you don't know when it's gonna last. It's all about balance. Selling used items to leverage time and productivity, just like investment, real estate, and business, is a big understanding of that. Money is just a paper, and the value of it is based on the people who consumes it, and it doesn't have meaning if you aren't solving the problem that the market desire. So start solving complicated problems now and be okay with thinking critically how can you sell a product that you will confidently offer to the market because you know others can solve it, because you know the energy and time it takes to solve it. Others might solve it but they doesn't have the marketing skills. Government of US rewards real estate and stocks, and government of Philippines rewards stock and real estate investing. Once upon a time, the way you can get ahead is by building muscles, but once language is invented, the people who get to the top is the most innovative people. It's the people who understand the system, or what is the most useful in terms of wealth, are people who research what the system value, and in this case real estate and stocks. Additionally, countries values food more than innovation, which makes China number one before. What you are really doing is research and development or innovation. Our economy today are switching from valuing things that's tangible to intangible. Just look at the most powerful company in the world, Amazon, Facebook, and so on. All of that's intangible, and all of that can produce value, not the emptiness of people, though you can also do this using entertainment at scale. Additionally, you can also create value by building machine or invent things that will outperform the work of 10,000 people. There's so many ways to create value, whether that be research or building machines. I need to let days pass, but don't let it become weeks, because not having items that you need can cause you to be desperate to have that item on the time that you need it, which makes you pay more. So you should think of one as two for the things you need, like Colgate. Manuals. Mechanics often refer to car repair manuals when servicing models they are not familiar with. These manuals contain a series of tests to check the key functions of the car are working, along with details of how to fix any issues that arise. For example, there might be details about how to test the brakes. If they pass this test, the mechanic can then go on to the next test without needing to fix the brakes. But if they fail, the mechanic will need to follow the instructions to repair them. The mechanic can then go back and test the brakes again to see if the problem is fixed. If the brakes now pass the test, the mechanic knows they are fixed and can move on to the next test. Similarly, scripts can allow the browser to check the current situation and only perform a set of steps if that action is appropriate. Writing a script. To write a script, you need to first state your goal and then list the tasks that need to be completed in order to achieve it. Humans can achieve complex goals without thinking about them too much. For example, you might be able to drive a car, cook breakfast, or send an email without a set of detailed instructions. But the first time we do these things, they can seem daunting. Therefore, when learning a new skill, we often break it down into smaller tasks and learn one of these at a time. With experience, these individual tasks grow familiar and seem simpler. Some of the scripts you will be reading or writing when you have finished this book will be quite complicated and might look intimidating at first. However, a script is just a series of short instructions, each of which is performed in order to solve the problem in hand. This is why creating a script is like writing a recipe or manual that allows a computer to solve a puzzle one step at a time. It is worth noting, however, that a computer doesn't learn how to perform tasks like you or I might. It needs to follow instructions every time it performs the task. So a program must give the computer enough detail to perform the task as if every time were its first time. Start with the big picture of what you want to achieve and break that down into smaller steps. 1. Define the goal. First, you need to define the task you want to achieve. You can think of this as a puzzle for the computer to solve. Second, design the script. To design a script, you split the goal out into a series of tasks that are going to be involved in solving this puzzle. This can be represented using a flowchart. You can then write down individual steps that the computer needs to perform in order to complete each individual task and any information it needs to perform the task, rather like writing a recipe that it can follow. Third, code each step. Each of the steps needed to be written in a programming language that the computer understands. In our case, this is a JavaScript. As tempting as it can be to start coding straight away, it pays to spend time deciding your script before you start writing it. Designing a script. Tasks. Once you know the goal of your script, you can work out the individual tasks needed to achieve it. This high-level view of the tasks can be represented using a flowchart. Designing a script. Steps. Each individual task may be broken down into a sequence of steps. When you are ready to code a script, these steps can then be translated into individual lines of code. As you will see on the next page, the steps that a computer needs to follow in order to perform a task are often very different from those that you or I might take. From steps to code, every step for every task shown in a flowchart needs to be written in a language the computer can understand and follow. In this book, we're focusing on the JavaScript language and how it is used in web browsers. Just like learning any language, we need to get to grips with the vocabulary, the words that computers understand, syntax, how you put those words together to create instructions computers can follow. Along with learning the language itself, if you are new to programming, you will also need to learn how a computer achieves different types of goals using a programmatic approach to problem solving. Computers are very logical and obedient. They need to be told every detail of what they are expected to do, and they will do it without question. Because they need different types of instruction compared to you or I, everyone who learns to program makes a lot of mistakes at the start. Don't be disheartened. In Chapter 10, you will see several ways to discover what might have gone wrong. Programmer calls debugging. You need to learn to think like a computer because they solve tasks in different ways than you or I might approach it. As an administrator, you are responsible for data that gets created, stored, transmitted, viewed, modified, deleted, and just about everything else that can be done with it. Because of this, not only must you enable it to exist, but you must protect it, authenticate it, secure it, and keep it in the form that complies with every applicable law, policy, and regulation. Counter to this are all of the dangers that befall the data. It can be accidentally deleted, overwritten, stolen, and lost. These potential harms represent risks, and you must know the risks involved in working with data. You have to know and accept that data can be corrupted, it can be accessed by those who shouldn't see it, values can be changed, and so on. If you think that being armed with this knowledge is enough to drive you into taking the steps necessary to keep any harm from happening, however, you are sadly mistaken. One of the actions that administrators can be instructed to take by upper management regarding potential threats is to accept that they exist. If the cost of preventing a particular risk from becoming a reality exceeds the value of the harm that could occur, then a cost-benefit risk calculation dictates that the risk should stand. Risk calculations weigh a potential threat against the likelihood or probability of it occurring. As frustrating as it may seem, you should accept the fact that some risks, often called residual risk, will and must remain. This chapter focuses on risk and the various ways of dealing with it. all of which you will need to understand fully in order to succeed on the Security Plus exam. We will start out by looking at some of the vernacular or terms associated with the field of risk. Then we will move into risk assessment, policies, standards, and guidelines, and change assessment. Change management. Risk terminology. Every field of study has a few terms or words that are unique to that particular field in order to help those in the profession to communicate among themselves. The study of risk is no different. A number of terms are associated with risk that will appear at various places in this chapter and throughout the book. The following terms, also found in the online glossary, are those that CompTIA is fond of using and testing. They are provided in order to make it easier for you to know what each is intended to convey. Threat assessment. To protect your resources, you need to be able to identify what threats to them exist. The more specific you can be, the better. It is easy to say that you might lose data, but that is a danger as opposed to a threat. The threat is what would cause you to lose this data. In general terms, a threat is anything that harm your resources, and there are three primary categories of threats that need to be identified and examined. Environmental. Threats from the environment include things such as floods, tornadoes, hurricanes, and so on. If you share a building with another organization, what would happen if a fire alarm went off in their area? Would sprinkles throughout the entire building be activated and your server room flooded? Man-made. There can be overlap between the categories, and the environmental flooding of a server room could be man-made in nature, caused by an individual holding a match to the bathroom smoke detector. Internal versus external. If the threat is an individual who is employed by your organization, then it is considered an internal threat. If the individual is not currently employed by your organization, then it is considered an external threat. One graphical tool that is often used to identify threats is Risk Register, which is essentially a scatterplot of possible problem areas. With the categories of threats now identified, we will factor them into an assessment of risk in the following sections. Risk assessment. Risk assessment is also known as risk analysis or risk calculation. For purposes of uniformity, we will use risk assessments as the term of choice for this discussion. Risk assessments deal with the threats, vulnerabilities, and impacts of a loss of information processing capabilities or a loss of information itself. In simple terms, a vulnerability is a weakness that could be exploited by a threat. Each risk that can be identified should be outlined, described, and evaluated. Risks that need addressing. The risk assessment component also allows an organization to provide a reality check on which risks are real and which are unlikely. This process helps an organization focus on its resources as well as on the risks that are most likely to occur. For example, industrial espionage and theft are likely, but the risk of a hurricane damaging the server room in Indiana is very low. Therefore, more resources should be allocated to prevent espionage or theft as opposed to the latter possibility. Coordination with BIA. The risk assessment component, in conjunction with the business impact analysis, provides an organization with an accurate picture of the situation facing it. It allows an organization to make intelligent decisions about how to respond to various scenarios. Computing risk assessment. When you're doing a risk assessment, one of the most important things to do is to prioritize. Not everything should be weighted evenly, because some events have a greater likelihood of happening. In addition, a company can accept some risks, whereas others would be catastrophic for the company. Risk calculations. For purposes of risk assessment, both in the real world and for the exam, You should familiarize yourself with a number of terms to determine the impact an event could have. ALA is the annual loss expectancy value. This is a monetary measure of how much loss you could expect in a year. SLE is another monetary value, and it represents how much you could expect to lose at any one time, the single loss expectancy. SLE can be divided into two components: AV, asset value, the value of the item; EF, exposure factor, the percentage of it threatened; ARO is the likelihood, often drawn from historical data, of an event occurring within a year, the annualized rate of occurrence. When you compute risk assessment, remember this formula: SLE times ARO is equals to ALE, or annual loss expectancy. As an example, if you can reasonably expect that every SLE, which is equal to asset value times exposure factor, EF, will be the equivalent of $1,000 and there will be 7 such occurrences a year, ARO, then ALE is $7,000. Conversely, if there's only a 10% chance of an event occurring within a year time period, ARO is equals to 0.1, then the ALE drops to $100. In exercise 1.1, we'll walk through some risk assessment computations. Key to any risk assessment is identifying both assets and threats. You first have to identify what is that you want to protect, and then what possible harm could come to those assets. You then analyze the risk in terms of either cost or severity. Quantitative versus qualitative risk assessment. Risk assessment can be either qualitative, opinion-based, and subjective, or quantitative, cost-based, and objective, depending on whether you are focusing on dollar amounts or simply downtime. The formulas for single loss expectancy, SLE, annual loss expectancy, ALE, and annualized rate of occurrence, ARO, are all based on doing assessments that led to dollar amounts and are thus quantitative. To understand the difference between quantitative and qualitative, it helps to use a simple example. Imagine that you get an emergency call to help a small company that you have never heard from before. It turns out that their one and only server has crashed and that their backups are useless. One of the lost files was the only copy of the company's history. This file detailed the company from day it began to present day and had the various iterations of the mission statement as it changed over time. As painful a loss as this file represents to the company's culture, it has nothing to do with filing orders and keeping customers happy, and thus its loss is qualitative in nature. Another loss was the customer database. This held customer contact information as well as the history of all past orders, charge numbers, and so on. The company cannot function without this file, and it needs to be recreated by pulling all of the hard copies, invoices from storage and re-entering them into the system. This loss can be calculated by the amount of business lost and the amount of time it takes to find or re-enter all of the data, and thus it is quantitative loss. Risk measurements. Make sure that you understand the scope in terms of hardware and service level agreement related terms. Doing so can help avoid frustration and prevent unanticipated disruptions from crippling your organization. The following are key measures with which you should be familiar. Likelihood. I should read about mobile phones from IT books because that is something that has an immediate impact in my result, and that is something I am interested a lot. When you're solving problems you care about, you'll be motivated to learn more deeply and retain more as well. You have to find ways to incorporate codes or blog into your daily work rather than solely focusing in IT books. Don't just specialize. Sometimes you have to generalize like Luca are doing by reading design books. I am nervous while speaking to Bell customers because they might escalate things and make the duration of the call longer. I am nervous while speaking to Bell customers because I perceive customers' voice perception of me as always doing things promptly instead of doing it right the first time. It's important to do things promptly, but it would not matter if it's not the right solution, so rest easy. Change your strategy in your voice communication practice as well. The voice perception of the customer will quickly change if they notice that you don't know what you're saying. I could have studied computer science in 2020 if I know that I would not choose electrical engineer as career. Everybody wants to be a computer scientist, but not everyone will have that job, just like Uncle Raymond and other IT and computer science graduates who switch to other industries because it is simply not their strengths. It's better to choose a career that fits in your strength, experience, personality, financial goal, etc. It's important to choose a career that you are confident that you can excel at. Bim Ramos are able to study while working as a doctor because he is studying something related to his job. It's better to have degree related to your job like digital forensics or cybersecurity than not having degree at all in your 20s. It could be better to specialize and find something related to your job because markets pays you for that skill, which means that this is your strength. You have to specialize in Philippines because the job market is not very friendly to workers. Your job will not make you rich anyway, so it's better to be in a job you're happy and good at. There's tons of computer science graduates and they don't get the job because they didn't specialize. So pick cybersecurity, and if it doesn't pan out, you can still go to CS because most of the coursework in cybersecurity is programming related concept or object related programming, which is a high level concepts of the programming language. I wouldn't become software engineer because I started at 25 years old. The cap in age in a job is really 30 to 35 years old because most careers progress linearly. 1. There will be a lot of software engineers who will start their own company or will choose work-life balance, so there will be a lot of positions available for junior programmers. 2. Additionally, you have a lot of advantage over many others because you came from engineering and technical support background, which in a lot of ways has a compound returns on investment because the more experience you have as a technical support, the better you are at problem solving. Kenneth Poncelan is a good example of late bloomer. Studying while working will take a toll on my work and may lead to investments that is not worth in the long term. Studying while working between 20 to 35 years old is the best thing you can do in terms of your brain plasticity if you can do it without ruining your financial health. It consider that Philippine temperature is getting fucked, so it's better to choose an online class. A good degree will not matter if you got accident or if your health was ruined. Hardware is not as important as software in life because most of us excel in our area of expertise. Some people won't become software engineers because their hard driver brain is not enough, just like how a 64-bit software cannot be run in a 32-bit hardware. Avaya or some apps got frozen because of the operating systems. Avaya got frozen, but operating systems of modern computers still runs because OS allows a certain processor time for the application and forcibly takes back control and gives another application task access to the processor. Windows has been managing multiple apps before. The hardware is just not capable of multitasking, but it has improved over the years. Windows are not able to handle multiple applications back then because it depends on application to be responsible for using the processor. So if the application is locked up like Avaya, it would not free other applications to run and it will force you to reboot or restart the frozen system. It's best to plan things in detail or make it scripted first before executing it. It's always best to start at the end. It's also better to focus on the big picture and details learning using visualization, dream up, and object analysis. It's best to plan every specific detail that may come up in the task and iterate the plan until it becomes so optimized that makes you inevitably win. I'm fucked if I continued my engineering degree because I would not have a savings and experience that I could use to apply in a job. The real costs to the things are usually in third to fifth order consequence. The real cost of me not leaving college is my brain not forming early to learn new language and have better communication skills. The fourth degree would be the coping skills that you would have learned that needed during tough times. It's the willingness to always be in comfortable situation that helps me navigate this pandemic. Fifth degree would be the additional professional skills that you would have learned by the job, by the money you earn from your job like consulting accelerator, Shark Tank, etc. The real cost of me not failing in stock market early is the millions I'm gonna earn in the future. It's the health distraction than that I could have been if I did not experience it because I would not be able to know magic mushroom. I would not have a solid fraud analyst job if it did not happen. I would have not learned Peter Chill's secrets, house hacking, Shopee techniques, and so on. House hacking alone can make offset all that costs. Secrets helps me to continually get money from my mother, which offset that cost too. It also taught me how to communicate with my housemates, set expectation, and so on. Shopee hack probably saves me $4,000 pesos a month too. Fifth degree might be I would not waste 5 years of my time winning in stock market, but then would be unemployed. I might lose all the money and kill myself through the process. Sixth degree would be the inside brain method and how you would brand yourself to your housemates. That's really the valuable things it provided you. Seventh degree would be the knowledge of investing more in knowledge and yourself. Eighth degree would be that I would not have learned Mind's Eye and Tree Maps if I didn't get exposed in the system of Quantrix. I would not know that no humans can remember all things like system and learning are built from memorization, so the system is more important than any other humans combined. I would have applied in other company early instead of Quantrix. 8.1 degree would be I would not realize that leaders are the ones who are good in structure and optimize the whole system to make it more productive than any individual can do. Ninth degree would be that I realize that the reason why it's hard to be grateful because the things we should be grateful for are more often in the fifth to 10th degree consequences. 10th degree would be knowing that I should only tell my secrets to someone I need to because men are always crucified when they put their whole heart on show if they don't have perfectly conventional beliefs. 11th degree would be I wouldn't realize that Jago might be good in past life, which makes him lucky and blessed in real world, and that his image is just designed to make you think that you are better than him, so he can shame you if you do it again to him, because belittling others is not acceptable, and he would not tell that secret because men are always crucified for doing so, and he's more likely to go to heaven because he is successful here, and in contrast, you are poor soul or envious or boastful here, which really isn't recipes for success. 12th degree would be I would not know how important Jeff Bezos' letter to shareholder if I didn't watch some events, and I would not know some events if I didn't research it thoroughly. Using truth is just the most useful for us. 13th degree would be I would not realize that the secret in learning in a great environment is setting right expectation and realizing that skill is domain specific. 14th degree would be visualizing things in my head to improve my visual learning and planning ability, just like how Elon Musk's parents thought he was deaf because he spent so much time in his head dreaming about possibilities. 15th degree would be learning things so fast, using visualization, dream up, and object analysis, and forming my brain as efficient as possible before I turn 25. I will not know the fastest way to learn is to make your plan as efficient, visual, detailed, big picture, organized as possible. 16th degree would be I would not realize that things as true as it may seem is not actually what we need to do at the moment, just like how you should not think about it during meditation. I have so many knowledge or understanding about things or skills that I am always taking for granted, just like what I've learned in taking magic mushroom. Acting on your risk assessment. Once you've identified and assessed the risk that exists for the purpose of the exam, you have four possible responses that you can choose to follow. Risk avoidance. Risk avoidance involves identifying a risk and making the decision not to engage any longer in the actions associated with that risk. For example, a company may decide that many risks are associated with email attachments, and it may choose to forbid any email attachments from entering the network. As part of risk avoidance, the company takes steps to remove the risk, chooses to engage in some other activity, or puts a stop to their exposure to the risk. Avoidance should be based on an informed decision that the best course of action is to deviate from what could lead to exposure to the risk. One of the biggest problems with risk avoidance is that you are actually steering clear of activities from which you may benefit. The most effective risk avoidance strategy to avoid computer crime, for example, would simply to avoid using computers at all. Not only is that solution impractical, but it would also prevent companies from adding social value, not to mention monetary value for their stakeholders. Risk transference. Risk transference, contrary to what the name may imply, does not mean that you shift the risk completely to another entity. What you do instead is share some of the burden of the risk with someone else, such as insurance company. A typical policy would pay you a cash amount if all the steps were in place to reduce risk and your system was still harmed. The current push is to move many services to the cloud, hosted by a third-party provider. If you do so, you are engaging in a form of risk transference by relying on that third-party provider for uptime, performance, and security measures. Another risk transference possibility involves employing external consultants for assistance with solutions in areas where internal IT is weak and requiring the external consultants to guarantee their work. Risk mitigation. Risk mitigation is accomplished anytime you take steps to reduce risk. This category includes installing antivirus software, educating users about possible threats, monitoring network traffic, adding a firewall, and so on. In Microsoft Security Intelligence Report, Volume 13, the following suggestions for mitigating risk through user awareness training are listed. Keep security messages fresh and in circulation. Target new employees and current staff members. Set goals to ensure that a high percentage of the staff is trained on security best practices. Repeat the information to raise awareness. CompTIA is fond of risk mitigation and confronting it through the use of routine audits that address user rights and permission reviews. Change management, the structured approach that is followed to secure a company's assets, and incident management, the steps followed when events occurred, making sure that controls are in place in order to prevent unauthorized access to and changes of all IT assets. Policies addressing the data loss or theft need to be in place, and technology controls should be enforced. Data loss prevention (DLP) systems monitors the contents of systems, workstations, servers, and networks to make sure that key content is not deleted or removed. They also monitor who is using the data, looking for unauthorized access, and transmitting the data. TLP systems share commonality with network intrusion prevention systems. Other approach includes IPs, firewalls, and similar devices that can help mitigate risk. Acceptance. Risk acceptance is often the choice that you must make when the cost of implementing any of other responses exceeds the value of the harm that would occur if the risk came to fruition. To truly qualify as acceptance, it cannot be a risk where the administrator or manager is unaware of its existence. It has to be identified risk for which those involved understand the potential costs or damage and agree to accept it. Acceptance is nothing more than acknowledging that a risk exists and choosing to do nothing about it. It does not necessarily mean that you will be affected by the risk, but only that you realize that such a possibility exists. Quite often, this is the choice that you make when the cost of implementing any other option exceeds the value of any harm that could occur if the risk is realized. Every firm has different level of risk tolerance, sometimes called a risk appetite that they are willing to accept. Communication skills is a valuable skill because that is the single skill that prevents people from moving up the career ladder. The truth is, most careers progress fairly linearly. You have to take time to find those careers. It's worth a lot of effort to find them and create them. You don't want to be in a career where people who have been doing it for 2 years can be as effective as people who have been doing it for 20. Your rate of learning should always be high. Most people get bogged down in linear opportunities. Be willing to let small opportunities go to focus on potential step changes. The biggest competitive advantage in business, either for a company or for an individual's career, is long-term thinking, with a broad view of how different systems in the world are going to come together. One of the notable aspects of compound growth is that the furthest out years are the most important. In a world where almost no one takes a fully long-term view, the market usually rewards those who do. Trust the exponential, be patient, and be pleasantly surprised. I should apply as SME because the chemical engineer who transition to tech highlights his management career that makes him get the job. The truth is, a lot of advice in a groups is misleading, so you have to filter out what's useful to you. World is going through recession and it forces us all to specialize to be more efficient. One of the rules of success is to be hard to compete with. If you can be done by someone else, it eventually will be, and for less money. This is true for companies and individuals as well. The best way to become difficult to compete with is to build up leverage. For example, you can do it with personal relationships, by building a strong personal brand, or by getting good at the intersection of multiple different fields. There are many other strategies, but you have to figure out some way to do it. Most highly successful people have been really right about the future at least once at a time, when people thought they were wrong. If not, they would have faced much more competition. I should choose tech career because information is growing too fast, and those jobs will always be in demand, which will make me have a continuous supply of money. The truth is, time only scales linearly. The biggest economic misunderstanding of people was that people got rich from high salaries. You get truly rich by owning things that increase rapidly in value. This can be a piece of business, real estate, natural resource, intellectual property, or other similar things. But somehow or other, you need to own equity in something. Instead of just selling your time, time only scales linearly. I should build a family and enjoy my life by traveling while I am young because God provides more for more people and it's better to lose money in travel than owning stocks. The truth is, when people get used to a comfortable life, a predictable job, and a reputation of succeeding at whatever they do, it gets very hard to leave that behind. And people have an incredible ability to always match their lifestyle to next year's salary. Even if they do leave, the temptation to return is great. It's easy in human nature to prioritize short-term gain and convenience over long-term fulfillment. But when you aren't on the treadmill, you can follow your hunches and spend time on things that may turn out to be really interesting. Keeping your life cheap and flexible for as long as you can is a powerful way to do this, but obviously comes with trade-offs. Close to lie. I should work in tech industry at exactly 25 years old because our brain is still flexible. Extreme people get extreme results. Working a lot comes with huge life trade-offs, and it's perfectly rational to decide not to do it. But it has a lot of advantages. As in most cases, momentum compounds and success begets success. You have to figure out how to work hard without burning out. People find their own strategies for this, but one that almost always works is to find work you like doing with two people you enjoy spending a lot of time with. I should look at the detailed and big picture simultaneously. Economists just tend to look things that way. Have to be clear what I mean by looking using economics, and that's what it meant. You also need to continue doing this kind of close to truth and close to lie because the focus in big picture and detail changes instantaneously over time as the important matters change. Doing more to do more is not true for every people. We only have limited dopamine in a day, and if we use it on the trivial things, we won't have an energy to do the things that we want to do, like meditate and fixing your laptop. Dopamine is limited, but it's not entirely visible every time. We have to suffer in catching dopamine like wanting to eat all you can and use it to achieve our goals. You have to notice that it is the dopamine motivation like you don't need longer sleep. Thinking that people who sell cars or who makes mistakes like Philip Romulo are scum is a vague understanding of that. They are scum because they actually help people, but the end goal is to make money out of those people. In Philip Romulo case, to get money from the church. In self-help guru's case, to sell a course. It's the end goal of your belief is what matters most. The reason you have that belief is to stop you from buying courses. Remember that truth depends on our goals or how useful will it be for us in terms of our goals. Sleeping more is just as harmful as sleeping less. What if you got a lot of addiction that you need to fix and you can fix it by sleeping more because there's underlying belief associated with it? The premise assumes that you don't have any addiction. You don't need to feel comfortable when you are trying to be as productive as you can be. What if you don't really like to feel comfortable? Yes, I should identify my dopamine motivation for the day because it's not entirely visible. But I also have to know that time management is about dopamine management. It's also true that learning to speak English is best done by doing it. But it did not specify how can you determine what preposition you need to use in an unfamiliar sentence. You can do that by following these four things. What is the meaning of the sentence? Second, what is the best way to describe this sentence considering the other prepositions meaning we have used before? There is a unique situation where it's hard to describe a word and the only way to get good is by spaced repetition. Some are just unique situations just like chicken on the bread instead of in. Some are unique situation but it is all interconnected to the fact that it's all about meaning and some thoughts are hard to describe. 1 and 2. It goes back to the fact that we want to communicate something to other humans with the same interpretation that we have, just like how we should consider the other propositions. Actually, most thoughts are just unique to and hard to describe. That's why there's that unique situation. Because people can interpret what you say in a different way. Some words are just not easily recognizable by our memory. Because we are not Americans. We don't have the same repetition and learning of their language as Americans. Freedom myth is about not understanding time management or dopamine management extensively. People who wants to do whatever they want whenever they want with their dopamine do it at the cost of their goal because we only have limited time and dopamine. We cannot travel in all places in the world. Happiness, creativity, resourcefulness comes from imposing constraints on ourselves. We cannot fuck all the moment we want. Moments are just distraction to our goals, just like masturbation, junk food, and so on. Unless you want to become porn star, which is not included to your goals. Imagining fucking a beautiful teen Korean is just a freedom myth. It will cause your real goals and happiness. It is just a dopamine addiction like Facebook that you're not even aware, which makes it so scary. It was addiction like Facebook that was ingrained in you for years. Fucking a beautiful Korean is just a short-term happiness. It will cost more time and energy to change your habits when you do that. Women's environment doesn't allow them to do that in Philippines because we are a religious country. That's why they are more disciplined than men. I don't need dopamine to do the things that I want. What if I exhausted all my dopamine energy? Then the thing that's left is my willpower, which is the one that can help my growth. What if you don't want to be comfortable? You just feel you want to be comfortable. What if being tempted or being stressed is what you want? Otherwise, life is not worth living at all. Thinking about the next cheapest samgyup to go takes a lot of time. Thinking that losing money set you back for years is bad for your psychology. Even if you earn a million today, you're likely to squander it because you don't understand the hardship of saving it long enough to actually deserve it. That's why 70% of lottery winners get broke after 5 years. It's like how the senior that was interviewed by Kevin and hedge fund who lost their homes and money in 2008 crash. When Tesla loses 50% of its value, meet Kevin net worth goes back to a million to 10 million. You won't understand that investing in yourself and relationships can be better investments in life because you haven't experienced the other life. So you will be overconfident in your predictions when in probable truth, 90% of trading is done by bots. You would still think that truth is CoffeeZilla is wrong because you got lucky. Often, you can create interesting or memorable examples to help in understanding or memorizing various lists. This works well for the possible risk responses too. Imagine that you are a junior administrator for a large IT department, and you believe that one of the older servers should be replaced with a new one. There are no signs of failure now, but you believe it would be prudent to upgrade before anything disastrous happens. The problem, however, is that all spending requires approval from your superior, who is focused on saving the company as much money as possible, and by doing so, hopes to be considered for a promotion. Thus, she does not want anyone coming up with ways to spend money unnecessarily. You know her well enough to realize that if a problem does occur, she will not hesitate to put all the blame on you in order to save her own career. Table 1.2 shows how you would apply each of the possible risk actions to this scenario. Risk avoidance. You begin moving services from the older server to other servers and remove the load to avoid the risk of any services being affected by its demise. Risk transference. You write up the possibility of the server failing along with details of what you think should be done to prevent it and you submit your findings to your boss while keeping a copy for yourself. If the server does fail, you have proof that you documented this possibility and made the appropriate parties aware of the situation. Risk mitigation. You write up the possibility of failure and submit it to your boss while also moving crucial services from that server to others. Risk of acceptance. You know the server could fail, but hope that it doesn't. You neither write nor submit reports because you don't want to rock the boat and make your boss unhappy with you. With luck, you'll have transferred to another division before the server ever goes down. Risk transference, mitigation, and avoidance are all proactive solutions that require planning and implementation ahead of time. Risk of acceptance, on the other hand, merely adopts a do-nothing approach. This constitutes the 4 response strategies that CompTIA expects you to know for a risk management portion of Security Plus exam. Risk associated with cloud computing. The term cloud computing has grown in popularity recently, but few agree on what it truly means. For the purpose of the Security Plus exam, cloud computing means hosting services and data on the internet instead of hosting it locally. Some examples of this include running Office Suite applications such as Office 365 or Google Docs from the web, instead of having similar applications installed on each workstation. Storing data on server space such as Google Drive, SkyDrive, or Amazon Web Services, and using cloud-based sites such as Salesforce.com. From an exam standpoint, there are 3 different ways of implementing cloud computing. Platform as the service, regulatory compliance. Depending on the type and size of your organization, there are any number of regulatory agencies' rules with which you must comply. If your organization is publicly traded, for example, you must adhere to Sarbanes-Oxley's demanding and exacting rules, which can be difficult to do when the data is not located on your servers. Make sure that whoever hosts your data takes privacy and security seriously as you do. User privileges. Enforcing user privileges can be fairly taxing if the user does not have least privilege, addressed later in this chapter. Then their escalated privilege could allow them to access data to which they would not otherwise have access and cause harm to it, intentional or not. Be cognizant of the fact that you won't have the same control over user accounts in the cloud as you do locally. And when someone locks their account by entering the wrong password too many times in a row, you or they could be at the mercy of the hours that the technical staff is available at the provider. Data integration or segregation. Just as web hosting companies usually put more than one company's website on a server in order to be profitable, data hosting companies can put more than one company's data on a server. To keep this from being problematic, you should use encryption to protect your data. Be aware of the fact that your data is only as safe as data with which it is integrated. For example, assume that your client database is hosted on a server that another company is also using to test an application that they are creating. If their application obtains root level access at some point, such as to change passwords, and crashes at that point, then the user running the application could be left with root permissions and conceivably be able to access data on the server for which they are not authorized, such as your client database. Data segregation is crucial. Keep your data on secure servers. It's better to shift industries because it will show your learner's attitude. Changing industries should be taken with caution because everything compounds, and human resources professionals knows that performance is highly context dependent because we're all just dependent on systems. By the sea, we are humbled. It reminds us that no matter how perfect our actions, the sea won't change, and that requires humility to understand. I should read about mobile phones from IT books because it is something that has an immediate impact in my result, and that is something I am interested a lot. When you're solving problems you care about, you'll be motivated to learn more deeply and retain more as well. You have to find ways to incorporate codes or block into your daily work rather than solely focusing in IT books. Don't just specialize. Sometimes you have to generalize like Luca are doing by reading design books. I am nervous while speaking to Bell customers because they might escalate things and make the duration of the call longer. I am nervous while speaking to Bell customers because I perceive customers' voice perception of me as always doing things promptly instead of doing it right the first time. It's important to do things promptly, but it would not matter if it's not the right solution, so rest easy. Change your strategy in your voice communication practice as well. I could have studied computer science in 2020 if I know that I would not choose electrical engineer as a career. Everybody wants to be a computer scientist, but not everyone will have that job, just like Uncle Raymond and other IT and computer science graduates who switch to other industries because it is simply not their strengths. It is better to choose a career that fits in your strength, experience, personality, financial goals, etc. Bim Ramos are able to study while working as a doctor because he is studying something related to his job. It's better to have degree related to your job like digital forensics than not having degree at all. It could be better to specialize and find something related to your job because markets pays you for that skill, which means that this is your strength. You have to specialize, especially in the Philippines because the job market is not very friendly to workers. Your job will not make you rich anyway, so it's better to be in a job you're happy and good at. There's tons of computer science graduates and they don't get the job because they didn't specialize. So pick cybersecurity, and if it doesn't pan out, you can still go to CS because most of the coursework in cybersecurity is programming related concepts like object related programming. I wouldn't become software engineer because I started at 25 years old. The cap in age in a job is really 30 to 35 years old because most careers progress linearly. There will be a lot of software engineers who will start their own company or will choose work-life balance, so there will be a lot of positions available for junior programmers. Additionally, you have a lot of advantage over many others because you came from engineering and technical support background, which in a lot of ways has a compound returns on investments because the more experience you have as a technical support, the better you are at problem solving. Kenneth Monzalan is a good example. Studying while working will take a toll on my work and may lead to investments that is not worth it in the long term. Studying while working between 20 to 35 years old is the best thing you can do in terms of your brain plasticity if you can do it without ruining your financial health. It did consider that Philippine temperature is getting fucked, so it's better to choose an online class school. Also, it didn't consider that at 25, you're a lot wiser because you had investing and joining experience which helps you better take steps to improve your financial future. Salary only scales linearly. Hardware is not as important as software in life because most of us excel in our area of expertise. Some people won't become software engineers because their hard drive or brain is not enough. Just like how a 64-bit software cannot be run in a 32-bit hardware. Avaya or some apps get frozen because of the operating systems. Avaya got frozen, but operating system of modern computers still runs because OS allows a certain processor time for the application and forcibly takes back control and gives another application task access to the processor. kailangan ko mag-enroll ngayon or else baka hindi na ako mag-enroll. Sige po. Sige po, salamat po. Hindi na ako mag-enroll. Kupal naman ito. Ah. File management and transfer tools. Web design and development involves a lot of moving files around, particularly from the computer where you do your work to the server computer that hosts the site. To move files across the internet, you use an FTP, short for File Transfer Protocol program. You will find that many hosting services offer their own FTP tools for uploading your files to their servers. Many of the editors listed earlier also include built-in FTP functionality, or you can use a standalone FTP program such as one of these: FileZilla, CyberDoc, WinSCP, Transmit. You may also find it useful to have a terminal application command line tool that allows you to type Unix commands for setting file permissions, moving or copying files and directories, or managing the server software. Command line tools, which have a number of uses in web design and development workflow, are discussed in more detail in Chapter 20, Modern Web Development. What you've learned? I hope that this chapter has given you an overview of the many roles and responsibilities. How the web works. I got started in web design in early 1993, pretty close to the start of the web itself. That's a quarter of a century ago. Cast. But I still distinctly remember the first time I looked at a web page. It was difficult to tell where the information was coming from and how it will work. This chapter sorts out the pieces and introduces some basic terminology. We'll start with a big picture and work down to specifics. The internet versus the web. No, it's not a battle to the death. It is an opportunity to point out the distinction between two words that are increasingly being used interchangeably. The internet is an international network of connected computers. No company owns the internet. It is a cooperative effort governed by a system of standards and rules. The purpose of connecting computers together, of course, is to share information. There are many ways information can be passed between computers, including email, POP3, IMAP, SMTP, file transfer, FTP, secure shell, SSH, and many more specialized modes upon which the internet is built. These standardized methods for transferring data or documents over a network are known as protocols. The web, originally called the World Wide Web, thus www in site address, is just one of the ways information can be shared over the internet. It is unique in that it allows documents to be linked to one another via hypertext links, thus forming a huge web of connected information. The web uses protocol called HTTP, Hypertext Transfer Protocol. That acronym should look familiar because it is the first four letters of nearly all websites' addresses, as we'll discuss in an upcoming section. The web is a subset of the internet. It is just one of the many ways information can be transferred over network computers. A brief history of the web. The web was born in Particle Physics Laboratory, CERN, in Geneva, Switzerland, in 1989. There are computer specialists named Tim Berners-Lee first proposed a system of information management that used a hypertext process to link related documents over a network. He and his partner Robert Caglialo created a prototype and released it for review. For the first several years, web pages were text only. It is difficult to believe that in 1992, the world had only about 50 web servers total. The real boost to the web's popularity came in 1992 when the first graphical browser NCSA Mosaic was introduced, and the web broke out of the realm of scientific research into mass media. The ongoing development of web technologies is overseen by the World Wide Web Consortium. If you want to dig deeper into the web's history, check out the WEC Histories Archive at www.w3.org/history.html. Fun fact, if you look at that page, you'll see a July 1993 entry for the first WW Wizards workshop. Although I did not attend that meeting, I did design the commemorative t-shirt. Serving up your information. Let's talk more about the computers that make up the internet, because they serve up documents upon request. These computers are known as servers. More accurately, the server is the software, not the computer itself, that allows the computer to communicate with other computers. However, it is common to use the word server to refer to the computer as well. The role of server software is to wait for a request of information and then retrieve and send information back as quickly as possible. There's nothing special about computers themselves. Picture anything from a high-powered Unix machine to a humble personal computer. It's the server software that makes it all happen. In order for a computer to be part of the web, it must be running special web server software that allows it to handle hypertext transfer protocol transactions. Web servers are also called HTTP servers. There are many server software options out there, but the two most popular are APAC, open source software, and Microsoft Internet Information Services, IIS. APAC is freely available for Unix-based computers and come installed on Macs running macOS. There's a Windows version as well. Microsoft IIS is part of Microsoft's family of server solutions. Every computer and device, router, smartphone, car, etc. connected to the internet is assigned a unique numeric IP address. IP stands for Internet Protocol. For example, as I write this, the computer that hosts O'Reilly.com has the IP address 199.27.145.64. All those numbers can be dizzy, so fortunately, the domain name system, DNS, was developed to allow us to refer to that server by its domain name, O'Reilly.com, as well. The numeric IP address is useful for computer software, while the domain name is more accessible to humans. Matching the text domain names to their respective numeric IP address is the job of a separate DNS server. If you think of an IP address as a telephone number, the DNS server would be the phone book. It is possible to configure your web server so that more than one domain name is mapped to a single IP address, allowing several sites to share a single server. Terminology: open source. Open source software is developed as a collaborative effort with the intent to make its source code available to other programmers for use and modification. Open source programs are usually free to use. Terminology: intranets and extranets. When you think of a website, you generally assume that it is accessible to anyone surfing the web. However, many organizations take advantage of the awesome information sharing and gathering power of websites to exchange information just within their own network. These special web-based networks are called intranets. They are created and function like ordinary websites, but they use special security devices called firewalls that prevent the outside world from seeing them. Intranets have lots of uses, such as sharing human resource information or providing access to inventory database. An extranet is like an intranet, but it allows access to select users outside of the organization. For example, a manufacturing company may provide its customers with passwords that allow them to check the status of their orders in the company's order database. Passwords determine which slice of the company's information is accessible. A word about browsers. We know that the server does the serving, but what about the other half of the equation? The software that does the requesting is called the client. People use desktop browsers, mobile browsers, and other assistive technologies such as screen readers as clients to access documents on the web. The server returns the documents for the browser, also referred to as the user agent in technical circles, to display. Terminology: server-side and client-side. Often in web design, you'll hear references to client-side or server-side applications. These terms are used to indicate which machine is doing the processing. Client-side applications run on the user's machine, also referred to as the front end, while server-side applications and function use the processing power of the server computer, the backend. The requests and responses are handled via the HTTP protocol mentioned earlier. Although we've been talking about documents, HTTP can be used to transfer images, movies, audio files, data, scripts, and all the other web resources that commonly make up websites and applications. It is common to think of a browser as a window on a computer monitor with a web page displayed in it. These are known as graphical browsers or desktop browsers, and for a long time, they were the only web viewing game in town. The most popular desktop browsers as of this writing include Edge and Internet Explorer for Windows, Chrome, Firefox, and Safari, with Opera and Vivaldi bringing up the rear. These days, however, more than half of web traffic comes from mobile browsers on smartphones and tablets such as Safari on iOS, Android and Chrome browsers on Android devices, Opera Mini, and a myriad of other default and installable mobile browsers. I didn't graduated in college because I have a lot of personal problems. I didn't graduated in college in 2020, not just because I have a lot of personal problems, but because I have a huge ego. I can't let go of my Dean's Lister accomplishment. No matter how in demand your skill, you're still dependent on other people. I didn't know how to be part of a team and community. There's a lot of things that beyond anyone's control. TL Joanne is afraid that I'll be better than her. That is why she is dragging me down on coaching call session. TL Joanne helps you understand that call center career is a dead-end career and toxic job. We all work in a system, so be grateful you were able to coach by a team leader in the call center industry. I can just self-study because school doesn't teach me the right skills anyways. We're all dependent on each other, so there's no such thing as self-taught. Our environment changes us, so our company school, and communities are important because God are training us to be a team player. I didn't become software engineer because I did not study computer science in 2020. I did not become software engineer because fraud analysis is my calling. God is not delayed. Maybe things that we thought we want is actually the things that will restore us. Talent is often present when there's a tolerance for risk. Some managers are bad, so you have to drag them down and show them your value. If you have a bad manager, you have to influence them by being good and creating a great vibe to the team because the best way to increase your likelihood of getting the job you want later may be to treat your colleagues well, not the one you have now. It's better to shift industries because it will show your learner's attitude. Changing industries should be taken with caution because everything compounds, and HR knows that performance is highly context dependent because we're all just dependent on systems. By the sea, we are humbled. It reminds us that no matter how perfect our actions, the sea won't change, and that requires humility to understand. I should read about mobile phones from IT books because that is something that has an immediate impact in my result, and that is something I'm interested a lot. When you're solving problems you care about, you'll be motivated to learn more deeply and retain more as well. You have to find ways to incorporate codes or block into your daily work rather than solely focusing in IT books. Don't just specialize. Sometimes you have to generalize like Luca are doing by reading design books. I am nervous while speaking to Bell customers because they might escalate things and make the duration of the call longer. I am nervous while speaking to Bell customers because I perceive customers' voice perception of me as always doing things promptly instead of doing it right the first time. It's important to do things promptly, but it would not matter if it's not the right solution. So rest easy. Change your strategy in your voice communication. Practice as well. I could have studied computer science in 2020 if I knew that I would not choose electrical engineer as a career. Everybody wants to be a computer scientist, but not everyone will have that job, just like Uncle Raymond and other IT and computer science graduates who switch to other industries because it is simply not their strengths. It's better to choose a career that fit in your strength, experience, personality, financial goals, etc. Bim Ramos are able to study while working as a doctor because he is studying something related to his job. It's better to have degrees related to your job like digital forensics than not having degree at all. It could be better to specialize and find something related to your job because markets pays you for that skill, which means that this is your strength. You have to specialize in Philippines because the job market is not very friendly to workers. Your job will not make you rich anyway, so it's better to be in a job you're happy and good at. There's tons of computer science graduates and they don't get the job because they didn't specialize, so pick cybersecurity, and if it doesn't pan out, you can still go to CS because most of the coursework in cybersecurity is programming related concepts like object related programming. I wouldn't become software engineer because I started at 25 years old. The coping age in a job is really 30 to 35 years old because most careers progress linearly. There will be a lot of software engineers who will start their own company or will choose work-life balance, so there will be a lot of positions available for junior programmers. Additionally, you have a lot of advantage over many others because you came from engineering and technical support background, which is in a lot of ways has a compound returns on investment because the more experience you have as a technical support, the better you are at problem solving. Kenneth Punzalan and Georgia Tarantan is a good example. Studying while working will take a toll on my work and may lead to investment that is not worth it in the long term. Studying while working between 20 to 35 years old is the best thing you can do in terms of your brain plasticity Danlock is a scam. Danlock is not a scam. He just knows how human psychology works and knows how to sell, communicate, and market his product. That is the reason why he's one of the best and prosperous people in the world. And part of being successful is being able to commit mistakes because he is only a human. I am not successful in the eyes of Stephanie Castillo. You don't need opinion of anybody because in every success, there's always a failure. Maybe for her you're not successful but you know in yourself that you have no experience in English communication, sales, and marketing because you have a technical background. My classmates in high school and college hates me because I am not talking to them. We are not just meant to be friends in the moment because we have different values. The headhunter in IBEX will not treat me because they will know that I already applied in IBEX. If I go now in IBEX because of the headhunter, then IBEX will pay them because IBEX really need an applicant. If I say I did apply to any job, they will not accept me. You don't have to say that because it is confidential, and remember you have a choice to pick whatever job you want. It's in the law and they are only saying that because it's their job to secure you and to know if you're the kind of person who will resign quickly. But you are not really the kind of person who do not resign without producing results, right? Don't buy into their bullshit of family because what company needs is alliance. Their CEO will fire the HR if they find out they are doing it because you know it in your background that you are not leaving the company without permission, and you also make sure that the company profit on you, right? So you are one of the revenue generator, remember, and you are the reason why they are earning a lot of money. HR will not accept me because they have many applicants that is better than me. HR wanted people like you who will bring them a lot of revenue, so make them see that. And also, you see in statistics that there are only one every 10 people is capable of being a call center agent. And you already did well in T-Mobile, so be confident. HR will know that I am taking advantage of their privilege. HR will notice that I am really a problem solver because I find a way to eat and write for free. And they will appreciate my problem solving skills and will eventually accept me because I am a qualified call center agent. Being a bisexual means you are a bad person. Being a bisexual doesn't mean you are a bad person. I'm not okay in starting at February. I'm okay at starting with February because we really have a choice, because loyalty is not required, because alliance is what they require. That's their only job because they want to secure you. They will also learn money if you pass, so know that they wanted you to pass for their metrics. Americans is more talented in Filipino. Everybody has talent, but the ability takes hard work. Many Americans don't have a rich friend, and remember that 90% is average, so there's a high chance that you are more capable than them. Be confident. If I speak with R, I look stupid. If I speak with R, they will understand me better. I can watch nonsense video when I'm on break. You need to spend the 2/3 of your time here on personal development to become all that you can become and to be more happy because that is the purpose of birth. Vanessa probably thought that my father is corrupt because of what I said to him. It doesn't mean that I have a scholar, doesn't mean my father is corrupt. I am deserving to be scholar. The banking system is the problem. The labandera finds a way to take advantage of me for her to make money, and I cannot do about that. I can always escalate her to her boss if I found out that she is doing that. Know the truth first. I cannot live without my mother. I can live without my mother because I have the financial confidence. I need to counteract all the lies that pop up in my head when I am talking to people. All your insecurities about their perception of value doesn't matter. All that matters is their perception of the value, and don't buy to your insecurities in your head. The OM will eventually terminate me because they know I have not good background from my previous company. OM understand that people fail and it's part of getting better, and confusion means growth. Also, The HR won't terminate you because you have no fraudulent record. And what you are doing is you are helping them to earn more money. And I am better than a newbie because I have experience. It is not true that they will accept newbie because what most fear for is the people who don't fail. You are declaring it now for you to know if they will accept you or not. I should not be trusted because I buy cars from hackers. Hackers is not bad. Sometimes the right thing that you can do is to hack something in order for you to help many people. It's not okay because you are stealing money to people like what your father did. You are not stealing money, and if Dunlop and Darren find out that they hack their cause for the betterment of the world, they will appreciate it. It's two different scenarios. INC Library should not trust me because he knows that I have the money to pay me. I don't have the money. That money is for my family and the people around me. And it's actually not enough for me to live because I need to live well to be productive and give more to society. I can send another person a request because I already sent another person. You have a choice. Your goal is configure a network operating system. Course learning outcomes. Explain the purpose of the Cisco IOS. Explain how to access a Cisco IOS device for configuration purposes. Explain how to navigate Cisco IOS to configure network devices. Describe the command structure of the Cisco IOS software. Configure hostnames on a Cisco IOS device using the CLI. Use Cisco IOS commands to limit access to device configurations. Use Cisco IOS commands to save the running configuration. Explain how devices communicate across network media. Configure a host device with an IP address. Verify connectivity between two end devices. Introduction. Every computer requires an operating system to function, including computer-based network devices such as switches, routers, access points, and firewalls. These network devices use an operating system called a network operating system. The Cisco Internetwork Operating System (IOS) is a generic term for the collection of network operating systems used by Cisco networking devices. Cisco IOS is used for most Cisco devices, regardless of the type or size. Cisco IOS operating systems. All end devices and network devices require an operating systems (OS), as shown in Figure 2.1. The portion of the OS that interacts directly with computer hardware is known as the kernel. The portion that interfaces with the application and the user is known as the shell. The user can interact with the shell using a command line interface or graphical user interface. The definition of shell, kernel, and hardware as follows. Shell: the user interface that allows user to request specific tasks from the computer. These requests can be made either through the CLI or GUI interfaces. Kernel: communicates between the hardware and software of a computer and manages how hardware resources are used to meet software requirements. Hardware: the physical part of a computer, including underlying electronics. When using a CLI as shown for Windows in Figure 2, the user interacts directly with the system in a text-based environment by entering commands on the keyboard at the command prompt. The system executes the command, often providing textual output. The CLI requires very little overhead to operate. However, it does require that the user have knowledge of the underlying structure that controls them. A GUI interface such as Windows, OS X, Apple iOS, or Android allows the user to interact with the system using an environment of graphical icons, menus, and windows. The Windows GUI example in Figure 2 to 3 is more user-friendly and requires less knowledge of the underlying command structure that controls the system. For this reason, many individuals rely on GUI environments. However, GUIs may not always be able to provide all of the features available at the CLI. GUIs can also fail, crash, or simply not operate as specified. For this reason, network devices are typically accessed through a CLI. The CLI is less resource intensive and very stable when compared to GUI. The network operating system used on Cisco devices is called the Cisco Inter-Network Operating System, or IOS. Cisco IOS is used for most Cisco devices regardless of the type or size of the device. Note, the operating system on home routers is usually called firmware. The most common method for configuring a home router is by using a web browser-based GUI. Purpose of OS. Network operating systems are similar to a PC operating system. Through a GUI, a PC operating system enables a user to use a mouse to make selections and run programs, enter text and text-based commands, view output on a monitor. A CLI-based network operating systems like the Cisco IOS on a switch or router enables a network technician to use a keyboard to run CLI-based network programs, use a keyboard to enter text and text-based commands, view output on a monitor. Cisco networking devices run particular versions of the Cisco IOS. I should look behind the eyes of other people when I'm speaking or doing something, because in the primary problems of marketer is they are writing copy for themselves and not for the customer. I should look in behind their eyes to be a good actor. In order to be a good actor, you have to be great in relating, and the more you understand them, the better actor you are. Looking from behind their eyes and being an actor is doing my best to become better version of myself. Being handsome is not about your skin, because there are many handsome, but they are not an actor, because handsome is equals how can you relate to others, and smoking yesterday has some reasons. 1. You don't want to drink many beer. 2. You don't want to suffer second smoking, and that's it. And it won't make your skin look older, just like that. It's okay to experience that once in a while, because anything over is bad. There is no failure. There is only a feedback, which is essential to course correct in order to get to the destination that you wanted. Failure or feedback thus makes us do of what works in the universe. That is actually what failure does, and truth or what works is simply the most useful in terms of human behavior and scientific advancement. A person who are learning from their mistake, or people who are aware of what is the lie and the truth, or what works and what doesn't, is going to natural laws or what God plans us to live. Our memory is mostly not accurate, and things that I remember to be true in the past, which is I should be afraid if I do not achieve by the age 25, or that I should be very attached to my goal, is true. So our memory is actually not accurate, so what is true back then can not be true now. Mutya sidebarged to jealous girlfriend, and that is the reason why I shouldn't compare myself to her. I should be ninong to Willie. It's time for you to do what you want to do to JJ now. You have to learn that. The reason two people receive the same information and get different results is because they have different foundations or connections in their mind that will let them use and will determine how they use the information. So no, he won't know how to use the Getsudo if he had not experienced what I experienced and learned what I learned from the past, which is Darren Hardy time management. The question is, does he has a pattern in his mind that he wanted to know where Getsudo comes from? And if he have that, then it's good, because if he is good, he can make anything work. So Uncle Raymond won't know Getsudo. You should charge more for them to have an opportunity to change their lives and not be selfish. Being an actor, not finding a similar beliefs to them, that is actually how to be an actor.
and how to talk to them based on what they want to talk to or based on their gems. Productivity, it's not about time, it's about how fast you can solve their problem because we all only have one life and life is short. And to help as many people, you have to have short call as many as you can. So you shouldn't have a long call. You should let them log in order for them to be more responsible about their information because it is a high risk when I let them log in and they won't go verification if they are good because if they are good, they can make anything work. Spiritual is not something you talk about, and you already experience almost all religions, and this is the truth, based on what you learned from those religions, so you are spiritual. You can reward yourself by doing nothing, or just lie down in bed, and you don't need to smoke to reward yourself, so you shouldn't smoke and reward yourself to have dopamine. You should focus on adding value and look behind their eyes when you are speaking. You should focus on what my listener wants instead of creating what I wanted when I'm speaking. I should use being bored and lie down in bed and notice all the lies in my head as substitute for smoking. I should treat my call as if QARJ will QA me because it is Friday and that is one of the tricks that you can do to make your QA better. When I am communicating, I should speak or write as if I am living life inside my listener's head because that is actually the master rule in communicating. And the number one failure of marketers or communicators or call center agents is they don't look inside their listener's head. I should think about the pattern of their mind or what Dan Locke said that I only know a drop in his iceberg and that is actually how you should think when speaking or writing to your listener. I should write the lie which is telling me that those smoke or those food will make me have a reward which isn't true. You are not being selfish if you are requesting docs because you are giving them an opportunity to send money using Zoom and they are not undergo verification if you didn't do something suspicious because if they are good, they can make anything work.
Work stamina seems to be one of the biggest predictors of long term success, so you really have to specialize early. I can change my company to JP Morgan because I'm the most qualified people to take their calls due to my experience in financial technology and telecommunications. The truth is, changing companies is time consuming even for stars in the same industry with the same clients because it's hard to learn new things after your mid 20s. And talent is overrated. We are largely dependent on things that we own that compounds over time to afford the standard of living we are privileged to experience today. Society has been built by our ancestors. It's important to specialize because at the very least, companies will be willing to take risks on people who have spent a long, focused practice and thus compound learning that will boost intelligence on the job. A smart and talented engineer may be a unique resource, but unless he or she is deeply embedded and loyal, the attractiveness of his or her talents makes that engineer an unreliable source of sustainable competitive advantage. Close to lie. Software engineering is complex because software is more complex than hardware. The truth is, it's true that software is more complex than hardware, but it doesn't recognize the fact that taking Magic Mushroom helps you understand consciousness, which helps you better understand codes. Because, as Stephen Hawking said, consciousness is essentially a computer program, and our brain is the computer hardware. Whether you want to uncover the secrets of the universe or you just want to pursue a career in the 21st century, basic computer programming is an essential skill to learn. Customer service is better than leaders nowadays because they have work-life balance. Close to truth is customer service has more power than team leaders, not just because of work-life balance, but because of work from home. Work from home exponentially accelerate agents' productivity. The best way to do my job as a fraud prevention specialist is to set proper expectations. The truth is, the best way to do my job as a fraud prevention specialist is to prepare for worst situations I could imagine, to be confident in every call. That's the importance of close to lies and truth journal. Ultimate goal is to create a win-win situations for both parties, so explaining how system works makes us understand that this is not under your control. Close to lie. The secret to customer service can be boiled down to managing customers' expectations. Close to truth. The secret to customer service can be boiled down to managing customers' expectations, but it's interconnected to checking their account history because it's important to take a moment to read where your customers lives because that is highly correlated to managing people's expectations. Remember, the secret to communications is knowing your audience. I am a professional scammer because I am constantly looked out on the new big companies that I can help. The truth is, fraud analysts will always be in demand even in Mars because there's a Bible and God knows that people can act inappropriately without proper systems and laws because we're all just dependent on system around us. I should pause to reinforce the tone of my message to my audience. The truth is, I should pause, especially in the beginning of my opening spiel to bell customers, because that's how I can better show them that I don't rush the conversation and taking the time to listen to their concerns and solve the problem first before worrying about the time because in other call centers, they value first call resolution more than average handling time. Customer wants fast resolution, but fast resolution won't matter if it isn't right. The most efficient contact is one that never happened at all. I am working to achieve my performance goals like AHT, including callback, hold, and after call work, QA, compliance, and attendance. I am working to meet Norja client.
Digital development. At the end of this module, you are expected to define the principles of digital development, identify the core tenets of each principle. There are 9 principles of digital development. First is design with the user. This is different from designing for the user. Designing with the user can only be attained through conversation, observation, and co-creation with the people, client, or target market who will be using the inventable digital product or tools. The core tenet of this principle, design with the user, are as follows. It should incorporate multiple user types and stakeholders in each phase of the project lifecycle to direct feature needs and revise the design. It should have a clear objectives and open to a process of repetition. It should improve users' current processes. And aside from considering the needs of the underserved, it should always be open to people opting out of the design process. The second principle is understand the existing ecosystem. The ecosystem is the political, economic, social, technological, environmental, legal, and other factor within the group or geographical location where the final design product will be used. A very important thing to note is that the ecosystem is ever-changing, thereby requiring that digital developers check and analyze their assumptions. The core tenet of this principle are the following: coordination, consultation, and constant engagement with civil society groups, the government, or all stakeholders from the start of the project until project completion to avoid duplication and ensure smooth integration with the existing technical system, if any. The third principle is design for scale. The elusive of achieving scale is a goal that has been hard for digital developers because of pilotitis. The M Health described it as the inability to move initiatives beyond the pilot stage. From the start, it is a must to design for scale. Designing for scale means planning and strategizing beyond the pilot stage. Aside from the oblivious concern about funding the initiative and continuously funding it after the pilot stage, digital developers must take into consideration its usability and bottom line affordability in order to achieve scale in the future. Design and plan for scale from the start. Keep the design simple but flexible and adaptable. Devise a funding model that incorporates the patterns who can help fund and sustain the initiative. And remember to demonstrate the impact after gathering enough evidence that validates the initiative before any attempt to scale. Principle number 4 is to build for sustainability. Very closely related to designing for scale is building for sustainability because this fourth principle is about ensuring user and stakeholder support be maximized and uninterrupted. Working hand in hand with NGOs, corporation, or the government ensures that the initiative achieves institutionalization in the policies, processes, and user workflow. The fourth principle's core tenets are plan, build, and implement a sustainable model from the start. Collaborate and engage with all stakeholders, particularly partners, for funding, and design a program that is adaptive to changes in user context. The fifth principle of development is be data driven. Informed decisions by decision makers can only be achieved if the initiative is data driven. Data produced and collected from such as those from surveillance, research, operations, project management, and even secondary sources enable the right people to make the right course of action. The core tenets are always design with a focus on the outcome, which is measurable and incremental, similar to starting the initiative wherein developers engage all stakeholders. Data sourcing, collection, and analysis must also be holistic. It must also bridge the gaps of knowledge within the development community and adhere to international standards of interoperability. The sixth of the nine principles is to use open standards, open data, open source, and open innovation. More often than not, digital content and innovations are locked away behind licensing fees only to be used and available to specific sectors. To help increase collaboration in the digital development world, an open approach through open source technologies, open innovation, open data, and open standards that still takes into account the practical, technical security, and privacy constraints should be the way to go. The core tenets of the sixth principle are develop new digital codes or technologies that are freely viewed, copied, modified, shared, and distributed in open or public platforms. In the same manner, adopt and expand on open data, standards, or innovation done by other digital developers in the community. To implement security, it's imperative to understand who or what is accessing resources on a computer or network. User authentication happens when the system being logged into validates that the user has proper credentials. Essentially, the authentication server asks the question, who are you? Oftentimes, this is as simple as entering a username and password, but it could be more complex. There are two categories of authentication: single factor authentication. The simplest form of authentication is a single factor authentication. A single factor system requires only one piece of information beyond the username to allow access. Most often, this is a password. Single factor authentication is quite common, but it's not the most secure method out there. Multi factor authentication. To increase security, Your computer or network might require multi-factor authentication, which, as the name implies, requires multiple pieces of information for you to log in. Generally speaking, in addition to a username, multi-factor authentication requires you to provide two or more information out of the four categories: something you know, something you have, something you are, or somewhere you are. You may also hear multi-factor authentication referred to by the specific number of factors required, such as two-factor authentication or three-factor authentication. As mentioned earlier already, most authentication systems require just a password, which is an example of something you know. If you forget your password, a website might ask you to provide answers to security questions that you selected when you registered. These are questions such as the name of your elementary school, father's middle name, street you grew up on, first car, favorite food, musical artist, and so forth. One-time passwords can be generated by sites to give you a limited time window to log in. These are far more secure than a standard password because they are valid for only a short amount of time, usually 30 minutes or less. The password will be sent to you via text or email or possibly a phone call. Something you have can be one of a few different things, such as a smart card or a security token. A smart card is a plastic card, similar in dimensions to a credit card, which contains a microchip that a card reader can scan, such as on a security system. Smart cards often double as employee badges, enabling employees to access employee only areas of a building or to use elevators that go to restricted areas or as credit cards. Smart cards can also be used to allow or prevent computer access. For example, a PC may have a card reader on it through which the employee has to swipe the card, or that reads the card's chip automatically when the card comes into its vicinity. Or they're combined with a PIN or used as an add-on to a standard login system to give an additional layer of security verification. For someone to gain unauthorized access, they have to know a user's ID and password or PIN, and also steal their smart card. That makes it much more difficult to be a thief. A security token, like the one shown in figure 8.5, displays an access code that changes about every 30 seconds. When received, it's synchronized with user account, and the algorithm that controls the code change is known by the token as well as your authentication system. When you log in, you need your username and password along with the code on the token. RSA Secure ID. Security tokens can be software based as well. A token may be embedded in a security file unique to your computer, or your network may use a program that generates a security token, much like the hardware token does. Figure 8.6 shows an example of Ping ID, which works on computers and mobile devices. This type of token saves you from having to carry around yet another gadget. Figure 8.6 Ping ID. A system might also require you to log in from a specific location. For example, perhaps users are followed to log in only if they are on the internal corporate network, or maybe you are allowed to connect from your home office. In that case, the security system would know a range of IP addresses to allow in based on the block of addresses allocated to your ISP. This is an example of somewhere you are. Finally, the system could require something totally unique to you, something you are, to enable authentication. These characteristics are usually assessed via biometric devices, which authenticate users by scanning for one or more physical traits. Common types include fingerprint recognition, facial recognition, and retina scanning. Authorization. Once it's determined who the user is, the next step in access control is determining what the user can do. This is called authorization. Users are allowed to perform only specific tasks on specific objects based on what they are authorized to do.
Configure a network operating system. Explain the purpose of Cisco IOS. Explain how to access a Cisco IOS device for configuration purposes. Explain how to navigate Cisco IOS to configure network devices. Describe the command structure of the Cisco IOS software. Configure the host names on a Cisco IOS device using the CLI. Use Cisco IOS commands to limit access to device configurations. Use Cisco IOS commands to save the running configuration. Explain how devices communicate across network media. Configure a host with an IP address. Verify connectivity between two end devices. Every computer requires an operating system to function, including computer-based network devices such as switches, routers, access points, and firewalls. These network devices use an operating system called the Network Operating System. The Cisco Internetwork Operating System (IOS) is a generic term for the collection of network operating system used by Cisco networking devices. Cisco IOS is used for most Cisco devices, regardless of the type or size. Operating systems. All end devices and network devices require an operating system (OS), as shown in Figure 2.1. The portion of the OS that interacts directly with computer hardware is known as the kernel. The portion that interfaces with applications and the user is known as the shell. The user can interact with the shell using a command line interface (CLI) or a graphical user interface (GUI). Figure 2.1 Operating System. The definitions of shell, kernel, and hardware are as follows. Shell. The user interface that allows user to request specific tasks from the computer. This request can be made either through the CLI or GUI interfaces. Kernel communicates between the hardware and software of a computer and manages how hardware resources are used to meet software requirements. Hardware. The physical part of a computer including underlying electronics. When using a CLI as shown for Windows in Figure 2.2, the user interacts directly with the system in a text-based environment by entering commands on the keyboard at a command prompt. The system executes the command, often providing the textual output. The CLI requires very little overhead to operate. However, it does require that user have knowledge of the underlying structure that controls the system. A GUI interface such as Windows, OS X, Apple iOS, or Android allows the user to interact with the system using an environment of graphical icons, menus, and windows. The Windows GUI example in Figure 2.3 is more user-friendly and requires less knowledge of the underlying command structure that controls the system. For this reason, many individuals rely on GUI environments. However, GUIs may not always be able to provide all of the features available at the CLI. GUIs can also fail, crash, or simply not operate as specified. For these reasons, network devices are typically accessed through a CLI. The CLI is less resource-intensive and very stable when compared to a GUI. The network operating system used on Cisco devices is called the Cisco Internetwork Operating System (IOS). Cisco IOS is used for most Cisco devices, regardless of the type or size of the device. Note: the operating system on home routers is usually called firmware. The most common method for configuring a home router is by using a web browser-based GUI. Purpose of OS. Network operating systems are similar to a PC operating system. Through a GUI, a PC operating system enables a user to use a mouse to make selections and run programs, enter text and text-based commands. If you're reading this book, you likely either have a network that is made up of Cisco networking products, or you want to introduce the Cisco network products into your network. Although this book focuses its attentions on Cisco products, you do not have to have Cisco network devices on your network to receive a benefit from reading this book. Although you examine many features that are specific to Cisco products, you also gain a wide range of networking knowledge that applies to all networking hardware, regardless of the vendor. This chapter performs a quick overview of all the devices that exist on your network, allowing your computers, servers, and other user-related network devices to communicate with each other. I start with the network devices that your computer connects to and move further into the depths of the network from there, through routers and firewalls, then through wireless and network-connected phone hardware. After you read about these general hardware devices, you overview the classes of Cisco networking devices, such as enterprise, small business, and home devices. After you read this chapter, you will have a rough grasp of networking devices and how they all fit together on the network and an idea of the type of products that Cisco networking involves. The rest of this book looks at most of these products and shows you how to configure, manage, and support them. Although some of products are in this mix, I spend most of the time showing you the products you use in your small or large office network. Although I do cover the whole network model, I do not go very deep on many of these topics. If you want detailed knowledge of the ins and outs of these devices, you may want to review Book 1, Chapter 4. Glazing over the OSI network layer model. Well, much as I hate to do this to you so early, before I discuss the actual devices, you need to understand how the standard setter in the networking industry, the International Organization for Standardization, ISO, defines how network devices should be designed to communicate with each other. The ISO has proposed a network model that allows for this communication to take place. And although this is a good from a theoretical level, it is not always followed, especially since it was published after many networking protocols and methods has been created. The network model that I describe is the Open System Interconnection (OSI) model, which has 7 layers and defines what types of activities should be conducted at each layer. Figure 1.1 shows the 7 layers graphically. Applications, presentations, so that's layer 7 application, layer 6 presentation, layer 5 session, layer 4 transport, layer 3 network, layer 2 data link, layer 1 physical. The order of the layers, as they are defined, go from the physical components at the lowest layer, which are used to attach a computer to the network, up to applications at the highest layer that are used on that computer. Some people find that it makes sense to be introduced to the layers in this bottom-up order, while others find the reverse or top-down order is easier to follow. I introduce the layers in the top-down order, highest to lowest as you follow. Figure 1.1 from top to bottom. So if you find it confusing, read them from the bottom to the top. The 7 layers are: Layer 7, Application. The role of the application layer in the OSI model is to interface with you on your computer or data on a server. For example, if you wish to load a page data from a website, your layer protocol. To develop a new web browser or web browser software, you need only to understand that one application layer protocol.
Your HTTP data request travels down through the layers on your computer, over the data network, and up through the network layers on the server, which retrieves the Hypertext Markup Language (HTML) file and returns it in the same manner. Layer 6. Presentation. The presentation layer is responsible for data formatting. This may be character formatting such as ASC2 or Unicode data formats or compression and data encryption. Think of the presentation layer as the formatting layer in the OSI model. I should not use my weekend to learn tech because tech is not as in demand nowadays because of ChatGPT. I should still use my weekend to get certifications in cybersecurity, but while I'm doing that, I have to help my company move forward and realize that grass isn't greener on the other side because we have to consider our personality in choosing the job that we love. Maybe business analyst or software engineer is a great job. I can get a job as a cybersecurity professional right away if I study cybersecurity now. Cybersecurity jobs are scarce. Lots of people from IT wants to shift in that role, and they are starting to build their portfolios now. Tech career shifter from Harangi recommends getting system administrator or any IT roles if you can't get then network a job, then network your way from there. Additionally, there's a development analyst or DevOps engineer who transition to cybersecurity. So maybe computer science is a good major. I should get a career in software engineering or cybersecurity now because most careers progress linearly. People likes to compare themselves on people who got six-figure salary in tech, but those are the people who have skill and the best at what they do. It's okay to earn enough salary, just enough salary, and invest in things that has compound returns in investment like stocks because not everybody will have a six-figure salary unless they can prove that value to the world and they are the best in it, which involves a lot of luck because high performance is highly context dependent. Taking courses is sometimes better than reading because you are following a structured and organized way prepared by people who has done the things you want. Reading is always better than watching courses because listening requires less cognitive effort than reading or speaking. I should create one website per week consistently for a year, no matter what, to actually get something done and learn web design. You have to learn the fundamentals as much as possible before making a website because this foundation will help you create more websites and avoid mistakes. I should pour all my money in my education because that could be the investment that will make me earn six figures since it has a compound returns in learning like what you've learned from Johnny Rodriguez and his undergraduate IT friend. Education is also a company or a stock and should be treated as such. Value is uncertain and hard to predict. The reason why salaries typically scale linearly, while business or real estate values can increase rapidly, is due to the fundamental differences in the nature of these assets and their income generation potential. Salaries are typically determined based on factors such as job market, demand, skills and qualifications, experience, and negotiation. They are usually structured within a predetermined range or scale established by employers. This linear progression is often a reflection of the incremental increase in skills and expertise gained over time, as well as inflation adjustments. On the other hand, business and real estate values can experience rapid growth due to various factors such as market demand, economic conditions,
location, and potential for future returns. The value of business can increase exponentially if it achieves significant growth, expand into new markets, or generate substantial profits. Similarly, real estate values can soar if there is a high demand, limited supply, or if the property is located in a desirable area experiencing economic growth. Business and real estate provides passive income. The key distinction lies in the income potential and investment opportunities associated with business and real estate compared to salaries. Business and real estate have the potential to generate passive income, appreciate in value, and provide opportunities for capital gains. Salaries, on the other hand, are generally fixed income earned through employment and are less directly tied to market dynamics or investment growth. Money is not the only factor to consider to make your work meaningful, just like how the Netflix, big TV, Wi-Fi, not easily accessible CR, and phone makes New Lasema Spa movie theater so great. It's the combination of those things. Maybe people in Google respect you and you understand their code back to back, and product manager in Facebook may not know how to code and they just get there through identity politics or by looking like an authority. They may self-congratulate themselves in Facebook. It's funny how you have good things working for you and you don't realize it, then you self-sabotage the whole thing. You have to do everything in your own, like health insurance, because there's no structural support. It's like the difference between homeschool and public school, national university. Maybe you are more productive in homeschool. You may learn faster. How many people really wants to give up the societal support, social support? You can party with the company, you have holiday and leave pay, study reimbursement, etc. It turns out that you have to be so great in creating infrastructure to be an entrepreneur, and infrastructure is what makes people productive. Philippine infrastructure is so against entrepreneur. You have to think about 30 years worth of income. Yes, you might earn more in Grab in 2 years than you ever had before, but does that really compare with the 30 years of work, promotions, perks, and lifestyle that the company will give you? 4. Side hustles takes a lot more work than your full-time job. You have to keep your exit open. It's totally cool to switch from working and doing things on your own. Just don't work on your own for 5 years because by that time, you'll be unemployable due to skill atrophy. And customer service skills that's needed in workplace changes every 6 months or maybe every month. It's hard to find a side hustle that will last, but at least you try. That's the cool thing about it, because you should not depend too on your job due to fast changing environment. You can be fired anytime. Study Japanese and coding on your off. Even Americans look hilarious when using the wrong or not the most accurate words to describe their thoughts, just like the boyfriend of the girl in Diagnosis documentary. Being skilled in choice of tone and words is communication skill, specifically tone of voice because the deceptive metrics is words. 7. The friend of the girl suffering from unknown disease believe in mystery, and so she keeps reading articles until she found one that fits her friend's disease. That's how important believing in secret is. That's how important magic mushroom is. Not everyone can learn the skill in the right infrastructure. You cannot always teach skill. The most valuable skills needed by the employers today is self-taught due to this fast-changing world. What the employer can do is to make it less hassle for the employee to learn those skills. Some people does not adapt to a great system due to the things that's so rare and out of their control. But most people become more productive when they transfer to a better infrastructure. Yes, he won over all, but he also lost millions in the stock market.
crash. Mind you, it's millions, not $100,000. The more you gain wealth, the easier for you to lose a lot of it. It's cool to jump back and forth, but you have to have your personal life fixed first. Just like how Tech Lead became millionaire first before he got into Google. You won't gonna have Quantrix opportunity if it didn't happen. You shouldn't depend on your day job. It helps to ingrain in yourself that you're on your own. No one will gonna work in a single job for 20 to 50 years of their life today due to innovation and globalization. We are all entrepreneurs now. 3. Alex Becker does not know that you thought that not wanting to have kids is great. It's the way you interpret things. It's amazing how our minds can interpret things so differently. 4. You wouldn't start your entrepreneurial journey and discover magic mushroom and dopamine fasting if it didn't happen. You won't know your sales capacity in attracting rich clients here in Philippines. You won't be stable if you get fired again if you didn't focus first. I should take cybersecurity degree because it's still new, so it can be valuable career in the future because HR looks for compound knowledge in a field that boosts intelligence in the job. I should plan my career with great caution because the seemingly small step that I take today is very important in the future because computer science can be the degree that will separate me as a cybersecurity analyst. You have to persuade your boss about your value, so if they think that your career is dependent on them, they might lowball you. So it may be better to get a computer science degree since you already have fraud prevention experience. Remember that to earn a lot, you have to separate yourself from the crowd, and there's no better way to do it than by being different. Just like real estate, values of your occupation can soar if there is a high demand and limited supply. Do you think there will be high demand of cybersecurity in Philippines with low supply in the next 2 years? I should brag my achievements to my leaders to establish authority. Bragging to establish authority should be taken with great caution because people could easily think you are boastful, which will raise escalations and attention, which is costly. You have to be clear on your boss or customer's expectation and decide if you have to establish authority or not. Their expectations constantly change as well, so you definitely have to keep an eye on that. Third, I should take cybersecurity degree because that's God's plan for me based on strengths and experiences. Just because cybersecurity is my strengths and the most fit based on my personality does not mean I should choose it as a career because I should diversify and treat my career as an investment. Sometimes diversifying gives us option and it has the potential to give the lifestyle we desire. First lie, I should not use my weekend to learn tech because tech is not as in demand nowadays because of ChatGPT. Truth is, I should still use my weekend to get certifications in cybersecurity, but I still need to help my company move forward and realize that grass isn't greener on the other side because we have to consider our personality in choosing the job that we love. Maybe business analyst or software engineer is a great job. Second lie, I can get a job as a cybersecurity professional right away if I study cybersecurity now. Cybersecurity jobs are scarce. Lots of people from IT wants to shift in that role and they're starting to build their portfolios now. Tech career shifter from Harangi recommends getting a system administrator or any IT roles if you can't get your job, then network your way from there. Some people came from DevOps and some will be graduate of cybersecurity. It is a complex system just like the Nordic fraud prevention career trajectories. I should get a career in software engineering or cybersecurity now because most careers progress linearly. Truth is, people likes to compare themselves in people who got six-figure salary in tech, but those are the people who have skill and the best at what they do.
It's okay to earn enough salary and invest in things that has compound returns in investment like stocks, because not everybody will have a six-figure salary unless they can prove that value to the world. And they are the best in it, which involves a lot of luck, because high performance is highly context dependent. Taking courses is sometimes better than reading because you are following a structured and organized way prepared by people who has done things you want. Reading is always better than watching courses because listening requires less cognitive effort than reading or speaking. Lie. I should create one website per week consistently for a year, no matter what, to actually get something done and learn web design. You have to learn the fundamentals as much as possible before making a website because this foundation will help you create more websites and avoid mistakes. Second lie, I should pour all my money in my education because that could be the investment that will make me earn six figures since it has a compound returns in learning like what you've learned from Johnny Rodriguez and his undergraduate IT friend. Education is also a company or a stock and should be treated as such. Value is uncertain and hard to predict. The reason why salaries typically scale linearly while business or real estate values can increase rapidly is due to the fundamental differences in the nature of these assets and their income generation potential. Salaries are typically determined based on factors such as job market, demand, skills, and qualifications, experience, and negotiation. They are usually structured within a predetermined range or scale established by employers. This linear progression is often a reflection of the incremental increase in skills and expertise gained over time as well as inflation adjustments. Module 3: Network Protocols and Communication. Course Learning Outcomes. Describe the types of rules that are necessary to successfully communicate. 2. Explain why protocols are necessary in network communications. 3. Explain the purpose of adhering to a protocol suite. 4. Explain the role of standard organizations in establishing protocols for network interoperability. 5. Explain how the TCP or IP model and the OSI model are used to facilitate standardization in the communication process. 6. Explain how data encapsulation allows data to be transported across the network. 7. Explain how local hosts access local resources on a network. Rules of communication. Computer networks use rules for communications, similar to rules used in human communications. In order for two devices to communicate, they must use the same rules. A network can be as complex as devices connected across the internet, or as simple as two computers directly connected to one another with a single cable and anything in between. Communication fundamentals. All communication methods have three elements in common: source or sender message, sources are people, or electronic devices that need to send a message to other individuals or devices. Destination or receiver, destination receives the message and interprets it. Channel or media channel consists of the media that provides the pathway over which the message travels from source to destination. Protocol. The sending of this message, whether by face-to-face communication or over a network, is governed by rules called protocols. Rule establishment. Before communicating with one another, individuals must use established rules or agreements to govern the conversation. An identified sender and receiver, common language and grammar, speed and timing of delivery, confirmation or acknowledgement requirements. Protocol used in network communications also define message encoding, message delivery options, message formatting and encapsulation, message timing, message size. Message encoding. One of the first steps to sending a message is encoding. Encoding is the process of converting information into another acceptable form for transmission. Decoding reverses this process in order to interpret the information. Encoding between hosts must be in an appropriate format for the medium. Messages sent across the network are first converted into bits by the sending host. Each bit is encoded into a pattern of sounds, light waves, or electrical impulses depending on the network media over which the bits are transmitted. The destination host receives and decodes the signals in order to interpret the message. Message formatting and encapsulation. When a message is sent from source to destination, it must use a specific format or structure. Message formats depend on the type of message and the channel that is used to deliver the message. Letter writing is one of the most common forms of written human communication, which can be compared to networks. There is an agreed format for letters and addressing letters which is required for proper delivery. The process of placing one message format, the letter, inside another message format, the envelope, is called encapsulation. On the other hand, the encapsulation occurs when the process is reversed by the recipient and the letter is removed from the envelope. Each computer message is encapsulated in a specific format called frame before it is sent over the network. A frame acts like an envelope providing destination address and source address. Message size. Imagine what it would be like to read this course if it all appeared as one long sentence. It would not be easy to read and comprehend. Humans break long messages into smaller parts or sentences. Long message must also be broken into smaller pieces to travel across a network. Each piece is sent in a separate frame. Each frame has its own addressing information. A receiving host will reconstruct multiple frames into the original message. Message timing. Access method. Hosts on a network need to know when to begin sending messages and how to respond when collisions occur. Flow control. Source and destination hosts use flow control to negotiate correct timing to avoid overwhelming the destination and ensure information is received. Response time. Timeout. Hosts on the network have rules that specify how long to wait for responses and what action to take if a response timeout occurs. I look Mexican nationality in my accent for Americans. A. Just look at your driver's license ID. You look like a Mexican or Indian, which makes you antagonist to their life. B. Americans are more deserving to think that they are better than us because they have prosperous country. C. They're more likely to think that they are God's favorite. The principles you did to succeed in school is applicable to every areas of life. The secret to success in everything is planning because it saves you enormous energy and you gain infinite energy. The success of a call is determined before it starts, so you should know the answer to the unique call again every day that you will encounter in order to win. You have to write your metrics and prepare for it like avoiding compliance and checking your AHT daily. Success in an exam and call is determined before it begins. You shouldn't just copy that picture that speaks 1,000 words and communicate better to have great accent. You should copy their tongue and understand how their tongue accent got to that point. You should picture out what you're saying or want to say and relate it to the end in mind you want to happen, or use it to avoid secretly the customer objection. Consistency works because human knows that it relates to how disciplined we are, and so that's how we go to heaven. Just like in a call, you have to establish your authority firsthand and continue doing it. Inconsistency can be seen as confused, mentally ill, and so on. That's why you have to be sure about your knowledge about the process before entering conversation to the customer, because you might be seen as confused and inconsistent therefore not persuading them. Consistency is attributed by people as more potent than being right. Most of the time, our life will be well of its consistent habit. Without it, our lives will be difficult, erratic, and disjointed. This greatest strength makes it difficult to break a habit too, which make it our greatness weakness. The reason call center agents paid a lot too because they compress productivity in a short span of time, usually 9 minutes. Anyone can know the process, but it's the process of memorizing all the details and making the call as short as possible so they can solve as many customers' problems as possible is what counts. So preparing your midterm, like how would you prepare to lower international student PhD? It's hard to compress in 9 minutes without customer objection, so they are paid by their ability to persuade using tone of voice and say a lot using their picture mind on the call. You also have to know why you want great accent. The reason why you want it because they're gonna ask you to repeat yourself if the accent is not familiar to their habit brain or ears. They're not gonna understand you if you become analytical and not charismatic. Their accent has downside too. They may not be able to live in Philippines because they might be discriminated due to their accent. Every accent has flaws. Preparing in an exam is effective, but the way scientists learn or engineer things in mind for numbers is through visuals and interconnection by some ovens. They see equation as image and they have a deep understanding of how it interconnects to different part of engineering because they know that the more interconnected their knowledge are, the more ideas and creativity they generate. It's also the way to quickly understand things. Observing is the fastest way to learn things because it's the small effort that makes the big difference. Super learning. It's also how our brain works. It's like an economy. We don't see everything with our eyes. It's just what's enough to get by in our real life. It's just processed by our brain. It's a combination of anticipation, preparing, and interconnectedness because it's all visualization. It's just different way. It's how scientists discover and invent new things. It's how they innovate by connecting the dots of already existing knowledge. When I work with these guys, I'm not just helping them, they're teaching me something. That's just the rule of economics. The better the structure is, the better individual we become as a result of those systems. 2. I have tried to become an entrepreneur before, so I know that it's hard to become an entrepreneur here because there's a lot of resources and capital needed to build a great system. It's more about the balance of visualization and understanding our psychology. There's a level of anxiety we need to keep moving forward because without those, you will be complacent. Visualization helps you write 10 books while others still sharpening their pencil because they're inevitably gonna make mistakes while you commit the mistakes in your mind using negative visualizations. You use with your anxiety in number 1 and also improving your visual and planning rate. It also helps to zoom to infinite X to see all the possible scenario and create anxiety and avoid mistakes while speaking to the customer on the call, like thinking your next move in chess. Zooming to infinite helps us to focus, which in turn makes it emotional. Remember, anxiety is good when talking to the customer. You don't always have to be confident or feel good, like what Dan Locke, Deep Psychology of Why People Buy says. You also have to remember that anxiety is good and you have to be efficient like an employee that is working 10 years in the company. You always have to remember that 10-year visualization goal to be good at what you do. Visualization is not just about the picture of becoming infinite times ahead of the future. It's also about seeing all the details and intricacies of the future. It's fully visualizing all the details and intricacies. It's about thinking of all the possible worst case scenarios, realizing that what we see in the world is just a need to know basis, and so we have to work harder to see more of it. It's about seeing all the intricacies in pictures and organizing it. You have to counteract all their uncertainty. If you raise your level of certainty, that is the best way to sell something. You have to research things you don't know about the product, like virgin test, because that's the best way to sell something. You have to know the business, become an owner and collaborative. You also have to fully understand the concept of adding and removing receivers and why we do each step of our process. You have to know how we run credit check manually. Mommy buys because you provided value in terms of not having to book multiple riders and treat every single one of those. Not to mention the hassle of talking to each rider and being a good person to every one of those. Adding value is about how much time, money, peace of mind, trust from Facebook you created for people. Think win-win. Value creation is not a zero-sum game. You'll find that invention, visualization, is the root of all value creation. Companies set standards and goals based on employees' tenure and performance data. They also measure performance over a long period of time because they know that variety of things can impact performance in any given week, day, or hour. I am incredibly lucky to live in a time where YouTube exists. I am lucky because I was born in time where laptop, phone, and other things exist. I am lucky to be part of the world who supplies manufactured goods rather than agriculture because whoever have will be given more, and we are living in power loss. I'm incredibly lucky to have an immune system strong enough to protect me from COVID-19 and lucky enough to understand it from your chorus point of view. Japan have the most successful auto company in the world. That's why they were able to provide those jobs. But there's not a lot of jobs like that in the world. I need to paint the big picture of what will happen in the end and act based on that and be sure you'll be a good person while doing it. That's why you have to pull up Anyone fast to check if customer is eligible. While doing that, you have to manage customers' emotion while painting the beginning until the end. It's also about knowing your weaknesses in details of visualization, which is the sense of smell, touch, surrounding, feeling, and so on. I can be good at anything, but the time is my constraint because I have to be doing communication before I turn 25 to be really good at it. Anyone can know the process of Bell satellite, but how can you do that in the shortest amount of time? That's the real constraint. Because our life in this earth is limited, because God did not give us everlasting life yet. That's why people that can save enormous time are rewarded. It's a shortage of labor because people cannot work or don't want to work, especially in US and Canada, where they are almost all unhealthy or obese. It's a labor shortage based on the data of Nick Kevin because people who want to work are lesser by 2%, which is around 2 million people. The way we communicate native Filipino is by using tonality. We just don't notice it because it becomes second nature. It's the same thing as English. At first, it would be difficult for you to use tonality while speaking, but you'll get used to it over time. It becomes second nature that we don't notice that there's a limit to how much we can raise our voice, and there's a pros and cons to every accent. Step 1. Get the ask clear. If you want me to respond to your email, you have to let me know exactly what you want. And you have to do it fast. I don't have time to guess what I'm supposed to do. Survey responded. Whenever you write, you're asking for something from your reader. It might be a direct request, please do this, please send me that. It might also be a simple request for the reader's attention. In which case, the ask is really please read this information and take it in. The ask might be quick or it might be extended over many pages. One sort of longer ask is a business plan, where the entire document is an argument in support of the request. Please invest money in our venture. It might be an initial email intended to open a discussion, for instance, about changing procedures or hiring a new staff member. The ask also might be an implicit ask, as when a company publishes a white paper or research it has conducted or a process it has developed. The white paper doesn't explicitly request that the reader hire the firm, but if it's well done, it appeals to a need the reader has and piques his interest in learning more. In business, there's an implicit ask embedded in most knowledge sharing and thought leadership. Whether you're asking your reader to take action now, to start thinking about taking action in the future, or just to pay attention, your communication will be more effective if she understands why you're writing. If you can get the ask clear. Getting the ask clear depends on getting clarity in your own mind about what you really want from the reader. Getting the ask clear in your own head isn't always as easy as it sounds. How many times have you read one of those meandering emails and wondered, what exactly do you want from me? Maybe you've even reread one of your own emails after you've sent it and cringe a little bit at how unclear it seems in retrospect. Just for a moment, entertain the idea that you're not entirely sure what you want, or at least you're not as clear as you ought to be. It happens more often than you think. Let's take a look at a couple of examples. Look's company is getting ready to sign a 3-year contract with Sarko. The evening after the team's most recent call with Sarko, some things are bothering Look, so he sent his email to his team. I have concerns about the latest drop of the contract with Sarko. We talked about this on the call, but I'm still not sure what the design of the process is and the requirements for year 3 or bid. If they want something different from what we've delivered in years 1 and 2, it could potentially be costlier for us to renegotiate. We're close to having a really good agreement, but I think we still have a few issues to address. Luke flags his areas of concern clearly, but his email sounds more like he's turning over some thoughts in his head than actually making a suggestion. What does Luke want from his readers? Does he know at this point? Now suppose Luke looks at his first draft, think about what he's really asking, and does some revising. I think we're close to a really good agreement with Sarko, but I suggest we hold off finalizing the contract until we clarify these 2 questions. What exactly is the sign-off process? We tried but didn't resolve it on the call. What are the requirements for year 2? If we don't straighten this out now, it could be costly in the future. Let's put this on the agenda for the next call and push to get the solution. The content of the 2 emails is nearly the same, but in second draft, Luke has taken a moment to clarify in his own mind exactly why he's sending the message. He wants to hold off on signing the contract and continue discussions with Sarko until the 2 open issues are clarified. The team knows where he stands. He made a concrete suggestion and now everyone can get to a resolution faster. Of course, there are situations where you might not want to be as direct as Luke has been in his second draft, maybe for political reasons. If you're going to propose something you know will be unpopular, for instance, you might choose to be less direct and soften your message a bit. Whether you choose to be direct or indirect in your communication, you should do it by choice, not by accident. We're often in such a rush that we fire up emails without much thought. We think they're clear, but are they? If your ask isn't clear in your own mind, the chances of expressing it clearly are slim. You're likely to wander, let your focus drift, and lose your reader's attention. A lot of your communications at work are less high stakes than Luke's email. Many are simply conveying information, but even if the stakes aren't particularly high, you like your reader to actually read your message, and getting your ask clear can help make that happen. This resistance to what is natural may make flow harder to achieve. even though it is ultimately beneficial for accomplishing your learning goal. My advice: don't worry about flow. In some learning tasks, you'll achieve it easily. I often felt as though I were in a flow state while doing practice problem during the MIT challenge, drilling vocabulary while learning languages or drawing. At the same time, don't feel guilty if it flows doesn't come automatically. Your goal is to enhance your learning, and this often involves pushing through some sessions that are more frustrating than what could be considered ideal for flow. Remember, even if your learning is intense, your use of the skill later on will not be. Investment made in pushing through learning now will make skillful practice a much more enjoyable activity down the road. After considering how you should focus, let's consider duration. How long should you study? Well, this problem presumes that you're getting distracted and giving up focusing long before you should. The literature on focus does not suggest that longer periods of focus are optimal from a learning standpoint. Researchers generally find that people retain more of what they learn when practice is broken into different studying periods than when it is crammed together. Similarly, the phenomenon of interleaving suggests that even with a solid block of focus, it can make sense to alternate between different aspects of the skill or knowledge to be remembered. Therefore, if you have several hours to study, you're passively better off covering a few topics rather than focusing exclusively on one. Doing so has trade-offs. However, so if your study time becomes more and more fractured, it may be difficult to learn at all. What's needed is a proper balance. To achieve it, 50 minutes to 1 hour is a good length of time for many learning tasks. If your schedule permits only more concentrated chunks of time, say once per week for several hours, you may want to take several minutes as a break at the end of each hour and split your time over different aspects of the subject you want to learn. Of course, these are merely efficiency guidelines. You ultimately need to find what works best for you, considering not only what is optimal for the purpose of retention, but also what fits your schedule, personality, and workflow. For some people, as little as 25 minutes might fit their lives best. Others may prefer to spend an entire day learning. Supposing that you've found a chunk of time to learn that is as optimal for you as it can be, how can you sustain your focus during that time? I found that there are three different sources that cause focus to break down and distraction to occur. If you're struggling to concentrate, look at each of these three in turn. Distraction source number one, your environment. The first source of distraction is your environment. Do you have your phone turned off? Are you accessing the internet, watching television, or playing games? Are there distracting noises and sounds? Are you prepared to work or might need to stop to look for pens, a book, or a lamp? This is a source of the problem of sustaining focus, but it's also an aspect people frequently ignore for the same reasons they ignore the fact that they are procrastinating. Many people tell themselves that they focus better while listening to music, let's say, but the reality might be that they don't want to work on a given task, so music provides a low-level amusing distraction. This isn't to condemn anyone who doesn't work in a perfect environment. I certainly don't. Rather, be aware of what environment you work best in and test it. Do you actually get more work done with the television on in the background? Or do you just like hearing the television and feel that it makes the work more bearable? If it's the latter, you can probably train yourself to avoid multitasking and enjoy greater productivity. Multitasking may feel like fun, but it's unsuitable for learning, ultra learning, which requires concentrating your full mind on the task at hand. It's better to rid yourself of this vice than to strengthen bad habits of ineffective learning. Distraction source number two, your task. The second source is the task you're trying to learn. Certain activities, due to their nature, are harder to focus than others. I find reading harder to focus on than watching a video, even when the content is the same. Whenever you have a choice between using different tools for learning, you may want to consider which is easier to focus on when making that decision. This choice of material shouldn't supersede other considerations. I wouldn't opt for a tool that is much less direct, principle number 3, or offers no feedback, principle number 6, simply for the sake of greater focus. Fortunately, these principles are generally aligned, and it is actually the somewhat less effective methods that are less cognitively demanding and therefore harder to sustain focus on. Sometimes you can subtly modify what you're doing to enable great focus. If I have difficulty reading to do, I will often make an effort to jot down notes that will explain hard concepts for me. Thinking like an owner works because you'll start seeing your employer as your customer. You'll be preparing for the worst case scenario. You will also prepare for all the skill sets that you need in your future and behavior. Just like an employer seeing her customer entering their clothing shop at the mall, she do not feel resentful about her customers. Advising that you are out of control and it's just controlled by the system is persuasive because it's copy what everyone believes, which is we have no choice and life is unfair. Or it might be this world is controlled by system or habits or consistency. Being positive is more about being grateful for what you have instead of envying others that is higher than you. Of course, to outside observer, you might be less even if you are extremely satisfied with it. People are not persuaded just because you have similar beliefs or you are consistent and committed. They are also persuaded by saying that it's the system because human nature wants to be better than they currently are. And having a system to validate is enormously better and Fox the service provider who still not have stable service in this than age. That's why Elon Musk is persuasive. We are all gonna die, so we want someone who can show us that there is better. They want to be better, that's why they want things to be all automated. It confirms their bias on things continue growing. If we feel bad doing wrong things, we will act intelligently all the time. This world is driven by emotions, so you have to realize that there's a real war happening against your long and short-term brain. By realizing this, it brings clarity to what enemies goals. That thought is powerful, it makes you courageous. One of the challenging part of avoiding short-term, fucking any woman, is that your reasoning makes you believe that it's the truth. Our willpower might be limited, but we can increase it indefinitely if we have unlimited time. You have to set up yourself to succeed, but you also have to increase your willpower. Every time you say no to negative impulses, you strengthen it, and that is what God wants us to be. That's why He gave us choices. Taking care of your health is like not murdering yourself. Whatever things that you are not allowed to do to others, you are also not allowed to do to yourself. That's why true self-reflection is so important. That's why knowing ourselves and resigning and taking a break for 8 months and counteracting what makes us afraid is so valuable. By understanding your motivation, you can far more easily determine why you do things and how to change your conduct. By doing that, you are being true to yourself. Removing habits and taking a break for 8 months works because it's part of Jewish wisdom. You should turn away from doing evil and then do good and seek to pursue total completion. It also follows the principle of doing change slowly. If you are depressed, you can resign. If some family members died, you can take a week off. The way to change your beliefs or become a different person is by doing different things until it becomes second nature. Delivering cold, heartless truth can be as wrong as going to the other end of that spectrum and lying indiscriminately, usually hovering over in the middle of spectrum lines of our emotions, with the exception of anger, is ideal. When you're asked if the non-returnable purchase is good, honesty is not what is being asked, it's kindness and affirmation. It's also tiresome to work with a boss who lacks sufficient cruelty to sometimes discipline a malingering fellow worker. You want someone who won't get a week of sleep the night before he fires someone, but you also want someone who will fire others without hesitant if it means preserving the integrity and safety of the company. Feeling really angry is different to displaying anger. I am almost compassionate because I were too humble because of my magic mushroom experience. That's why almost nothing makes you angry, because your humbleness exponentially increased because of magic mushroom. I excel in work from home because I am preparing for it since 2019 when I learned Sam Owen's Facebook Masterclass. Network access. Explain how physical layer protocols and services support communications across data networks. Identify device connectivity options. Describe the purpose and functions of the physical layer in the network. Describe basic principle of the physical layer standards. List some of the uses of various network devices. Explain the role of data link layer in supporting communications across data networks. Describe the purpose and functions of data link layer in preparing communication for transmission on specific media. Compare media access control techniques and logical topologies used in networks. Compare the function of logical topologies and physical topologies. Describe the basic characteristics of media access control methods in one topologies. Introduction. To support our communication, the OSI model divides the functions of a data network into layers. Each layer works with the layers above and below to transmit data. Two layers of the OSI model are so closely tied that according to the TCP or IP model, they are in essence one layer. Those two layers are the data link layer and the physical layer. On the sending device, it is the role of the data link layer to prepare data for transmission and control how that data accesses the physical media. However, the physical layer controls how the data is transmitted onto the physical media by encoding the binary digits that represent data into signals. On the receiving end, the physical layer receives signals across the connecting media. After decoding the signal back into the data, the physical layer passes the frame to the data link layer for acceptance and processing. This chapter begins with the general functions of the physical layer and the standards and protocols that manage the transmission of data across local media. It also introduced the functions of the data link layer and the protocols associated with it. Physical layer protocol. The physical layer includes the physical equipment involved in the data transfer, such as the cables and switches. This is also the layer where the data gets converted into a bit stream, which is a string of ones and zeros. The physical layer of both devices must also agree on a signal convention so that ones can be distinguished from the zeros on both devices. One important element of data networks is the ability to move data across media. Depending on the media, rules are required to govern the use of media to transport data. Physical layer connection. Within a network, data can be transferred across different types of physical media. Rules for physical connections and representation of data on the media are established by protocols. Types of connections. Before network communication can occur, a physical connection to a local network must be established. A physical connection can be a wired connection using a cable or a wireless connection using radio waves. The type of physical connection used is dependent upon the setup of the network. For example, in many corporate offices, employees have desktop or laptop computers that are physically connected via cable to a shared switch. This type of setup is a wired network. Data is transmitted through physical cable. By contrast, a rocket ship requires just this kind of in-advance calibration. It must be launched with the most precise instructions on what to do, every thrust, every firing of a booster, and every change in direction. The tiniest error at the point of launch could yield catastrophic results thousands of miles later. Unfortunately, too many startup business plans look more like they are planning to launch a rocket ship than drive a car. They prescribe the steps to take and the result to expect in excruciating detail, and as in planning to launch a rocket, they are set up in such a way that even tiny errors in assumptions can lead to catastrophic outcomes. One company I worked with had the misfortune of forecasting significant customer adoption in the millions for one of its new products. Powered by a splashy launch, the company successfully executed its plan. Unfortunately, customers did not flock to the product in great numbers. Even worse, the company had invested in massive infrastructure, hiring, and support to handle the influx of customers it expected. When the customer failed to materialize, the company had committed itself so completely that they could not adopt in time. Networks enable connected host computers to share resources and access resources. The sharing host, a server, runs special software to enable the accessing host, a client, to get the desired resource. That resource can be any number of things, from a web page on the internet to files on a server in your office. It might even be a printer or a camera. Networking professionals need to know how all the connections happen and all the hardware and software that enables that exchange of resources. The CompTIA Network Plus certification challenges you to understand virtually every aspect of networking, not a small task. Networking professionals use models to conceptualize the many parts of a network, relying primarily on the Open System Interconnection 7-layer model. The OSI model provides two tools that makes it essential for networking techs. First, the OSI model provides a powerful mental tool for diagnosing problems. Understanding OSI enables a tech to determine quickly at what layer a problem can occur and helps the tech zero in on a solution without wasting a lot of time on false leads. Second, the OSI model provides a common language text used to describe specific network functions. Figure 1.1 shows product information for a Cisco-branded advanced networking device. Note the use of the term L2 and layer 7. These terms directly reference the OSI 7-layer model. Techs who understand the OSI model understand what those numbers mean, giving them a quick understanding of what the device provides to a network. Figure 1.1. Using OSI terminology in device documentation. This chapter looks first at models in general and how models help conceptualize and troubleshoot networks. The chapter then explores the OSI 7-layer model to see how it helps clarify network architecture for effects. Working with models. Networking is hard. It takes a lot of pieces, both hardware and software, all working incredibly quickly and in perfect harmony to get anything done. Just making Google appear in your web browser requires millions of hours in research. development, and manufacturing to create the many pieces to successfully connect your system to a server somewhere in Google Land and to enable them to communicate. Whenever we encounter highly complex technologies, we need to simplify the overall process by breaking it into discrete, simple, individual processes. We do this using a network model. Biography of a model. What does the word model mean to you? Does the word make you think of a person walking down a catwalk at a fashion show in some outrageous costume? Or another showing off the latest style of blue jeans on a huge billboard? Maybe it makes you think of a plastic model airplane. What about those computer models that try to predict weather? We use the term model in a number of ways, but each use shares a certain common themes. All models are a simplified representation of the real thing. The human model ignores the many different types of body shapes, using only a single optimal figure. The model airplane lacks functional engines or the internal framework, and the computerized weather model may disregard subtle difference in wind temperatures or geology. Figure 1.2 Types of models. Additionally, a model must have at least all the major functions of the real item. But what constitutes a major rather than minor function is open to opinion. Figure 1.3 shows a different level of detail for a model. Does it contain all the major components of an airplane? There's room for argument that perhaps the model should have landing gear to go along with the propeller wings and roll. Simple model in airplane. Network models. Network model face similar challenges. What functions define all networks? What details can you omit without rendering the model inaccurate? Does the model retain its usefulness when describing a network that does not employ all the layers? In the early days of networking, different manufacturers made unique types of networks that functioned well. Part of the reason the network worked was that every network manufacturer made everything. Back then, a single manufacturer provided everything for a customer when the customer purchased a network solution. Thinking and preparing sometimes give a wrong interpretation. It's better to visualize it using as many senses as you can and as clear as it can first, and the right words or skill or preparation will follow. The thing about calls is not like physical or notes or bookmarks or Windows PC. It's spiritual, imagination, and so UiPath will have a hard time to clear the confusion of people's thoughts. That's why asking 5 whys to the customer works. That's why asking WH questions to clarify and learn something works. That's why it also works in determining customer problems. That's why object, relationship, and sequence works more than WH question. It's because people are complex. It's a never-ending learning. Ever wonder why some doctors or lawyers earn more than others? We go to someone we trust when buying something, to someone we feel connection or we talk about life with. It's not just about realizing that we are worshiping God when we work. It's also realizing that it's one of the best concepts of Jews that make them approach work very differently. It's realizing that it's hard to do your work without improving lives of at least one child of God. It's realizing that there's nothing wrong with becoming rich, and generally, being rich is a result of connecting with others. Business is not dirty and it's not competitive as well. This mindset is what hinders you. First of all, you should not strive to become competitive. You should strive to become monopoly. Don't let few dirty businessmen let you believe that business is dirty. Of course, there's always comparison, but we shouldn't look at the other people's mistake. We should look at the business who's adding value like Jeff Bezos. Fifth, businesses and success in life financially is most of the times what God's success is. We are not that different in earth and in heaven. God put Adam and Eve to earth to work for the Garden of Eden for 6 days, and they can fully rest in Sabbath if they don't work for 6 days. You can succeed in business if you are not the best or kindest or good person generally. As Jeff Bezos, shareholder letter said, you have to add value or save time, otherwise you won't be there for long. My realization in Magic Mushroom is the opposite of what I realized and the shortness of life. It made me experience how death actually is and made me appreciate my time more and count my days. I should convey my thoughts more often in pictures to the customer for them to grasp my meaning as fast as possible. And therefore I should use as many senses and impactful senses as much as possible. But I also have to use words sometimes to stimulate their creativity, to win friends, or to teach them as if I taught them not. It's understanding that certain things must be treated not as certain or pictures but a representation with different levels of meaning. Picture is a very limited way of depicting things, so the saying that pictures worth 1,000 words might be a myth. Change your beliefs. That's why measuring how you add value and improving it works, because how can you improve your image brain if you don't measure it? God didn't expect the impossible to us. He created us to be not like animals and to live to our moral potential. Additionally, God given us a choice to follow His rules. If we follow it, then we'll prosper. God given us a choice to become who He created us to become, which is not like animals. God expects us to use our talents, what other people pay us much money for, to improve the lives of as many people as possible. If we follow our rules of abundance, which is giving people what they want and need using our strength, we will automatically reward it. You shouldn't just have techniques on how to communicate more effectively. You also have to know what you are saying because it makes sense. How can you communicate something you don't know? So I think your problem now is not more on communication techniques, but on product knowledge. You might think you learn or know the product, but if you can't memorize it or do it in an hour task, then you don't know it all. You have to prepare for those 3 minute calls. If you become angry to them, the one who gets fucked more is not them, it's you. If they get rude to you, the one who gets fucked is them, not you. You cannot control their behavior, but you can control yours. Counterintuitively, if you control your behavior and have 100 confidence, you'll persuade others to do the same. That's why Jesus said that don't believe a blind person, because the one who gets fucked the most by doing that is you, because it will affect you subconsciously. The early days of networking, roughly the 1980s, exposed a problem in the way the software developers created the programs that powered networks at the time. Unlike the hardware organizations that work together to make solid standards, the different organizations developing network software work separately, secretly, and competitively. The four major players, Microsoft, Apple, Novell, and Unix developers, such as AT&T, created network software solutions that were mostly incompatible and had very different answers to the question, what do we share on a network? Microsoft, Apple, and Novell created networking software that for the most part did nothing more than share different computers, folders, and printers, and they all did this sharing differently. AT&T and the universities developing the Unix operating system saw networks as a way to share terminals, send email messages, and transfer files. As a result, everyone's software had its own set of rules of what a network should do and how to do it. This set of rules and the software written to follow these rules were broken down into individual rules or languages called protocols. No single protocol could do everything a network needed to do, so companies lumped together all their necessary protocols under the term protocol suite. Novell called its protocol suite IPX/SPX. Microsoft's was called NetBIOS/NetBEUI. Apple called its protocol suite AppleTalk, and the Unix folks used this wacky protocol suite called TCP/IP. It took about 20 very confusing years, but eventually TCP/IP replaced every other protocol suite in all but the most rare and unique situations. To get ahead today, to get on the internet, and to pass the CompTIA Network Plus exam, you only need to worry about TCP/IP. Microsoft, Apple, and Linux developers no longer actively supporting anything but TCP/IP. You live in a one protocol suite world. The old stuff is forgotten, and you kids don't know how good you've got it. As a result, everyone's software had its own set of rules, what a network should do, and how to do it. This set of rules and the software written to follow these rules were broken down into individual rules or languages called protocols. No single protocol could do everything a network needed to do so. Companies jumped together all their necessary protocols under the term protocol suite. The TCP/IP protocol suite. If you recall from chapter 1, the first two layers of the OSI 7-layer model deal with physical connectivity, wires, and such and protocols that interact with the physical. These are layer 1, physical, and layer 2, data link. The TCP/IP protocol suite operates at layers 3 to 7 of the OSI 7-layer model. This chapter explores layer 3, network, for the most part, though I'll remind you about layer 4, transport protocols, and layer 7, application protocols, before the deep dive into the network layer. Network layer protocols. Internet Protocol IP works at the network layer, where it takes data chunks from the transport layer, which become the packet's payload, adds addressing, and creates the final IP packet. IP then hands the IP packet to the data link layer for encapsulation into a frame. Let's look at the addressing in more depth. I think it's safe to assume that most folks have seen IP addresses before. Here's a typical example: 192.168.1.115. This type of IP address, 4 values ranging from 0 to 255, separated by 3 periods, is known officially as an Internet Protocol version 4 address. This chapter introduces you to IPv4 addresses. You should understand the correct name for this older type of address because the world is in a slow transition to a newer, longer type of IP address called IPv6. Here's an example of an IPv6 address. IPv4 and IPv6 aren't the only TCP/IP protocols that work at the network layer. Internet Controlled Message Protocol (ICMP), for example, plays a role in IP error reporting and diagnostics. TCP/IP users rarely start a program that uses ICMP or its IPv6 counterpart, ICMP-v6. For the most part, software automatically uses ICMP as needed without direct user action. There are exceptions to every rule. The Ping utility, a popular network diagnostic tool, directly uses ICMP. You can use Ping to answer a question like, can my computer communicate with any device at the IP address 192.168.1.15? When thinking about the network layer, remember the following two protocols. IPv4, normally referred to as simply IP, IPv6, ICMP. Figure 6.1 shows a highly simplified Internet Protocol IP header. Simplified IPv4 header. The full IPv4 packet header has 14 different fields, as discussed in Chapter 1. The destination and source IP address fields are critical for getting packets to their destination. Dissecting the entire set of fields isn't important this early in the discussion, but here are a few to whet your appetite. Version. The version var field defines the IP address type 4 for IPv4. If you're thinking, hey Mike, what about 6? I've got a surprise for you. The IPv6 packet header also starts with a version. Header also starts with a version field, which is 6, but the formats differ after that field. We'll look at the IPv6 header format separately in Chapter 12. Total length. The total size of the IP packet in octets. This includes the IP header and its payload. This field is 16 bits, which limits the packet size to 65 kilobytes. Time to live, TTL. Implementations of routers on the internet are not perfect, and engineers sometimes create loops. The TTL field prevents an IP packet from indefinitely spinning through the internet by using a counter that decrements by 1 every time a packet goes to a router. This number cannot start higher than 255. Many operating systems starts at 128. Protocol. In most cases, the protocol field is either TCP or UDP and identifies what's encapsulated inside the packet. See the next section for more information. Transport layer protocols. When moving data from one system to another, the TCP/IP protocol suite needs to know if the communication is connection-oriented or connectionless. If data moving between two systems must get there in good order, a connection-oriented application is the safe bet. If it's not a big deal for data to miss a bit or two, then connectionless is the way to go. A connection-oriented protocol used with TCP/IP is called the Transmission Control Protocol, TCP. The connectionless one is called the User Datagram Protocol, UDP. Let me be clear, you don't choose TCP or UDP. The people who develop an application decide which protocol to use. The people who build Discord or Twitch or Firefox or Zoom pick and sometimes even design one or more protocols that they think will meet their application's needs. These protocols are in turn designed to use TCP, UDP, or both. Most TCP/IP applications use TCP, that's why the protocol suite is called TCP/IP and not UDP/IP. TCP gets an application's data from one machine to another reliably and completely. As a result, TCP comes with communication rules that require both the sending and receiving machines to acknowledge the other's presence and readiness to send and receive data. This process is referred to as the TCP three-way handshake of SYN, SYN-ACK, and ACK. TCP also chops up data into segments, gives the segment a sequence number, and then verifies that all segments will receive if a segment goes missing. The receiving system must request the missing segments. SYN, SYN-ACK, ACK. Figure 6.3 shows us a simplified TCP header. So, the idea that the market can undervalue or overvalue things has been with us for a very long time. It's still an inherent part of our common sense. Otherwise, it would be impossible for anyone to ever say they were ripped off or got an especially good deal, even if no one has ever managed to come up with a reliable formula to calculate exactly what the real value of any given commodity should be, and therefore, just how badly one was ripped off or just how good a deal one really got. That's how it works in a job. You may not be paid like your work right now, but you eventually will be. Just like what OM said that our work is comparable to work of one of the highest department in Bill, and most of the testimonies I collected, meaningful was just a synonym for helpful and valuable for beneficial. Telemarketer, it's a job with no social value whatsoever. At least if you stock shelves at a supermarket, you are doing something that benefits people. Everybody needs groceries and the things supermarkets sell. In call center work, the calls are essentially time wasting news, nuance calls. Homeowner Association Manager. Managing Homeowners Association is 100% bullshit. Wealthy people buy a condo building with a bunch of other wealthy strangers, then hire someone else to manage and maintain it. The only reason this job exists is that the owners don't like or trust each other. I did this job for 3 years and never saw one hint of social value, just like a real estate agent. The most important things gets out of a job are 1. Money to pay the bills, and 2. The opportunity to make a positive contribution to the world. Second, that there is an inverse relation between the two. The more you work, helps and benefit others, and the more social value you create, the less you are likely to be paid for it. Similarly, at time of writing, the Uber Corporation, considered one of the world's most dynamic, has seen the resignation not only of its founder, Travis Kalanick, but a host of other top executives, with the result that it is currently operating without a CEO, Chief Operating Officer, Chief Financial Officer, or Chief Marketing Officer, all without any apparent effect on day-to-day operations. In fact, it often happens that at the very top organizations, apparently crucial positions can go unfilled for long periods of time without there being any noticeable effect even on the organization itself. That is actually my advantage. Knowing how authorization, ACH, and stock markets helps me to know more about our SCIP. It helps me to know more about credit evaluation and how to handle conflicts. It helps me to know how we can restore suspended account. We can restore account as long as there's no past due or not in collection. The way to visualize is by feeling, touching, being in the surrounding, and realizing that image does not accurately anticipate or see all the things needed to do things perfectly at first time. It's understanding that all of us have bias. That's why no one solved all the problems, and the hero we see in the movie who solves everything is more or less a product of devil's advocate. It's taking the visualization assessment and see what details you miss in the image, and that's probably your weakness. That's why people with aphantasia usually don't see image, but can function very well because memory might not need pictorial brain. Don't. Top people might be so bad, you should be nice to them even if they aren't nice to you, because people goes through stuff that you don't know about. 1. Rich people solves depression problem. That's how you can be positive and become alive in this earth. It's fixing their depression problem, because the reality is earth is really like hell, and the reason billionaires become billionaires is because they add value or they solve our depression problem. Elon Musk said that it's crazy depressing to live life. Will rich people add multiple values? Rich people is not rich because they cheat. Those are the failed rich because they are caught. I should choose cybersecurity as a career to feel good and perform at my best. Whatever my job position is, it's just one part of my life. I have to diversify my source of income and satisfaction because relying in one is a bad investment strategy. Cybersecurity and front-end developer jobs is a dream job that pays a lot in accordance to the value they create. Cybersecurity, data analyst, and front-end developer jobs are most likely to be taken advantage of employers because big corporations and small businesses knows that employees see it as a dream role, so they have bargaining power over them. I should not really read every time. Had I choose computer science when I was college, I would have never need to face the salary cap that most people experience today. Had I not choose engineering and started working as a fraud prevention representative right away, I would have never known magic mushroom and lifestyle-centric approach. Just like how our first product mistakes would let the lean startup try to learn the important insights about its customers. Reading Close to Lie September 9, 2022 is just a waste of time because being a good tech requires preparation and knowledge about customer wants and needs. Good tech always read the guidelines to drive the quality of their code. They always use a model to troubleshoot problems because it provides structure and saves energy from not having to think every possible decision along the way. I should take cybersecurity degree because it's still new, so it can be valuable career in the future because HR looks for compound knowledge in a field that boosts intelligence in the job. I should plan my career with great caution because the seemingly small step that I will take today is very important in the future because computer science can be the degree that will separate me as a cybersecurity analyst. You have to persuade your boss about your value, so if they think that your career is dependent on them, they might lowball you. So it may be better to get a computer science degree since you already have fraud prevention experience. Remember that to earn a lot, you have to separate yourself from the crowd, and there's no better way to do it than by being different. Just like real estate, values of your occupation can soar if there is a high demand and limited supply. Do you think there will be high demand of cybersecurity in Philippines with low supply in the next 2 years? If what you can do can be done by someone else, which in this case getting a cybersecurity degree, it eventually will be, and for less money. Lots of people can do cybersecurity. HR just won't give them a chance because they know that performance is context dependent and they'll choose people who started from the bottom and have a broad knowledge of information technology. I should brag my achievements to my leaders to establish authority. Bragging to establish authority should be taken with great caution because people could easily think you are boastful, which will raise attention and escalations, and attention which is costly. You have to be clear on your boss or customer's expectation and decide if you have to establish authority or not. Their expectations constantly change as well, so you definitely have to keep an eye on that. I should take cybersecurity degree because that's God plans for me based on strengths and experiences. Just because cybersecurity is my strengths and most fit based on my personality does not mean I should choose it as a career because I should diversify and treat my career as an investment. Sometimes diversifying gives us option and it has the potential to give the lifestyle we deserve. I can solve any customer's problem fast if I master the principle and theory of sales process because it's easier to invent new strategy from there. No matter your level of mastery of the principles and theory of sales process, you still need to ask more questions when you aren't as familiar with the customer's environment because we have to be knowledgeable with our systems before we can be of value to our employer. It highlights the importance of compound knowledge that boosts intelligence in the job. Asking questions and being humble is usually the case for e-commerce sites because of their extremely large corporate help desks and systems. Part of setting expectation to the customer is having a structured model to make the system repeatable. It's true that part of setting expectation is having a structured model, but it overlooked the strategy of making the customers aware of the sales process model so that they can become more skilled in getting the help they desire. Server-like computers only needs to have the files that client needs to pass the files to the client. The truth is, server-like computer won't be able to pass the files that client needs if they don't have the web server software in order to provide web services to the network. A computer with server software can provide services simultaneously to many different clients. Clients are a type of host. Clients have software for requesting and displaying the information obtained from the server. A single computer can also run multiple types of client software. For example, a user can check email and view a web page while instant messaging and listening to an audio stream. The three most common types of software is web, email, and file. NIC or NIC inside mobile phones helps with some form of communication with other end devices. NIC, short for Network Interface Card, helps end devices physically connects to the network. So, from the keyword physically connects to the network. End device is connected to the network by routers. While it's true that router connect end devices to a network, the holistic way to look at it is that router connect group of end devices or network to another network through specialized ports called interface or network interface. Network is nothing more than the connection of end devices over the internet. Network is not the connection of end devices over the internet, but instead consists of many different types. Through the internet can be termed as network of networks. We still need to classify network into many different types to be able to understand the system within the system. Small home networks connect a few computers to each other and to the internet. The SOHO network allows computers in a home office or a remote office to connect a corporate network or access centralized shared resources. Medium to large networks, such as those used by corporations and schools, can have many locations with hundreds or thousands of interconnected hosts. World Wide Networks is a network of networks that connects hundreds of millions of computers worldwide. LAN is just a type of network. The truth is, LAN and WAN is a type of network infrastructure. A LAN is typically used in a department within an enterprise, a home, or a small business network. A WAN is a network infrastructure that provides access to other networks over a wide geographical area, which is typically owned and managed by a larger corporation or a telecommunications service provider. LANs uses WANs service to interconnect with other LANs or networks. WANs connect through copper wires, fabric optic cables, and wireless transmissions. People connect to the internet through client and server software. People connect to the internet physically through broadband cable, broadband digital subscriber line, DSL, wireless ones, and mobile services, but they might use software to send a message to the client through web browsers. Service providers offer business class interconnections. Popular business class services include Business DSL, Leaseline, and Metro Ethernet. We use IVR to classify customers' requests so they can know what to expect with a representative. We use a phone response system to classify, but if customer has misclassified the request, this error should be remedied in a polite manner. The representative should also validate the customer's choice in a polite manner. The best way to do it is by checking customers' account history and provide them resolution while maintaining the expectation that it's out of your scope. It's also best to provide the customer the correct phone number to call or transfer them to the right department. Some companies do one or the other, but doing both is better. When asking customer to classify the problem, the choices must be carefully constructed, and you should gather statistics to detect mismatch between customers' perception of what the classification mean and what you intended them to mean. Or at least you should monitor for customer complaints. That is why it's very important to do something that will make their experience better moving forward by creating tickets or reporting it to management. If the request is against policy and therefore must be denied, the issue may be escalated to management if the customer disagrees with the decision. It is the reason why you have a super detailed scope of service that cover each case scenario to provide process is enormously helpful for requesting services smoothly with your employees and customers. I should document all the needed information with my customer because it's part of treating customer courteously. You should document all the needed information with your conversation with the customer because a good problem statement is detailed and complete. A bad problem statement is vague or incomplete. It is unreasonable to expect problem statements from customers to be complete. I should ask customer the clarifying question directly to solve technical problems instead of looping them with insincere empathy statement. I should still provide empathy statements to the customer when they mention their problem statements, but you should do it with the assumption that they did the right thing and confirming and validating the solutions to make a way to the resolution of the problem. Tell the customer that you've done the right thing and moving forward, they can just insert Bell SIM card and activate it to our network and their smartphone will automatically unlock. Second, it's also better to reassure customers that they'll get better at using computers as they gain experience. In short, help the customer save face. He explained to the customer that the cleaning staff must have unplugged the printer when needing an outlet for the vacuum. By not criticizing the person and by keeping him in the loop about what the problem was, the customer learned to solve his own problems. I should apologize to the customer and explain that it's the system that's not allowing them to make any changes on the account. The truth is, just like how a customer see the work priorities in ticketing systems of IT and disagree with it and raising the issue with management is better than bringing it to the system administrator or service desk analyst who have little control over priorities and may become defensive. It also works in customer service roles. It's also better than having people just wonder why things are taking so long. In the absence of information, they tend to assume the IT team is incompetent. That is why it's very important to be very knowledgeable as a fraud prevention customer service. I have long call because I'm not communicating based on customers' expectation. 9 times out of 10, OS installation and configuration of your system is the source of long call because you have become blind to them. Outside customers' expectation, most of your problem is OS installation and configuration. Sometimes a vague process is better to help employees think critically. Having a written scope of support policy is one of the best gifts management can give to customer support because without it, the group either will become overworked from trying to do everything for customers or will infuriate customers by not having time to help. If you're a manager, it is your responsibility to clearly communicate when it is okay to decline to help and when it isn't.
Fraud prevention specialists are real jobs. The truth is, nearly half of the population are working in customer service today. Worst case scenario happens all the time because customers are often in a hurry. The truth is, worst case scenarios happens no more than half fraction of a percent of our overall transactions. Communication skills is a valuable skills because that is the single skills that prevent people from moving up the career ladder. The truth is, most careers progress fairly linearly. You have to take time to find those careers. It's worth a lot of effort to find and create them. You don't want to be in a career where people who have been doing it for 2 years can be as effective as people who have been doing it for 20. Your rate of learning should always be high. Most people get bogged down in linear opportunities. Be willing to let small opportunities go to focus on potential step changes. The biggest competitive advantage in big business, either for a company or for an individual's career, is long-term thinking with a broad view of how different systems in the world are going to come together. One of the notable aspects of compound growth is that the furthest out years are the most important. In a world where almost no one takes a truly long-term view, the market richly rewards those who do. Trust the exponential, be patient, and be pleasantly surprised. I should apply as SME because the chemical engineer who transitioned to tech highlights his management career that makes him get the job. A lot of advice in groups or from other people is misleading, so you have to filter out what's useful to you. Take advice with great caution. World is going through recession and it forces us all to specialize to be more efficient. One of the rules of success is to be hard to compete with. If what you do can be done by someone else, it eventually will be, and for less money. This is true for companies and individuals as well. The best way to become difficult to compete with is to build up leverage. For example, you can do it with personal relationships by building a strong personal brand or by getting good at the intersection of multiple different fields. There are many other strategies, but you have to figure out some way to do it. Most highly successful people have been really right about the future at least once at a time when people thought they were wrong. If not, they would have faced much more competition. I should choose that career because information is growing too fast and those jobs will always be in demand and which will make me have a continuous supply of money. Time only scales linearly. The best economic misunderstanding of people was that people got rich from high salaries. You get truly rich by owning things that increase rapidly in value. This can be a piece of business, real estate, natural resource, intellectual property, or other similar things. But somehow or other, you need to own equity in something instead of just selling your time. Time only scales linearly. I should build a family and enjoy my life by traveling while I am young because God provides more for more people and it's better to lose money in travel than owning stocks. When people get used to a comfortable life, a predictable job, and a reputation of succeeding at whatever they do, it gets very hard to leave that behind, and people have an incredible ability to always match their lifestyle to next year's salary. Even if they do leave, the temptation to return is great.
It's easy in human nature to prioritize short-term gain and convenience over long-term fulfillment. But when you aren't on the treadmill, you can follow your hunches and spend time on things that might turn out to be really interesting. Keeping your life cheap and flexible for as long as you can is a powerful way to do this, but obviously comes with trade-offs. I should work in tech industry at exactly 25 years old because our brain is so flexible. The truth is, extremely people get extreme results. Working a lot comes with huge life trade-offs, and it's perfectly rational to decide not to do it, but has a lot of advantages. As in most cases, momentum compounds and success begets success. You have to figure it out how to work hard without burning out. People find their own strategies for this, but one that almost always works is to find work you like doing with people you enjoy spending a lot of time with. Work stamina seems to be one of the biggest predictors of long-term success, so you really have to specialize early. That idea of God created us to mix things is what I got from psychedelics. Remember how engineer tends to benefit more from it because engineers try to hold complex problems at once, which in this case human nature or spiritual thing, and try to find patterns out of it. Holding or visualizing problem all at once help us to learn problems fast, thus solve problems faster. Psychedelics helps us see things we've never seen before. It helps us to be creative, and that creativity is one of the greatest separator. It's how you learn that it's about how God wants us to combine things to work in our way. Things that we combine along the way that works for us may not work for other because you have different goals, background, life habits, etc. Things that you discover you might not know you got there in the first place because that's how creativity in Magic Mushroom works. You learn more about people and human mind when you took psychedelics than any other books or courses you took in the past. Additionally, there's a time limit in making our brain learn. Harvard psychologists mention that our brain tend to form by 25, so that's one of the invisible things that humans should understand when choosing career. God wants us not be controlled by emotion, we should be controlled by our head. Pouring a lot of money sometimes won't solve problems. If that's so, billionaires wouldn't die. Additionally, loving yourself is sometimes better because it will allow you to take care of yourself. That will allow you to deeply help more people. Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg, and all of these billionaires are very, very small percentage of the universe. The stars lined up for them, market condition, timing, and so on. They might not even know how they got there in the first place. Being afraid of death is unconscious and part of our brain, and it's healthy because it helps us avoid danger in this dangerous life, especially if you are a fraud analyst because you are more likely to see the worst in things. You should not say that they can be called infrequently dialed number, but you can add it to it that it's a new process again because it will activate their new brain. And it will make us adaptable to change because that seemingly small world is powerful. They'll easily adapt in this ever-changing world. I will only record who I spoke to if it's not the account holder or if it's the authorized or unauthorized user only. I should continually search tips and tricks to optimize my productivity at work, but don't forget to be grateful for the small things to have the energy to do big things. What do you mean by that? By realizing that the small shift in mindset, like thinking as our work as serving the Lord, is a huge savior for your energy and productivity. It's one of the most productive thing you did at work. When I'm working for a company, I'm not just helping them, they are teaching me. That's how job or trade works in the first place. Right now, you're building a portfolio. If you can really earn a million, you did that without working in a job. If you want to earn $1 million, now you have to have a discipline to do what's in your curriculum. You have to study AGAR, apply credit card, read book how to handle debt. Programming language is used to tackle different problems. There's always a trade-off in system or program. That's why it's okay if metrics have flaws. It depends on what more important to us. System is not good way to describe how you can create better programs to improve your work productivity. The better way to put it is by better or worse. Is it better because it increases your productivity by removing bugs? The question is, what is my goal? Which is my metrics while taking care of my customer, which is my employer and my customers. The goal too is to improve the company's process and make it better than competitors like TELUS. The question is, how quickly can you achieve that goal? What programs and tools available in your disposal to achieve that goal? Globe and Mail and Google to search competitors' goals. How can you always make the goal clear and on top of your mind so that you're not carried out by emotion? You should visualize it.
Some people are visual learner and may learn more through watching videos. Active engagement requires more focused attention compared to passive activities like watching a video or listening. When we actively engage, we are more likely to be fully present and attentive, reducing distractions and enhancing information processing and encoding. First, when we actively engage with information, our cognitive processes are more actively involved. Reading, for example, requires active decoding, comprehension, and interpretation of the text. Reading involves visual processing. Reading can relate the information to our own experiences, thoughts, and prior knowledge. Creating these connections helps in forming associations and context, making the information more meaningful and memorable. Bible encourages reading and studying to help individuals gain insight into God's will and His ways. The Bible provides guidance for making decisions, discerning truth from falsehood, and living according to God's principles. I can solve any customer's problem fast if I master the principle and theory of sales process because it's easier to invent new strategy from there. No matter your level of mastery of the principles and theory of sales process, you still need to ask more questions when you aren't as familiar with the customer's environment because we have to be knowledgeable with our systems before we can be of value to our employer. It highlights the importance of compound knowledge that boosts intelligence in the job. Asking questions and being humble is usually the case for e-commerce sites because of their extremely large corporate help desk and systems. Part of setting expectation to the customer is having a structured model to make the system repeatable. It's true that part of setting expectation is having a structured model, but it overlooks the strategy of making the customers aware of the sales process model so that they can become more skilled in getting the help they desire. Server-like computers only needs to have the files that clients needs to pass the files to the client. Server-like computer won't be able to pass the files that client needs if they don't have the web server software in order to provide web services to the network. A computer with server software can provide services simultaneously to many different clients. Clients are a type of host. Clients have software for requesting and displaying the information obtained from the server. A single computer can also run multiple types of client software.
For example, a user can check email and view a web page while instant messaging and listening to an audio stream. The three most common types of client software is web, email, and file. NIC inside mobile phones helps with some form of communication with other devices. NIC, short for Network Interface Card, helps and devices physically connects to the network. And devices is connected to the network by routers. While it's true that router connect end devices to a network, the holistic way to look at it is that router connect group of end devices or network to another network through specialized ports called interface or network interface. Networks is nothing more than the connection of end devices over the internet. Network is not the connection of end devices over the internet, but instead consists of many different types. Though the internet can be termed as network of networks, we still need to classify network into many different types to be able to understand the system within the system. Small home networks connect a few computers to each other and to the internet. The SOHO network allows computer in a home office or